Good day, everyone. And I'd like to welcome all members and guests to this April 9th, 2024 Council and Committee meeting. I will remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised. Please ensure that your phones are on the silent mode. For those attending virtually, please mute yourself when not speaking. When called upon to speak, please turn on your camera and unmute yourself. For staff in attendance, please use the Microsoft Teams. Raise the hand feature to be called upon and remove it after speaking. With that, I call this April 9, 2024 Council and Committee meeting to order. All members of committee are present, with the exception of Mayor Martin, who is joining us on the screen on video. And she's not able to join us in person today. I do see her on video, though, and it is my pleasure to share the news that Mayor Martin is at Queen's Park today, working on dual priorities. She is leading the SCORE deputation to the Committee of the Interior on changes to Bill 165, and she is connecting with various ministers and staff in her continuing efforts to forward Norfolk business and foster a positive relationship with the provincial government. As Norfolk County Council, let's send out positive thoughts that Mayor Martin is successful in helping Norfolk achieve its goals. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest with respect to the agenda package you received? I see none, Madam Clerk, so we will proceed. May I have a motion? Let's see. Nope, we're good that way. There is no early closed session today. We have 6 consent items today.
Before we go on, can we do the agenda?
Okay. Can we have someone move and second the agenda as printed? Councillor Michelli is the mover, seconded by Councillor Vanderdeschi. Those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. As I said, there is no closed session today, early closed session, I should say, and we have 6 consent items today. 4.1 information memo lease update to 1084 Bay Street, Port Rowan, report CS 24-049. Item 4.2, the special event 2024-29, the Port Dover Jeep invasion, CS report 24-060. Item 4.3, the 2023 building code financial statement, CS 24-056. Item 4.4, public requests, speed zone reductions, EIS 24-024. Item 4.5, 2023 Parkland Reserve Fund status, report CS 24-055. And added recently is item 4.6, the Elwanger Drain 1 and 7, report for consideration, EIS 24-031. Would any committee member like to pull any one of these consent items for questions or further discussion? Madam Clerk, I don't see any hands up. So may I have a motion to approve consent items 4.1 to 4.6 as presented? Moved by Councillor Brunton and seconded by Councillor Huffman. Any questions? No questions. Those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you. We have deputations, 5 deputations today, and committee may accept the deputation for information after each speaker concludes. Committee may also direct staff by resolution to bring back a report on any matter for further discussion. Our first deputation is item 5.1. We have Brooke Martin, who's going to speak about the Norfolk Food Forest update, and she has handed out a pamphlet of information to each council member for the review. And welcome, Brooke. You have 5 minutes for your deputation. I will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining, and then we'll go to questions.
Thank you.
You want that up a little bit?
This is fine. Thank you. My name is Brooke Martin. I'm here representing the Norfolk Food Forest Initiative. Thank you so much for having the opportunity to be here today and provide an update. For those of you that don't know, food forest the idea is to mimic a natural forest ecosystem, but using edible and beneficial plants. So those that attract pollinators or a source of nutrients for the edible plants or provide ground cover or mulch. Food forests focus on perennial sources of food, meaning those that are planted once and become established and require less maintenance over time. And there are multiple layers to a food forest, including tall trees to shrubs and berry bushes, vegetable and herb layer, vining, ground cover, and a root layer. On October 28th, 2023, we were able to get over 100 plants in the ground at Waterworks Park in Simcoe. The apple and pear trees were donated by Schuyler Farms, and we had 2 pawpaws plants donated through Carolinian Canada, and then the rest of the berry bushes and asparagus were very generously donated from Ising's greenhouse. These plants that were done in October were mostly the tree and shrub layer, and then we hope to fill in the rest of the layers of the food forest this spring and fall. And this wouldn't have been possible without Norfolk County Council and their approval to allow us to use 10,000 square feet of the public park, which is located on the corner of Nelson and Chapel Street in Simcoe. The sign on the park says Waterworks Park, but in Google Maps, it's Chapel Street Park if anyone's interested in looking at it that way. Our next steps are to spread cardboard and cover that with mulch to get rid of the grass layer around the trees. And the mulch is being donated by Norfolk County and should be delivered within 1 to 2 weeks along with a water tank. And my plan is to have 1 to 2 work days a week where people can come and volunteer to help maintain the food forest through watering and weeding, as well as monthly education and social events where people can come to learn about growing perennial sources of food and see live demonstrations. Topics would be including planting, transplanting, splitting plants, planting pollinator gardens, how to prune trees, and things like that. We are going to be looking for donations for signage so people are able to identify the plants that are there and able to tell when their fruit is ready to be harvested. The idea is to increase food sustainability and have access to nutrient-dense food for people that may not be able to afford it. And we are also trying to recruit regular weekly volunteers as well as people that can come for special work days such as planting or spreading mulch. And we are also creating a committee, so we will be looking for a secretary, treasurer, and other people that would be looking to help us plan the food forest and educational events as well as fundraising. And if anyone's interested, please reach out on Facebook or Instagram. The information is on the slide there. Or email norfolkfoodforest@gmail.com, or you can text or call 519-410-7566. Thank you.
Perfect. You still had a minute to go. So, Brooke, we'll go to questions. Councillor Huffman's first.
Thank you, Chair Columbus. Thank you, Brooke, for updating us. I've been very interested in following this along. Your dedication to this is amazing. What type of roster do you have right now in terms of people? I know you're looking for more. How many people do you have that are kind of boots to the ground?
We have quite a large email list, but a lot of people are more just on there for newsletters to kind of be aware of what's going on. When we had our planting day, I think we had about 10 people come out and plant, but that was also a very busy day in Norfolk County. There's a lot of community events going on, and we haven't had another volunteer day since then. And there's a few people that have been interested in the planning committee, but we haven't officially had a meeting yet. My plan is to put another call out on this meeting here for volunteers to reach out, and then in a week or two I'll put out an email to see when we can kind of get the ball rolling.
I was just wondering if I could ask our CAO, we generally have a newsletter through that goes out to staff for Norfolk County, being one of the largest employers in Norfolk County. Would it be appropriate that we maybe could we put a little blurb in there and try and get the word out that they're looking for volunteers?
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely. We will speak to our communications director and see what we can do and put in there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Van Andriesch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Thank you, Brooke, for coming out and giving us that information. That's great. And by the diagram, it's quite interesting. How do you manage, how are you going to manage when the trees come to maturity, which are going to be about 5 to 7, and then your trees come to maturity? How are you going to handle the spraying of these fruit trees?
So the idea is to use organic methods as much as possible, and maintaining things using beneficial plants, like I mentioned before, using those as natural fertilizer. And the idea with the food forest is that it helps control pest problems and things like that, because there's so much biodiversity that it attracts beneficial insects that are able to control any pest insects and things like that.
I'm just curious because I've never seen success in using organic for the apples and especially the cherry trees and things
Right.
like that. So to me, it's always you're going to have to do the spraying.
Yes.
Have you thought about that and how you're going to manage that? Like, are you going to look for volunteers or somebody who's already in the industry that might be able to come and do the fogging and stuff like that?
Yes, so Brett Schuyler has been very generous with being able
Oh, yeah.
to give us information about that. The trees come from him, so I'll be consulting him in terms of maintenance. And then he also was willing to come and provide some education on site for people to learn as well.
And one more question then. You have a group organized, and so are you still looking for an executive group? Because you must have someone, because you're going to have this over time.
Yes,
And you want to
correct.
make sure that that is successful, because it's quite a big project.
Yes. We haven't officially created an executive group yet. Like I said, I'm going to wait for this meeting to see kind of who's interested. We do have some people that are interested in planning, just not sure in terms of like secretary, treasurer, how much they're willing to put on with that, and fundraising and grant applications and things. So that's hopefully by the end of this month, that'll be kind of more solidified.
Okay, perfect, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Anyone else with a question? Don't see any hands up. So, thank you very much for your deputation, and good luck with your project. You got a lot of work ahead of you, that's for sure, and all the best in recruiting more volunteers.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I actually have one.
Oh, Mayor Martin, I didn't see your hand up, sorry. Go ahead, Madam Mayor. You're kind of blurry here.
That's okay. You know what? I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Me?
Go ahead.
Maybe a bit delayed there. Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you to Brooke. Thanks for coming. Brooke, I'm really interested in your progress on this, because we've actually had developers come to council and offer to do the same thing, to, instead of, creating regular green space or park space, they've made offers of installation of fruit trees, among other things. So I'd really be interested in your product. Council doesn't want to endorse, fruit trees in residential areas if they're not edible and maintained. It's going to become more of a problem down the road. So just posted on your progress and your volunteer group as it comes as rolled out system. I thought we could be doing something really unique here in Ontario's garden.
Absolutely, that's great.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Brooke, and all the best with your project.
Thank you.
Our next deputation is item 5.2. Brent Stephan will be here to speak with respect to the Delhi Dog Park. Brent, to the podium. You have 5 minutes for your deputation, and I will let you know when you have 1 minute left.
There we go. Thank you, Councillor Columbus, staff, and councillors for having me here today. I guess this is going to be take number 2 for the dog park in Delhi deputation. Just a brief outline of what happened after the last deputation was our friends at the press got to the people around Delhi before Mr. Crinlin was able to talk to him as directed by the staff. And that created quite the little uproar in Delhi about the dog park location. So with every challenge comes new opportunities, and through staff and myself, we've identified a possible new parcel of land that could house a dog park. And this parcel of land is just south of Argyle Ave in Delhi, and behind the watering station. This is a little bit of an overgrown area. It's never going to be able to be developed. It's just sitting there. So we're thinking let's maybe make this into a green space. It's going to be very, very accessible from the street, because we can come in off of Argyle through Huggins Street and right into this park area. And also it's adjacent to the walking trail, or the proposed new walking trail. So we are now here asking if we can possibly change this land over to park land. And also the land which is just east of this layout, where I guess the roads department is calling this their boneyard. They're using this for some of their use. And this parcel of land would be absolutely perfect for parking. So you could just drive right in off of Huggin Street, right into the parking area. And we've got this this great space to use. And we're projecting to put the dog park on the south end of this, and leaving us a considerable amount of space for maybe a skate park in the future, multi-purpose court system. And we can utilize this land appropriately and bring in a park that Delhi is desperately needing and have been asking for. Delhi has been asking for a skate park for, I don't know, a decade now. So this could be a nice house for it as well. There is no development in and around that area. If there is a buffer area with the walking trail and more vacant space to the east of it. So we should never ever have any noise complaints, and it's an industrial area. So also we're asking, since we're talking about green space, if the large space to the east, which is also vacant, be turned into a parkland as well. It's a nice hilly location, not being able to be utilized. And if you're looking at your maps, this parcel of land is the burgundy color. The purple is the boneyard, which would be the parking, and the light blue would be the dog park / skate park, if you're looking at your diagram. The yellow section on the north side was just an idea that the parks division could utilize as their boneyard, so just move over to there to give us access to that area.
1 minute left.
Good. And I think that's pretty much it. We're just, again, trying to get a dog park and a park space in Delhi. We want to work with Norfolk County. We know that in Norfolk County's budget, there is a significant amount of money set aside for future use for a skate park. The King Club of Delhi is a service organization. We can go after some grants. We can fundraise. We can partner with Norfolk County to maybe move this project a little bit quicker than anticipated, but also save Norfolk County some money. So it's a win-win-win. Norfolk County gets to save some money. We get to get a park and name it, and the community gets a park that they've been desiring to have for a decade now. So it's a win-win, and I guess that's all I can say to that.
Are you ready for questions?
I am shooting at me.
Questions of council and committee? Don't see any hands up. Councillor Houtman.
Thank you, Chair Columbus. Through you to the deputation. Now, I remember you coming forward previously, and the location, if I'm correct, was supposed to be over by the arena. Is that?
That is correct.
That is correct?
It was going to go down the bottom of the hill by the arena, between the arena and Big Creek.
Okay, that's what I thought. Now, most of the issues regarding that location, what were the concerns of the public?
Noise.
Okay.
Having dogs in their backyards. Traffic was a big issue. They thought people would be parking on Western Ave instead of using the arena parking spots.
Okay.
And one individual brought up a very good point about the hill and the grade of, I guess it gets pretty wet down there after rain, so that was an oversight as well. So.
Okay, so you're okay?
Oh, we're totally fine.
With-
Absolutely. We, as a service club, we don't want to upset anybody. So, yeah, we determined through Bill that maybe this isn't the right spot. Let's think about it, and this is what we've landed on now. So the club has decided not to proceed with that original location.
Okay, all right, just wanted to make sure that you kind of weren't settling for second best here, but it sounds like this location is a great one with a lot of potential.
Yeah, this, like I said before, every challenge comes with new opportunities, and thankfully that maybe this did happen because there's a ton more opportunities that we can do with this land in the future.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Councillor Vanden Vici.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Thank you for the presentation. I know we've been looking for the dog park. You made a statement saying, just down the industrial road there, that it's not usable. How did you determine that?
Assumption.
An assumption? Okay. Because I'm wondering,
Well,
it's on
it's-
Industrial Road,
yeah.
I'm thinking it's industrial lane.
Well, it's because we have that watering station right at the very front of that location, so
Right.
I'm not really sure what could be utilized in there, and talking with staff, they were unsure what could be done with this property as well. So it's more or less of an assumption or a statement than fact.
But you did speak with if I could maybe pose the question to staff, if they could maybe give me an answer on that?
We'll
Yes.
get to that after
Oh, okay.
Councilor Andrieshi, after
Thank you.
Brett's done with his
All right.
presentation here.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else with a question for Brent? No? Okay, Brent, thank you very much
Thank you.
for coming forward, and we'll see where this goes. I'm going to call on Mr. Cridlin to find out where we're at with this and what he thinks the next steps should be.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to county councilors. Yes, Brent did a great job today explaining where we were and where we are going. The piece of property it's in concern, Brent is right, it's the county's bulk water filling station is in the front. So it leaves the back, which is grown up in brush. It's a bit of a liability in a way that some of the locals are dumping leaves and branches and garbage there. And we saw this piece of property as being located quite well because the trail, not that it's a county trail now, but in the future, the trail could come up to this. There is a subdivision to the north, to the east going in. So 10 years ago, I don't think this location would have made much sense because maybe 15 years ago, there weren't the homes, and now we have a lot of building there. And just to explain a little bit more, what the club is after first, that piece of property, we dealt with their EIS folks who actually own the bulk water station. We're going to make sure there is a sufficient buffer between the dog park and the filling station. The boneyard that Brent refers to, it is a boneyard, I guess, where the roads folks park plows there in the off-season. It is a bit of a snow dump as well, but we're going to utilize that for parking, so we don't have to worry about people coming to the dog park and parking in front of the bulk water system. And I think the only thing I will add, phase two, I was so good at handing out the paperwork, I forgot to keep a map of myself, but I think Brent's got it as phase two, is actually the old landfill site. So I think, just to be clear to council, that that'll take some more studies and some more work to be done. Landfills across Ontario are becoming, ex-landfills and more recreational in the future, but each one needs to be looked at and what we could build on it and what we could level and stuff like that. So phase two is a way away, but I think the club likes the spot, and if it works out, they're definitely going to be coming here to see what we can do to go to phase two. So long-winded answer, but I think it is a good news story for the club in Norfolk. Everybody likes the location.
Thank you, Mr. Cridlin. Okay, so I just wanted to mention too that on the weekend there were a number of youth in there on that site joyriding in ATVs. So we do get some traffic in there. Perhaps we should be putting no trespassing signs up or something of that, if that'll help, I don't know. Okay, I need a mover to receive the deputation as information. Moved by Councilor Van Andriesch, seconded by Councilor Van Passen. Those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you. Councilor Van Passen, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wonder, do you want the motion that we'd be interested in a follow-up report from staff on this concept? Or is that sort of included in the previous one?
I just asked the CEO that, and he indicated to me that it was already included in that as a go. Okay?
Great. Thank you.
Thank you for thinking about that. Our next deputation is from Mr. John Hagerman, the sale of Horty Road woodlot, and this is item 5.3. John, you have 5 minutes at the podium, and I will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining. Okay?
Okay. My wife Jess and I purchased our home on Winter Green Crescent 4 years ago, specifically for the green space behind. Most people on Horty and Winter Green built or bought for the same reason. All homeowners signed a petition against this potential sale. Our property backs directly onto the lot, with our back door just 30 feet from the fence and a low panoramic view of any buildings that might be developed on the lot. The woodlot serves as a buffer from Scots from dust and noise. It is also home to owls, woodpeckers, hawks, and many other birds, as well as squirrels, rabbits, and other wildlife. The woodlot was donated by builder Joe Mayer as parkland, and I've talked to him. The first home builders bought their lots with the understanding that this was to be parkland. It is a unique property within town limits. The county says they want green space, so why not keep it this way? The only access would be Highway 59, which would be dangerous. People with properties backing onto Highway 59 were stopped from having driveways already because of this danger. Another issue is grading. The woodlot is much higher than our lot. Will we have problems with flooding from any development? The grading sloped downwards from Horty houses, and further grading was done afterwards due to flooding. This is one of the properties where no maintenance is required by the county. There are plenty of properties in this county that could be developed without negatively affecting so many homeowners here who bought in good faith with a park green space behind them. I don't believe the financial benefits would justify upsetting that many taxpayers, and besides, not everything should be about money. Think how you would feel if you lived in one of these properties. I invite councilors to view these backyards if this comes to a vote.
Thank you. Can you just stay there for questions? Okay. No, John. Okay, are there any questions of Mr. Hagerman? No? Okay, you're off. Good. Thank you. We're dealing with that report later on. And you mentioned dust and noise, and I know that there's a lot of truck traffic parked up along the shoulder there as well. So thank you. Next item is item 5.4. We have Matt Palermo with respect to land rezoning LaSalle Street in Port Dover. Welcome, Matt. Again, you have 5 minutes for your deputation, and I'll let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
All right, my name is Matt Palermo. I live on Sunning Hill Drive. My family's lived surrounding the park for about 60 years or so. So today I'm just going to walk you through a brief history, next slide there, and of the outlining the legal and moral responsibility we have to Percy Ryerse and our community. On May 10th, 1958, Block A and lots 63 through 67 inclusive of Plan 424, Percy Ryerse Park, sold to the then township of Woodhouse for $1. On March 12th, Percy Ryerse legally shared the responsibility to preserve the park with the landowners, Patricia Driscoll, and subsequently with all future landowners. On June 4th, 1998, a letter from Mr. Driscoll, lawyer to Percy Ryerse, outlined in a letter to the city of Nanticoke at the time explaining the zoning error for Block A, now under the newer proposed official plan, displaying the continued intention of the land. Next slide. This is the approved registered deed showing the public park in question. Next slide. On the left, we see the second page, which confirms the grantor as Percy Ryerse, the grantee as the township of Woodhouse, the specified lot previously mentioned, for the fee of $1. On the right, we see the covenant agreement within that indenture. Next slide. All right. This explains that this property is to have and to hold unto the guarantee for their sole and only use forever, preventing the sale to any individual or developer. Next slide. In 1964, Percy Ryerse enters into a covenant with the landowners for the surrounding lots, in this particular instance with Patricia Driscoll. Next slide. This is an excerpt from that document. Ryerse Park shall be and remain a public park for all time, and further covenant and agree that insofar as they have any right to do so, they will not consent to or concur in any petition or arrangement regarding the use of said parcel of land otherwise than a public park area, and that's why I'm here today. Next slide. So furthermore, in 1998, the county rezoned the park. Mr. Driscoll, lawyer, writes a letter to council identifying the error. It was zoned as a neighborhood institutional, which allows for all types of buildings, dwellings. Next slide. Within Driscoll's letter, the intent of use is clearly defined. Again, it is to be a public park, quiet in nature, peaceful, passive, a natural park without any buildings, structures, or facilities. Declining facilities for seniors is also mentioned at this time. General healthcare needs of surrounding residents, mild, unplanned, and unorganized physical activities and exercise, both for elderly and children and their parents. This is more true now than it was then. The park is generally needed and used for walking, jogging, kicking a football, soccer ball, practicing golf, and for children playing games of their own invention and imagination. for climbing trees that Percy himself planted, for walking pets, etc. Again, reinforcing Percy's wishes for no structure or dwelling in the park. At the council meeting, next slide, a policy was suggested to make this a neighborhood park. A neighborhood park shall be permitted, and the recommendation was that a special provision be added to the plan to limit the use of Ryerson Park to only a neighborhood park going forward. The official plan problem when this was rezoned was that there was no land at all able to be zoned as parks at the time for some reason. I don't know. Next slide. In summary, the indenture presented earlier clearly shows the legal responsibility Norfolk County has to preserve the park in its entirety. The subsequent documentation clearly shows that Mr. Ryerse intended to create a natural park area that was to be preserved in perpetuity, not only by the county, but by the surrounding lot owners. The purpose of the park was to provide an open, unaltered green space to maintain the physical and mental health of his community. I ask Council to recognize the good faith in which this agreement was entered into for $1 in May of 1958.
1 minute left.
And to uphold the integrity and the good faith we saw then between a man and his community and this decision to serve as a reassurance for generations to come rather than a warning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Matt, you're ready for questions? Questions of the deputation? Oh, okay. Mayor Martin? Go ahead, Mayor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you to Matt. Matt, thanks for sharing all of that information. Where did you come across the documentation?
The first bit of documentation, the indenture, I actually found on the county website. I'm not sure if we actually came across that before in our research or not, but I did find it just within the last week when I just did a search for Percy Ryerse deed or indenture or any documentation surrounding the area or the park.
Anything further, Madam Mayor?
And yes, please, Mr. Chair. And have you had a chance to connect with the Ryerse family in the area? And if so, do they have a position or comments on the park?
I haven't personally, but I know that many of my neighborhood, my community around the neighborhood has. I've spoken with Peter Ryerse and Devin Ryerse, direct descendants of Percy, of course, and I believe they were at the last meeting when we discussed this, not council meeting, but kind of a just general meeting about the topic. And they are in favor of keeping this as a park without question.
Okay, and then my last question for you is obviously we're in a housing crisis, not just here in Norfolk County. So, you know, there is a lot of green space that provides a lot of benefits to our community, but I do think it's council's responsibility to revisit what we own, you know, not every term of council, but revisit what we own and make sure that we're providing the best and highest use for all of our residents, depending on what the, you know, the climate is producing for us. So given that it is a green space, it is a park, in your opinion, is it used? Can you speak to that?
Yes, I can speak to it. I use it personally quite a bit. I know we use it for community gatherings throughout the year. There's people out in the field all the time playing games, families playing baseball. I was out there playing rugby with my boys just the other day, people walking their dogs, people learning to ride bikes, anything you can name, everything that I mentioned in my deputation, all the things that Percy Ryerse originally intended for this park, it is being used for. There's very little maintenance to it, so that's at very, very low cost to the county. And with respect to the housing crisis, we have multiple developments around the outskirts that have already been approved for development and already have the infrastructure in place to develop. I'd suggest going forward with those.
Anything further, Madam Mayor? No? Okay. Anyone else with a question for Matt? Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Columbus. When you mentioned, I just wanted to expand on the maintenance of the area. So what does that involve and who's responsible for that?
So currently, I believe the county are the ones cutting the grass in the park. I've done it myself when it's been kind of long in between and only on a few occasions. But the expenditure would only be the price of gas to cut that lawn and the rate of pay for the people doing it. Things that we'd be happy to take on if that made the difference in keeping this a park. Now, the biggest expense of cutting the grass out there is getting the equipment to the area. which you'd still have to do with the proposed changes to the area. There would still be a park in the center, as a couple of the plans outline. So you would still have the cost of getting them there, and you'd be cutting 70% of it instead of 100%. Other than that, the cost to maintain, we've had some branches and things cut down before, but they've been left there. I've carted them away myself. I've chopped them up, burned them, or disposed of them by myself, which I'm happy to do. It's something I enjoy doing, and would do into the future anyway. But other than that, unless you can explain to me where the cost of maintaining this land come from, I'm open ears.
No, I just wanted to know from a resident's perspective what
Yeah,
what you see as the maintenance costs and what's involved.
Possibly planting trees into the future. Some of them are or they're at the end of their life, and
Are they? Okay.
yeah, they need some. There are a couple branches to come down, but it's always been taken care of. So.
Okay, and just to add, in the future, if there's a job being done by Norfolk County and it's not complete, please get a hold of Norfolk County so that staff can complete their job.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right.
Anyone else with a question? Don't see any. Perhaps you've referenced some documents there that you've got. Can you share those with the clerk's department, please?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, no
good.
problem.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, and we'll now move to item 5.5. We have Meg Palermo regarding the Percy Ryerse Park. I take it you live a right close relationship to the same park, right?
Pretty close. Yeah.
Okay, welcome. You got 5 minutes.
Thank you.
I'll let you know when you've got 1 minute left.
Chair, committee, and council, my name is Megan Palermo. As a resident and representative of the community surrounding Percy Ryerse Park, I would like to present information pertinent to the Norfolk County Land Review Report recommending this public park be rezoned and developed, and highlight the inconsistencies with Norfolk County's official plan document. Change of slide, please. This land was identified as underutilized and not significant for present or future needs. While the term underutilized offered no relative or measurable quantitative, no relative or measurable parameters in this report, I will paint a picture of Percy Ryerse Park for you. As Matt mentioned, Percy Ryerse Park is used daily by groups and individuals from all age demographics, from babies first touching grass or snow to our neighbors in their 80s and 90s who are still cross-country skiing through the park. A lot of respect for them. A variety of activities, including baseball, volleyball, kite flying, bike riding, maple syrup collection, cross-country skiing, dogs playing fetch, and community events. Wildlife, including deer, coyotes, birds, etc., can be seen feeding and accessing points between wooded areas. Several neighborhoods also use the park, as it is the only park in this area of Port Dover. Next slide, please. According to the Norfolk County official plan regarding neighborhood parks, section 5.6 states that the county will contribute to the preservation and protection of open space in the natural environment. This is the exact opposite of dividing, rezoning, and development of parkland. Section 5.6.1 states that the county shall carry out programs to acquire new parks, improve existing parks. As previously stated, several neighborhoods have been developed in the area with no public park included. In fact, the next closest park, public park, is Powell Park, which is 2.1 kilometers away. And the next park with significant green space for physical activity is Silver Lake Park at 2.2 kilometers away and is owned by the Lions Club. According to section 5.6.1.2 of the Norfolk County official plan, neighborhoods should be safely and easily accessible, preferably by walking, 800 meters or 10 minutes. As you can see from both of the slides or photos on the slides, the distance and time required is upwards of half an hour. Next slide, please. Neighborhood parks should be designed with extensive street frontage for visibility and safety. Percy Ryerse Park was designed with street frontage on all four sides, which we agree allows for children riding bikes, people walking, dogs playing to do so safely. Backlotting onto neighborhood parks is strongly discouraged. Why, may I ask, is the county permitted to undo what was designed well originally? Next slide, please. In 2022 and 2023, Sunning Hill Drive underwent a major road reconstruction project. Selling 3 lots would require tearing up newly surfaced roads, curbs, and underground infrastructure prior to resurfacing a major project that was just invested in and completed.
1 minute left.
Zoning would need to be changed and would be challenged as it had in the past. Has this cost analysis already been performed, and is it being shared with the public? That being said, there are several other approved developments which Matt spoke about as well. These would see hundreds of houses built with the associated tax revenue being much greater than we would see with the 3 lots being proposed. In conclusion, I stand before you as a representative of a multi-generational neighborhood, many of who are original owners to their homes, including the son of Mr. Percy Ryerse. I understand and respect the need of the county, but urge you to adhere to your own official plan. Protect your investment in the community. Keep our green spaces. We don't get them back. Thank you.
Okay. Questions to the deputation? Councillor Very.
Thanks, Chair, through you. Hey, Meg. Have you and Matt provided all of your information to staff prior to today?
I had sent, following the public engagement, sorry, I work in dentistry, so my technical terms aren't great.
You're doing fine. Don't worry about that.
Prior to, after the public engagement session, I did send the document with the exchange between Driscoll and Mr. Ryerse. I definitely emailed it to Heidi, and I believe I probably CC'd it to others as well.
Okay.
At the county itself.
But everything, like all the legal documentation that came from that, all this other stuff my question, I suppose, is staff seeing this for the first time today, or where I'm going with this is that we have a recommendation that's coming later, and I'm wondering if that recommendation was made with this information or if this is new information.
I think I would probably say half of it if I were to. I believe there's a document that that Matt shared that was relatively new to us,
Okay.
but I believe that the other documentation has been sent.
Great, thank you.
Perhaps we can get Ms. Van Dyke to comment on that following the deputation, okay?
Yeah, thanks.
Anyone else with a question for Mayor Martin? There you are, 150 kilometers away. Welcome. It's your turn.
This is winding it down here. I'm going to leave you shortly, but thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the deputation. So you are similar in the other deputation that came forward in a residential area. So you can probably speak to the similar uses that you particularly use the park for. Can you speak to other families' uses? I see we only have the 2 of you on for a deputation. So it's not just your family using the park, or is it?
It's definitely not our family using the park. There are only the 2 of us making a deputation because the information provided at a deputation can't be repeated. We could go on for an extensive period of time, but as I had mentioned, we have seniors who cross-country ski. We have young children. We have kids learning to ride their bikes. Part of what's great about the park is your ability to see all the way around it. You have an unobstructed view of that park side to side. And no, that park is used every single day, and not just by us, although we are frequently found out there, and not just by people in our immediate neighborhood either. We have several neighborhoods that have been constructed in more recent years that whether land was parkland was sold, like money was given in lieu of, but parks were not developed in those lands. So there are several newer developments surrounding our immediate neighborhood that don't have park space, and families often come over to use the park.
And you are still hosting, or do you still host, I should confirm with you, like community events like on May 2-4 and so on? Like, are you still using that park as that centralized location for those?
We do. So over the years, a lot of neighbors have come together either to have barbecues or to play, recreational type sports in the park. And more recently, the ages of stages of people have changed over the years, and there's lots of grandchildren who come to those events, and friends and outside community who attend those as well. And it's a really, truly wonderful way to see a community to come together and several generations show up at the park. And Matt, who spoke before us, his grandparents were original owners of our home, and therefore he has grown up with the knowledge and experience of community events, which is difficult to reproduce. And I think you tend to only see that in a small community. So losing that or parceling that would be devastating.
My last question for you, Meg, is it might not be a fair question for you, but I am aware, and I'm wondering if you are aware and then can confirm it, of community recreation uses that the county has asked families to remove from the park or asked people to not use. Do you have any information on that?
A little bit. So about I want to say it was kind of during COVID, like just past COVID time, where we were allowed outside of our houses again, and a volleyball had been set up, which was being used by several families, and whoever wanted to could stop in. So several families, my limited volleyball skills were put to test as well. And then one day, County showed up telling us that we needed to take the volleyball net down. And not that it was a permanent structure, it wasn't cemented into place, or it was, 2 poles in a ground and a net going across, which, we respectfully did, and we were told that we could erect it on like a daily basis, but by the end of the day it needed to be disassembled.
Okay. I think Mayor Martin's asked her questions. Anyone else with a question? Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Columbus. Thank you for your deputation and providing us with that kind of picture of the community. I guess my question is, we're not looking at completely eradicating the park. It's only 30%. Mm-hmm. So will those activities still be able to continue with the remaining 70% of the park?
Great question. So I would say, we talked about some physical activities. We also talk about deer, and in the one slide, it shows the park and kind of the wooded lots, and deer are often come there and then use it as a pathway going in between. Would the deer find another way around? Possibly. What I would say is, baseball games take place in that park, soccer games take place in that park, and kids learn how to golf in that park? And would it be great to build a few lots with houses backing onto the park and have that as a risk to those homes? I would say not. And do you have an unobstructed view? A lot of people from surrounding areas will come, their kids learn to ride bikes around the circle because they always have the right of way. They can go in circles for a long time. If you can't see around that corner, you can't see them on the other side. If you're walking, you can see somebody coming around the corner. I certainly know in some instances, there wouldn't be activities that could ever occur again.
Okay, anyone else? Don't see any. Thank you for your deputation, and I'll need a mover to make the move to receive the deputation as information. Moved by Councillor Duffy and seconded by Councillor Van Passen. Those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Now I'm going to ask Ms. Van Dyke if she can comment on whether you received the information from the deputation that was presented before you made your decision.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in terms of the information that was shared by Mr. Palermo, Realty staff is familiar with this document, and in fact, we posted it on the Engage Norfolk page in response to one of the questions that was asked. It is considered to be a standard clause that is appeared in deeds, property deeds during that time frame, whether it was to your house or to a neighbor's house or to a park. It refers to the type of property title that's being transferred, meaning that it's an ownership, it's not a leasehold. It does not mean that we have to hold ownership of the property forever. And in relation to the documentation that Ms. Palermo discussed, yes, she did provide it to me. All of the documentation regarding this property, as is noted in the staff report, has been shared with external legal counsel and has been confirmed that there is nothing on the title of the property that would prohibit the county from considering the next steps of disposition, declaring it surplus and disposition.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This whole little problem, it got me feeling rather old because I was sitting at the table with the city of Nanticoke back in '98 and listened to Mr. Driscoll's presentation. And I guess the gist of that was that this was specifically donated by Mr. Ryerse as a park, and that was the day before the rules required that all developers donate a certain, I think we wanted 5% of the land area donated for parkland all the time or cash in lieu. So this was done willingly, not under the rules, and that was the gist of his argument. That's why this park was special. So but those donations, if our legal counsel, I think there is a time limit on them, is there not? And I'm sure our legal counsel has checked into that all those conditions get waived after a certain number of years. Well, I don't know if that number of years has run out. Is it now?
Ms. Van Dyke, do you have an answer for council committee?
So, Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Van Passen, I can't speak to that time limit specifically, but what I can reiterate to council is that we have had a full legal review of the issue of parkland, land that was part of a subdivision in general, and this property specifically. And the opinion has been that council can consider it in a surplus declaration and disposition.
Okay. Councillor Berry.
Thanks, Chair. So Heidi, the bit where I'm stuck now, it says on the deed, their sole and only use forever. Did legal have a comment on that? Because that seems, if there's a time limit, forever is pretty clear that I guess, where I'm going, I guess, is can the county agree with a donor to say, yeah, we're going to do this forever? And then a subsequent council says, me. And that's kind of where I'm at with that, is I want to know, how do we honor previous council's agreements or not, I guess?
So, Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Very, and I will invite any of my other colleagues on the County Land Review Committee who have been involved prior to me to chime in as well on this answer. But there is nothing on the title of the property that is a restriction that the county has to abide by. And realty staff is also indicating to me that typically, if there is something, that the timeline is a 40-year expiry, but there are no documents registered on the title of the property that bind council.
Okay, I let some communication with staff go on. We're going to be discussing this later in the report, okay? So we'll move on with presentations. Item 6.1, this is with respect to a comprehensive parking study presentation. We have Chris Sadler and Mackenzie Riggin from LEA Consulting will present this parking study. Welcome, Chris and Mackenzie. Bill Cridlin, are you going to introduce this subject first?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just like to, yes, first of all, introduce Chris Sedler and Mackenzie Riggin, who are from Lee Consulting. In the crowd, or in the group here today, is Darnell Bernardo, the project manager, traffic services, Jim Milson, bylaw supervisor, myself, and Devin Hunter, the director of roads, who have worked with the Lee group to get this comprehensive parking study to council. As a little history, this is was a four-season study, so it took the majority of 2023 to finish the study. And a number of weeks ago, council was circulated the final report, and that was to give council time to prep for today and for the staff report that'll be coming in May. So what we've got today is the consultants on to do a highlight of their study, give council a little more information, let council ask a few questions, and the following CIC staff will be submitting a full staff report on recommendations to do with the study. So I think with that, I can turn it over to Chris and Mackenzie, and they'll probably be answering most of the questions today. As I mentioned, there's a handful of staff here that can jump in as well. So with that, I'll turn over to County Council and the Lee group.
Great, thank you, Bill. And we'll move to Chris and Mackenzie. Go ahead, 10 minutes.
Thank you. So my name is Chris Sidler. I'm the VP of Transportation with Lee Consulting. I'm joined here, as said, by Mackenzie, also has been my deputy on this project. Next slide, please. So when we initiated this study in response to the increasing demand for the use of the County of Norfolk's on-street and off-street parking, particularly within the waterfront and downtown areas. There was an ongoing increasing need to accommodate both the demands of the local residents for this parking, but also those of the businesses and that of the seasonal visitors that come into the area to enjoy it. We have undertaken this exercise in order to develop an comprehensive parking study to really address not only the parking needs and demands from policy perspective, but also to help establish design strategies to really bring and establish that the parking system that is put in place is really there to accommodate not only the existing demands for the area, but also the future that will be coming in. Next. Overall, the parking study really was focused on really establishing a set of guiding principles for how parking was to be viewed in the area. This really started with really focusing on understanding that the area that as we develop is going to be creating that is something that is accessible and is inclusive for all those users that intending to use it. Also, that we're looking to develop a seamless and efficient, reliable parking system, and that we're going to be collaborating with all the community members to create a support for that as an equitable planning recommendation at the end of the day. With our planning study, we went through a comprehensive review of both the various different planning documents that come into play when we're talking about parking, everything from the provincial policy statement all the way down to the local municipal zoning codes. So it was a comprehensive review that went into the development of our recommendations. Overall, a number of challenges came up that were evident. One was that there was a lack of available parking due to a low turnover rate in some of the areas. Next was an inconsistent right-of-way within some of the residential areas, making it challenging for especially emergency vehicles and city maintenance vehicles to navigate when vehicles were parked within the roadways. There was also an inefficient process to dealing with on-street loading areas as well as accessible parking parking requests as they were addressed on an ad hoc basis. And finally, there was a number of instances of illegal parking, both located on public and private property areas. Next. Our study involved undertaking parking utilization studies within a number of the communities within Norfolk, particularly from the parking utilization surveys. What was identified is that there is a substantial amount of parking that is utilized within the communities, and that there was a high rate of demand, particularly in some of the more tourist located areas. And that despite that some of the other areas with some of the lower utilization, there are pockets of demand within those areas where there are some street segments that are at or exceeding capacity with respect to the demands that are utilized in those areas. Next. Overall, we also undertook a review of a number of best practices that were related to parking in various similar municipalities across Southern Ontario. Particularly, some key trends that came up was one with respect to paid parking in commercial core. This is a very common practice that has been implemented across a number of municipalities. Often provides a regular revenue source for the municipalities and also serves to increase to encourage turnover rate. So that's the encouraging of people to utilize the on-street parking, particularly for short-term purposes as opposed to long-term purposes. The other element was with respect to overnight winter parking restrictions. Particularly as that this can assist with the overnight street cleaning, snow removals, and clearing out of spaces to really allow for the flexibility in the maintenance activities that are required. And finally, the last trend that came through was one with respect to seasonal parking permits to really help manage the parking demand delivery of some of the paid parking elements, but yet still provide an assistant to some of their local residents to help offset some of the financial burdens that paid parking could and does introduce. Next. Our study was comprehensive and included both public and stakeholder consultation. We had a number of in-person public meeting, but in addition to our in-person public meeting, we also had an online survey that was undertaken. Generally, the topics of that came through our online consultation, it really varied depending on the individual. If it was with respect to residents, there was more concern about not having or having the parking that was costed and charged for, where the businesses were concerned about having the availability for that parking. Next. So overall, other elements that came out through the consultation included lack of parking signage, lack of enforcement, There was some concerns with respect to, as I indicated, around the maintenance with respect to narrow roads and cars being blocked through the snow plowing activities, but also some difficulty in using the hotspot app, which was used for the on-street parking charge initiative. So our recommendations really focused around a number of key initiatives, building off of our public and stakeholder consultation, reviewing a number of Norfolk's counties and existing policies, looking into the best practices in the parking utilization service, as well as the design that was around. Really, these recommendations have really focused in developing around 3 groups. One, to address the supply and asset management of on-street parking. The next one is to help support the parking management enforcing strategies. And the last with respect to identifying curbside management strategies. So the next set goes through a number of our recommendations. I'll go through them relatively quickly. If we need to, we can go through them in questions later on. The first one with respect to an asset management database, we felt there was a need through going through this that we identify and develop a database that can be able to track the conditions and better plan for any required management and asset repairs that are required. Next. The next one is with respect to on-street parking expansion. Based on what we observed through some of the parking utilization, especially on the on-street, that there is a demand that would warrant a further establishing of off-street parking lots, which could help relieve some of the pressure that we noticed on the public streets, as well as help to accommodate some of the more long-term parking. Next. Next is respect to zoning bylaw parking requirements. It's understood as some developers come in. There is often a number of recommendations or suggestions to reduce the amount of parking supply that is provided within developments. Not having a streamlined or organized manner to address this, each of those recommendations were addressed on an ad hoc basis. We're recommending that terms of reference be developed for parking studies to establish a greater structure in how the relief from parking bylaws are introduced and considered. Next. With respect to paid parking, as it kind of been determined through the pilot, generally the paid parking has become successful in nature in that, there is particular focus around how paid parking can help encourage the appropriate parking behavior. We're also looking at the paid parking as helping to support encouraging a greater turnover with respect to the on-street parking and encourage greater usage of some of the off-street parking lots, especially for some of the longer term parking. Next. With respect to on-street and off-street time limits, we are recommending greater clarity be established around and the overall shortening of limits that are provided for on-street use. This is once again to begin to balance some of that use between the on-street and off-street parking lots. Next. With respect to seasonal parking permits, our recommendation is to encourage the development of a seasonal parking permit to really help support some of the local resident usage and allow an opportunity for residents to be able to have access to some of these areas and utilize some of the paid parking at reduced rates. So they're not subject to some of the seasonal or tourist parking rates that are subject on in some of the more downtown areas. Next. With respect to winter overnight parking restrictions, the key element that we found in our review of these was that there wasn't clarity as to when it began and when it ended, that this did pose challenges for enforcing when it was applicable and when it was not applicable. So we had recommended that dates be established for when the overnight winter parking restrictions are put in place, to not only provide better clarity for the residents of it, but also to assess with the enforcement officers of enforcing the limitations.
1 minute left. 1 minute left.
Thank you. respect to on-street parking personnel, there is a lot of encouragement around this to ensure that we actually are able to help encourage the appropriate behavior, and to do so, understanding the number of areas. We did want to reduce increase the amount of enforcement that was provided, having a dedicated enforcement officers. Next slide. There's two other kind of key areas that I do want to identify. First one, with respect to electrical vehicle charging, there is an increase in the need for electrical vehicle charging as time will continue on. There are new programs. The recently EV Charge On has been reestablished, so looking forward for that being implemented in the future. Next. And I'll deal with the next bunch together, but with respect to 15-minute loading zones, accessible parking, and loading for commercial businesses, we have established and recommended a process by which there's more of a design framework to be established around how and where some of these parking spaces are allocated, thereby moving them from more of an ad hoc, ad requested basis to a development of an exact process by which they can be implemented.
Time's up.
Jump to slide.
Time's
Thank
up.
you.
Okay, are you ready for questions?
Absolutely.
Okay. Questions for the consultant, Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just, I don't know, the couple of last pages, wonder if they could go through the summary of recommendations for me. I'm not sure if I follow all of those, the last couple of pages of their presentation there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect. That starts on slide 26. Okay. Yeah. So this slide really does summarize the series of slides that I was just going through, with that really identified either the existing conditions, the issues, the opportunities that we saw within each of these specific areas with respect to the comprehensive parking study. They focus across a number of key areas, as I kind of identified. First one with respect to the comprehensive database, to assess the assets management that are run and controlled by the county, understanding the conditions of them, prioritizing the improvements to the efficient use of some of the existing municipal lots. That's about really understanding where the improvements are going to be put into place, and the two of the database begins to work hand in hand with establishing where some of the investments to some of the parking lots need to be incurred. So working the two of those elements in tandem with each other begins to identify where key priorities need to be invested. With respect to the parking study standards and guidelines for new developments, we did think it was key and critical that there is a process by which developments, when they come in, can understand what the key requirements are going to be in order for them to, when they undertake a development into the area, understanding what elements we are requesting them to include into parking studies, what elements we would encourage to be incorporated if they were seeking reductions to some of the parking rates. So that includes things like transportation demand management methods, but also how can they contribute to the overall development of the parking system that Norfolk operates. Implementing seasonal paid parking during the summer months, pretty self-explanatory as a recommendation, reducing the parking time limits and establishing seasonal parking permits for summer months, really getting to establishing the when and the where people are able to park on street within the county. Same thing with the winter overnight restrictions, increasing the focus of enforcement around to year round, rather than being focused primarily in the peak season, to allow for that opportunity for it to be open for the entire year, that people can have that expectation to really begin to encourage and establish that behavior that we're looking for. Some of the recommendations you'll find within the study are focused on encouraging the correct parking behavior, not overusing more convenience on-street parking for longer-term behavior. And the only way that we can begin to encourage that is by supporting it with enforcement. Encouraging EV parking stations, whether that be included as part of new developments, but also within public facilities themselves, and utilizing a number of the initiatives that are being offered by provincial government to be able to really develop that establishment, and then also establishing those frameworks for establishing some of the curbside management requirements, whether it be the 15-minute short-term loading spaces that are been requested in a number of locations from retail since COVID, as well as the accessible on-street parking spaces and loading spaces for buildings that are particularly evident in some of the downtown areas where they have more of a historical building form that doesn't necessarily incorporate loading spaces as components in it. So they often rely on the on-street in order to support those uses. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Columbus. Through you to the deputation. Just focusing on the increased focus on enforcement year-round. Obviously, that makes sense because we just primarily have it in certain areas when we have that extra staffing through our summer students. Did your summary of recommendations, do you have a number in mind of what we would need to increase our staff complement to?
So that is something we began to look at. One of the key things that we understand is that we recognize that it does create a financial burden as we increase the staffing requirement. We do recognize, however, the complementary aspect of it is that the bylaw enforcement officers right now their staffing time is spread across enforcing a number of the municipal bylaws that are in place. And we don't really have a dedicated parking enforcement officer, save and except outside of the summer months. So at this point, the recommendation is to start small, whether that be establishing either a part-time officer or one full-time officer to begin to spread out the demands that are a requirement on the existing officer complement.
Okay, thank you very much.
Brunton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Chris, for your deputation. I understand your recommendations, and I guess it boils down to how we implement or how they're implemented, but my question centers around, I think in your report you identified 360 participants, is that correct?
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
And do you have a breakdown of where they came from? Were they individuals or were they businesses, or how were they arrived at?
So the survey that you're referring to, it was open publicly through the Engage Norfolk. So they included both residents, business owners, property owners, tenants. So we did endeavor to create that and understand the cross section by which we were understanding who was providing us the comments. We did then parse some of the comments down. So that's how we are able to understand, some of the business owners are specifically referring to there being concerns with not having the parking available to their businesses, where some of the business, where the residents are a little bit more concerned about the amount of enforcement and how parking is charged within the system. So we were able to parse some of the comments down to that level, and that did factor into the recommendations that we did make.
Well, I guess my question, if I clarify it for you, do you have a list of all those 360 participants, and could we see them, or can we get copies or an email that would identify what part of the county they came from, and whether they were businesses or individuals? That would be identified, would it not be?
We didn't. I don't think we. Mackenzie, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think we specifically requested them provide us their address as part of it for means of confidentiality purposes. But we had them identify themselves as to whether or not they were resident or businesses.
Mackenzie, did you want to chime in here?
No, that's correct. It was largely anonymous.
Thank you.
Over to Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Chris, thank you for your presentation. I have a couple of questions. I'll maybe start with, in your presentation on slide 6, and Kevin, you don't need to pull it up, but it talks about parking utilization surveys. Yes. And I'm just specifically looking at Simcoe, peak time 10 a.m. Tuesday, parking supply 90, peak demand rate is 0.74. These rates, is that annualized over the year, or is that in specific times? How did we get to sort of the 0.74?
Yeah, thank you for your question. When we looked at, we picked a period within July as our survey period to have it. It is not an annualized. This was based on a point survey and to establish what the conditions were across a variety of the areas within the community. So yes, it is limited in its identification, as it is not annualized across it, but we look to pick out what would be the peak typical conditions for the community.
And sorry, just to confirm that, so that's all of the areas that you looked at, which would be different from what is shown on page 11 in the actual report that has, certain sections in red, et cetera, because those have peak demand rates that are considerably higher and in the 0.9s and 1.3.
Yeah, so there are some areas that you start to deal with specific segments within the parking demand as opposed to the overall parking summary of it. So the summary on slide 6 is the overall for the area itself, where you're within the report, you're beginning to break it down into segment.
Okay, thank you. I want to pick up a little bit on direction that Councillor Huffman went in with her question in relation to enforcement, because I certainly picked that up as well in your report as I was reading it. And I'm wondering, it basically says we have an inconsistent approach to enforcement right now. We do it in the summer, and then outside of that, it's typically not a key area of focus in that, we're focusing on other things. So I guess I'm wondering, is it detrimental perhaps to have an inconsistent approach, or did you get to a stage where consumer behavior just dictates, well, they don't worry about it in the winter, so I'll just do it anyway?
That is correct. You get to a point in time where there is an understanding about how parking becomes enforced. People will become more concerned or attuned to it during the peak seasons. In the off seasons, they would be, as you say, a little bit more malaise about how and when they look to bend the rules with respect to it. That does create this a lack of expectancy within it, and a misusing of some of the existing assets within the system. So at that point, yeah, you will have sometimes business owners parking out front of their businesses for longer periods of time, yet at that not having the on-street parking available for customers and consumers who are coming to that. What we're looking to do with some of the enforcement is looking to create that consistent use of that behavior, so that there is this expectancy that the parking which is available has a specific purpose and use towards it. So on-street parking, especially in retail areas, are really focused for consumers and customers to be able to access the businesses, and not necessarily for the business owners themselves, who have the availability to be able to park in some of the off-street lots for longer periods of time, and be able to balance that behavior appropriately, encourage the more efficient use of the resources that are provided.
Okay, thanks. I have just two more questions. I'll stick on that sort of same theme for right now. What does your research show consumer behavior typically looks like in that when someone can't find a spot and they just move on? like what does that look like? Is that, you know, that's a common complaint that we hear in the business community, certainly in our urban areas and our downtowns, is, you know, if you can't find a spot within a few steps of where it is you're looking to go, you just move on and go elsewhere. I understand we need to, you know, train people that sometimes you have to walk, but what does that research currently show?
Well, when it comes down to it, you have the first time when they experience it, but then you don't have the next. Is really how it begins to boil down to it. They will come, they will circle around, usually, especially for when you break it down for tourist users, particularly. If they're not finding the nearest close space, you'll often get them circling in order to find some other near a space that they feel is appropriate, before they pick the lesser of their preferred choices. Usually tourists will want to prefer the closest location. Usually it's an on-street parking location for their demands before choosing an off-street lot, which that's usually a little bit more out of the way for them. The next time they come back, if they come back at that point, they are more concerned about the finding of that location and parking. They think twice about before coming, if the parking is not available for them for that. So that's the risk that you begin to run from from a business community, is that without having the parking nearby or having access to it in a reasonable timing manner, that people choose not to come and they go somewhere else in order to is able to support their means and modes of transportation into the area. So that is that balance that we are looking to find and establish, and making sure that the parking, when we do have the supply available, that it is offered and available for people to be able to be used in that manner.
Okay, my last one, Mr. Chair. I just might be a great segue, actually. One of your comments was about Norfolk being sort of on the higher end of requirements for development. And I guess I partially worry, and the folks around this table have heard me say this before, that I worry that that's sort of cause and effect to the position that we're in right now, in that if we keep removing restrictions and requirements of parking, we end up where we are, where we sometimes just simply don't have enough. So I'm curious what your comment would be, you know, as we are on the higher end, but do we put ourselves at risk? And then is there also consideration, you know, within that assessment of what transit looks like, and given where we are in our location geographically in Ontario, and, you know, we have limited transit options and linkages, you know, should we be looking to lower that or not?
When we looked at the zoning bylaw requirements and we compared it across the comparable municipalities, as you rightfully say, we indicate that you are a little bit higher than where the averages of a variety of different rates come out. It wasn't something to the point that it was concerning to us. Is it at a point where we do see that, depending on the particular type of use, you may get more recommendations or requests from the specific developers to reduce the parking supply that they're being required to provide? You're starting to get to that level, but it's not something that was going to warrant an overhaul for the rates itself. That's why we were the weigh-in recommendation that we made with respect to it was to begin to establish a structure by which there is a terms of reference that can be developed for developers when they come in, to be able to identify what the specific parking demands needs would be for the area. The other bit and component on this is it also allows the county to really understand what it is, if a developer is to reduce the parking requirements, how to vary that, or what do they have to do in order to vary it, whether that is utilizing some of the cash in lieu policies, or it is other contributions that they can make to the efficient establishment of a parking system within the county to help offset some of the parking that they may not be providing on site itself. So we think there are more opportunities provided in leaving the parking rates the way they are right now, but then opening the door to having studies being produced for the reduction in those parking rates.
Thank you very much. I look forward to the staff report.
Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to the presenters, Chris and Mackenzie. I have a question about the design review recommendations. I know that I'm just kind of referring right now to the parking lot at the location of Erie Boulevard and Abigail Becker Parkway, and the recommendation is to formalize those parking spaces with by delineating them with painted lines. That's a great idea. But on that same page, there's also a note that angled parking is not recommended in Norfolk County because it often can result in safety concerns and loss of parking spaces and that kind of thing. But would you be able to comment on where there might be angled parking that may be more effective in certain locations in Norfolk County?
Yeah, I can. Generally, when we look at angle parking, it can be good and it can be bad. And there are a number of precursors that really drive into good locations for angle parking. One is generally it to be located on a one-way street. This really allows for when vehicles are either entering or exiting the parking spaces that they're not backing out into oncoming traffic, as you often require more than just the one lane that brought you into the space in order to get out of it. So one-way streets are usually better for them. You're then also looking for streets that have very limited number of driveways or street cuts to them. So you're looking for blocks that have longer straight segments, because we lose a lot of parking at the beginning and the end of angled parking segments. So if we have a number of driveways that we have to provide access to, we really defeat the purpose of actually providing that. We're not getting the same supply that we would have even if we just provided parallel parking at that point. So there is especially like a perfect example is actually in Simcoe, where angle parking was established in the downtown area, opposite directions. There's a system that works with the one-way system in one direction and one-way angle street in the other direction, and the angle parking really does work as a good example in that. The others that we looked at, and a number of other implementations of them in general across the county, and where we saw them implemented, they were backing out into and would require backing out into the oncoming traffic. We felt this was a safety concern, and as a result recommended that. It's not something that we would encourage implementing further.
Mr. Chair, so thank you, Chris. I guess since you've referenced a specific section of Norfolk County and Simcoe, I'm asking this question just because I'm wondering if what you mentioned about maybe a side of a street that has few driveways, Erie Boulevard in Long Point has an entire section where there are no driveways, and that part of the north side of that roadway has pretty much, generally speaking, not a lot of residences on it either. I'm wondering if that might be a possibility, if you're familiar enough with that, for angle parking to be installed there.
Don't know if I'm particularly familiar enough with that area, and I admit I was down Long Point yesterday, but
Chris, you and everybody else in the world.
It was beautiful, still say. But yeah, I do recognize it's something we can take that back and talk to Darnell about that one and have a specific look at that.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Over to Councillor Berry.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I have a question just about going back to the 360 survey participants. In a community the size of Norfolk County, is 360 what you would typically expect? Like, is that a valid sample size for a survey response for something like this?
For a survey size, it's a relatively good sample size. Normally, especially when it comes down to policy documents, unless there's a real specific change that's in practical, that's something people can physically see. It's really hard to actually get that amount of activity and encouragement to be a part of. Generally 360 for a community with a population the size of Norfolk, we feel is a reasonable number to begin to draw some. Obviously, we take some care and consideration with that to understand the unsaid aspects of the consultation, but for us to begin to draw what the sentiment, what is really coming up from the community, it really helps us identify some of the key pain points for the community.
Okay, thanks. So I guess just my follow-up question / comment is it is, if you're saying it's what you normally get, fair enough, but it is less than 1% of our population. And to go back to what Councillor Brunton was sort of getting at earlier is that if of these 360, one or two communities are much more representative than other communities that may be facing paid parking, or not paid parking, but paid parking challenges, changes to bylaws, whatever it is. I'm just concerned that maybe we've not heard yet enough from some of the downtown areas. So I know there's nothing you can do about it really at this point because the report's done and it's fine. It's nothing against you guys. It's just a matter of perhaps as council and staff, we need to recognize that some more public engagement might be necessary here before we start to implement things.
Okay, anyone else with a question? Nope, don't see any. Thank you, Chris and Mackenzie, for your work on this. And we all know that although Norfolk County is said to be sparsely populated, we do have some parking challenges in certain areas of the county. So I need a mover to receive this presentation as information, moved by Councillor Michelle and second by Councillor Duthie. Those in favor? That is carried. Again, thank you for all your work on this. I will say that there will be a staff report coming forward next month from Mr. Cridlin's department, I believe, to tidy up this parking study, because the consultant has made recommendations, but we haven't really heard from our staff as to how they feel about the report. So thank you very much to the consultants. We have one communication item, item 7.1, a letter from the Honorable Andrea Congen, Minister of the Environment, Conservation and Parks. Helpful resources for the Provincial Day of Action on Litter. May 14th, 2024 is the day. Any questions with respect to this communication item? Don't see any, so may I have a mover and a seconder to receive the communication item 7.1 as information, moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Duthie. Those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Staff reports. Health and Social Services Division is first. Item 8.1.1, the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation updated regeneration strategy, HSS-24-016. Sarah Page is here, General Manager, Health and Social Services. She will introduce the report. Sarah.
Thank you, and through the chair to council. I'd first like to make some introductions, as the report today was very much a collaborative effort with the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation team, led by their visionary and hardworking CEO, Matt Bowen, and overwhelmingly supported by members of their board. Those of you who are in attendance today, thank you. We also have Zachary Bastian from Hairco Incorporated Consulting, who is here virtually with us today, providing his expertise. And I want to thank not only our housing team, but the corporate services team and finance for all their support in the creation of this report. We are, as you have heard, facing an unprecedented housing crisis across this province and country, and have had multiple calls to action, changes to funding models, housing reforms, and unique opportunities arise. This council has already shown the will and courage to embrace innovative housing models, responding to the needs of our community and providing ongoing encouragement for affordability initiatives across multiple services. Today, we are asking for further support for an ambitious but responsible plan created cooperatively to address the ongoing critical needs of affordable housing in Norfolk County. Focusing on modernizing our housing system, maintaining and revitalizing the units that exist, providing mixed income affordability, and addressing community need, the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation Updated Regeneration Strategy is a multi-year, sustainable, and responsive plan forming the future of Norfolk County community housing. Throughout Mr. Bowen's presentation today, you will see a strong commitment to cost mitigation strategies, including our working together to leverage any and all provincial and federal opportunities to offset municipal investment. This new regeneration strategy will put Norfolk County on a path forward that prioritizes innovative thinking, enhances our community housing portfolio, while addressing long-term sustainability. I'll now turn it over to Matt to present the updated regeneration strategy to all of you. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Sarah, for that very kind introduction. Mr. Chairman, members of council, thank you for the opportunity to present the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation's updated regeneration strategy alongside my colleague, Sarah Page. I would be remiss if I did not mention that over the past few months, Sarah's relatively new to the housing portfolio, but it's really been refreshing, to have her leadership and passion on the housing file. And, I wouldn't be here today presenting in front of you if it wasn't for her and the finance team, so I would like to thank them. I'd also like to acknowledge the hard work and support of the teams both at Norfolk County and the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation. We started this endeavor back in 2019, and this is really the third iteration of the regeneration strategy. So it just speaks to the poise and the ability for the Housing Corporation to pivot. We're small and mighty. And to that, I'd also like to acknowledge our board of directors for their unwavering leadership and support. A few of those members are here today. Our leader, Mr. Jeff Miller, and President, Leah Van Til from Port Dover, G. Montgomery, one of the great community stewardess, and of course our affordable housing champion, Councillor Kim Huffman. Collectively, everybody has been working through the challenges to bring us to where we are today. And we're really excited that we're here today actually talking about new developments and repurposing of housing. So what is our updated regeneration strategy? This is really a broad and high-level overview. Many of you have received probably hundreds of pages of documents dating back from 2020. So it's a pivot plan, lots of adjustments, lots of things happening here. But what I am going to do is sort of give you a high-level overview and talk about some of the key projects that we have going on. And I know in the staff report today, we're focusing on two new developments, one in Delhi and one in Port Dover. But it's also important to mention some of those other opportunities to optimize the housing resources and modernize our housing stock. And I know council's familiar with the ASH supportive housing program. That was one of the pieces of the regeneration strategy, a pivot plan to meet the needs of the community as well. Our student housing initiative that will be kicking off shortly. These are the repurposing of existing 50, 60-year-old housing stocks in Simcoe on Oakwood and Ashton Drive. And as well, a real focus on revitalizing the larger 4 and 5 bedroom units that we have, recognizing that family housing needs are important as well. So heavy investment in the 4 and 5 bedroom large family housing units. Some of the key, critical pathways that we've been able to complete as part of the regeneration strategy is that robust asset management strategy that lends itself nicely to the work that Norfolk County is doing as well in accordance with OREG 588 and our 15-year capital plan, which actually helps support the priorities of Norfolk County and allows us to initiate multi-year budgeting exercises and align with the different priorities of council. So with that, we'll move into the next slide. So one of the things that's very important, Sarah talked about this, and I think this is, across the province, across the country, it's the lack of resources that are available. So one of the key priorities or guiding principles that we undertake in all of our strategies, but specifically here, is integrating strategies, whether they're municipal, provincial, or federal. So before you today are some of the strategies that our regeneration strategy aligns to: the national housing strategy, national climate targets, provincial housing targets, Norfolk County's own official plan and energy management strategy, as well as the county's 10-year housing and homelessness strategy and community needs assessment. So for us, it was important, not to work off on an island, but to work in council and staff so that we're all working towards the same priorities. Next slide, please, Kevin. So specifically today, we're gonna go over two of the developments. The Delhi project is an immediate project. That's one that we're here to talk about operationalizing immediately. The Port Dover project, is a very critical project, but it's a project that's several years out. 2026, our commitment is to come back with updated financials to talk about that project specifically. But it's important to note that HNHC's been tasked to do a lot with a little. So these two projects are both intensified on currently owned lands. They're lands that currently exist in the community, and they're areas within our strategy that we recognize that we could intensify and create mixed income housing. And specifically in Delhi, we're talking about 16 units in total, 10 units which would be rent geared to income, and the other 6 which would be affordable housing units. And what that means is 80% of the market rent. In Port Dover, we're talking about the expansion of 25 units, 10 rent geared to income, and 15 affordable. And again, maintaining that affordability. And important to note that in our strategy, our guiding principle is to net new more affordable housing. So when we talk about rent geared to income and affordable housing, we recognize that it is our responsibility to maintain the housing level targets that exist, but we're seeking to exceed that and increase housing by adding more affordable housing units. Next slide. So the Delhi development, we have dubbed the Gibraltar Street revitalization. I know there's folks that have been a part of the community for a really long time. This is an area that we want to work with the development that's already happening within the community, and we want to improve that neighborhood. It is a mixed income community. You can see from the picture there with the dotted lines across the street and heading north. Those are all Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation homes, and they're all 100% rent geared to income. So our goal and strategy here is to diversify the neighborhood. What we're seeking is demolition of 2 units required to prepare the land. So within the dotted lines, you'll see a semi-detached home, which is 2 units. We're proposing the demolition of those so that we can occupy that area, which is just over a half an acre, to create the 16 units of housing. There is a developer behind the property that that is looking at developing that land. I know that there's a survey in place already. We don't know when that's going to be done, and we're not a part of that, but we're excited that we can help develop a complete community in that area that includes affordable rent geared income as well as market home ownership. There will be a road that will be going in there, and construction costs do include in this pro forma the parking lots and landscapings. Next slide, please. So this is just a conceptual drawing. Moving forward from here, we would move into a more formal process with a consultant to do architecture design. But when we look at the conceptual floor plan, it's pretty simple. We're talking about 2 floors, 16 units, passive house technology, which I'll talk about a little bit more, which is a super high energy structure that provides a lot of benefit down the road. But essentially what we're talking about here is 2 levels. So blending into the community nicely. There have been questions, why aren't we intensifying more? But really it comes down to dollars and cents. And we wanted to bring a responsible plan, like Sarah talked about, that is manageable and something that we could operationalize. Next slide, please, Kevin. On the Port Dover side, just conceptually, what we're talking about here is new parking lot for both buildings on Regent Avenue. We already have an existing building there, so we would be intensifying in the dotted area lines there as well. In Port Dover, we're talking about features like a rooftop common area where seniors could gather, and some nice landscaping to break into the existing community. Looking at the conceptual floor designs there, you can see the 4 levels and sort of how that breaks out. I won't get too far into the weeds, but again, what we're talking about is that mixed income approach of 1 and 2 bedroom units, market, and RGI. So Passive house, is something that we're really passionate about. It's a trend across, the country, if you will. And it's really a way to create sustainable housing in a way that, is happening across the province. Municipalities like Hamilton and Windsor, Toronto, have really sort of latched into this. And it's a European concept that's been around for quite a while. So we have a small video that Kevin's going to play for you just to kind of give you a quick overview of what it is and why it's important and what the benefits are of that.
Passive House explained in 90 seconds. Does your house have a heater in the basement or maybe a fireplace? Probably also a central air conditioner or maybe a window unit. Did you ever wonder if it was necessary? In 1991, a physicist in Austria, Dr. Feist, built the first passive house. Here's what he did. 1. Proper insulation. It's just like wearing the right winter jacket. It also doesn't need a heater. 2. No air leakages. There should be no holes, small or large, to let hot air out of the house. 3. No thermal bridges. A thermal bridge is like a road for heating energy in which warmth can travel right through your walls. As a matter of fact, most of our houses have thermal highways in our walls where heat can easily travel to the outside. Plus, the house needs proper windows most of the time with triple pane glass. It needs to be oriented properly so the sun can heat it in the winter and shade is provided in the summer. And it uses an HRV, a device that provides the inside with fresh air without letting the heat out. Add all these things up, and it turns out your house doesn't need a heater or air conditioner. So where does the heat come from? A passive house needs 90% less energy, and that can easily be supplied by your body heat, the sun, your appliances, light bulbs, and even your TV. This saves you a lot of money on your heating bill and helps preserve the environment.
Did we make it in 90 seconds?
You bet we did.
So I hope you found that educational. Passive house really is an energy efficient design standard that applies to all building types. Passive house buildings exemplify low energy use and lowering bills. And why that's important in social housing is our residents, essentially, for the most part moving forward, would be responsible for paying the bills. So that low energy and low utility bills lends to the ongoing operational sustainability of the building. But more importantly, as we see with climate change, it also fights against resiliency with climate change. It provides, real sort of stable economy for those rising utility costs. And I know it's really not a huge secret to the folks in Norfolk County because, the great folks at Endwell, they sort of lead the charge on this across the province. You have Dogwood Suites here on Main Street. There's another example of the YWCA in Hamilton. So they're not only highly effective models, but they're also beautiful structures as well that can integrate into any community. So again, with respect to Passive House and our overall strategy, not only are we aligning to different provincial strategies financially, aligning to these municipal, provincial, and federal targets on the reduction of GHGs or greenhouse gas emissions is important as well. So when you look at the slide that's above and some of the targets that are offered, we want to align to that. So not only federal and provincial targets, but Norfolk County's targets as well. So, and some of those are bringing energy consumption below 2018 levels and 80% of the facilities in 2024. And I know that that's still up for some work, but this is a way that the Housing Corporation can work in collaboration with the county to help you, to help us meet some of those targets as well. And of course, the ultimate goal of lowering greenhouse gas emissions and building sustainable housing economically and environmentally. Next slide, thanks. So sustainability, I think that's the sort of mantra of this presentation, and we're going to do that economically. We want to do that environmentally, but we also want to build sustainable communities as well. And I know Sarah and Heidi, there's a group of people that are passionate about this, but mixed income housing does promote a cohesive community that doesn't concentrate and segregate low income households. We know that communities are stronger and they're better when we have mixed incomes, levels of incomes, and socioeconomic people living all together under one home. And I think in the past, legacy and traditional social housing types created large areas of rent geared income housing. And we want to break those barriers down and create housing that's mixed income and in some cases mixed use. So that is also a guiding principle in these projects as well. We know that the cross subsidization of higher incomes with lower rents create financially viable developments as well. So we're not relying as heavily on a subsidy when we have 100% RGI. We have market rents and affordable rents mixed in that create those extra incomes as well.
You're actually out of time.
Yeah, I told you, this presentation is all about teamwork from the start to the end. So let's get into some of the dollars at a really high level. I know we've worked closely with Heidi and Amy, who's behind me as well. This has been a collaborative process. We recognize the financial challenges and pressures that are upon the county, but as Sarah said, to create the types of innovations that we need for this community, it does take some dollars and some investment. But to Sarah's point, in red, very boldly, our cost mitigation strategy will always pursue including whatever types of funding come up. And we see that in the case of Rapid Housing Initiative funding or provincial COCHI funding. We don't know when it's going to come, but rest assured that our commitment is that when it does come, we have shovel-ready projects to go after and recoup these dollars or any investment that council puts forward. So scenario number one, essentially what we're talking about is zero upfront municipal investment or capital with a 50-year mortgage subsidy. And this is the recommendation that Norfolk County staff support. Scenario two is just a second option for council to consider. This is a $5 million upfront capital contribution, recognizing that all options require property tax subsidy to the tune of $60K a year. So we'll move to the next slide where we break it down here a little bit in more detail. So again, the building composition there, you can see this is a basic pro forma. The large outbreak of the financials are embedded within the report. But overall, what we're talking about in the recommended scenario one is 16 units, 10 which are RGI, 6 which are affordable. We're talking about a total development cost of just over $7 million at $7.7 million. HNHC would be contributing through the sale of singles and semis that are currently being sold and the proceeds being placed into the reserve account, $2.8 million. We're looking at an estimated contribution from our federal partners at CMHC of $1.2 million and an estimated debt load of $3.7 million. And what we're looking for here from the county is that $176,000 a year subsidy for 50 years that would be locked in at a rate with CMHC. Right now it's roughly at about 4.1%. With all of that, we're looking at that $60,000 a year property tax subsidy in perpetuity as well. So that's scenario one. That's the recommended staff recommendation. And again, the second option is that upfront development, roughly around $7.6 million. We'd be looking at municipal contribution of $4.8 million. Again, the sale of singles and semis, over $2.8 million of investment from HNHC. And then we would be talking no mortgage, no subsidy. And again, that 60-year property tax subsidy in perpetuity as well. I won't go too far into Port Dover, but the same scenario would be presented. Our goal would be to come back in 2026 with the updated financials, because we know that the cost of development today won't be the cost of 2026. But what we're trying to do is to land on a strategy or a principle moving forward. So, and again, that could change. But our strategy up front has been, whether it's upfront investment or municipal subsidy, those are really the two options that are in front of us with a passive house structure. So our commitment would be to come back on Port Dover in 2026 and talk about that in more detail. So just at a really high level here, we only added the one scenario. We're not looking for approval on the financials today, just a principle. But when you look at the numbers, the cost to develop there today, the 25 units, is just roughly $12.8 million. And we would be looking at, again, the sale of singles and semis to help finance that development. But in this scenario, we'd be looking at a mortgage subsidy at that rate at around $390,000 for 50 years. So the question is whether do we want a 50-year subsidy, or is the ability for upfront capital an option? And with that, I'd like to thank you for your time and commend you, on the work that's been happening on affordable housing. And my colleague Sarah is going to talk about some of the specific recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. You ready for some questions, I take it? I gave you more than 10 minutes because I figured that you were part of the staff contingent given the report. So if you're ready for some questions, we'll go forward. Sarah, go ahead first.
Thank you, and through the chair, thanks, Matt, for that presentation. And I'll just get the last slide back up there. Sorry about that. We just provided a short summary of the recommendations that are found in the report, as they're quite extensive. But Matt, Zachary, Amy, and I are all available for any questions you may have at this point. Thank you.
Questions to Matt or staff? Anyone? Councillor Van Passen, you're first.
See if this is cooled off now. So, one quick question. The funding models, are they all based on no money from other levels of government, no grants, and any grants and possible funding models would reduce that number? Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Councillor Van Passen, there is a contribution investment through CMHC, through the co-investment program, but the breakout that we provided today, that is the only, so no other additional grants, because there aren't any available today. So our strategy, our cost mitigation strategy, our commitment to council would be that, as this project develops and we get into the development of the architecture, we would be actively seeking whatever grants exist, and then from there, of course, work at recalibrating those municipal contributions that council would make.
Further questions? Councillor Brunton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I read this report a couple of times because I have difficulty with the financing, I guess, but is the Delhi project shovel ready? Like you show your diagrams, like do you have an architect that's got things set up for you, or where are you at?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to you, Councillor Brunton, we are not shovel ready. The purpose of today is to become shovel ready. So we need service manager consent council approval to start the demolition process and the sale of more homes, at which point we do have the funds to engage a consultant in architecture, design, and drawings. Those are rendering, so we would come out with a full package. But the financial costing was based, on 2024 Altus guidelines, the most current financial data that exists.
So what I'm saying is, and Councillor Van Passen touched on it, right now, I like the federal government, the provincial government, all talk about housing programs or money that may be coming available. And you've touched on that at some point, the way you talk, okay? I guess what I'm concerned about is if you take that mortgage at it works out to about $9 million if you over 50 years. It's a big chunk of money. But our $60,000 is what you say is a tax rebate, right? Am I reading that right? $60,000?
We'll just put it up here. That's the property tax. So
yeah, but we rebate that, do we not?
That's correct.
Okay, and we're doing that, but you say for 50 years, unless some other federal grant comes in. Is that how you're looking at it? Like, the reason I say that, $60,000 will change because our tax rates go up every year.
Mm-hmm. Through you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, and I mean, the property tax is a bit of an unknown for us.
Yeah.
But traditionally, over the past 4 decades, that's what's happened. Property taxes are paid and they're reimbursed. But the cost of development, of course, there's interest, and right now interest is 4.1%, and that's why you're seeing that, you know, above and beyond what the actual development cost is, and that's why we have that option for upfront capital. You know, the option to subsidize it for 50 years is there, but that upfront capital, which our commitment at that point is to, you know, to Councillor Van Passen's point, your point is to actively, you know, go after funding. So recently there was COCHI funding. We weren't shovel ready, so we couldn't go after that. So it's a bit of a cat and mouse game. We have to be in a position so that, you know, much like, you know, happened at Dogwood Suites, we can go after the funds that are available. But until we're in that position, we're always sort of a step behind chasing.
Yeah, well, I always worry about the dollars and cents where we're coming from the taxpayer for us, right? Taxes. But I guess my concern is that there's a comment in here under financial services, and if I may, Mr. Chairman, it's for, I guess, maybe Amy or somebody. Somebody's made some comments in there here under financial comments, and I'd like to speak to the person that did that. So I don't know if Matt can answer that. If I wait.
Mr. Bowman, was that your comments in the financials, or? Amy. Oh, I see. We got a hand up in the back.
That would be finance, Mr. Chairman.
We'll have Amy speak to that.
Through the chair to Councillor Brunton, that's correct. So the comments under the financial services heading in the report came from the finance team. We'd be happy to answer any questions whenever it's appropriate.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, I guess looking at this, Amy, if I may, you comment that it's going to increase our net levy year one, but I assume it will increase our net levy for 50 years unless we get some form of federal or provincial grant. Is that safe to say?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Brunton, that's correct. So we're expecting a net levy increase in year one of $219,000, and then obviously as the property taxes would increase over time, then that subsidy amount would go up to cover that amount as well. But the mortgage payment subsidy portion would be fixed for the duration of the mortgage. So, but the property tax portion would increase over time.
Okay, I guess going back to Matt, do you think maybe we're a little premature on this yet? Is it a chance we could wait and see what the feds in the province? I mean, it's all over the news right now about money, and I guess I'm hesitant right now to jump in and say, yeah, I'm in, let's do it. But something tells me next week the whole thing could change.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, if your question to me, Councillor Broughton, is should we wait?
Yeah.
I would say no. We've been waiting in Norfolk County. Like I said, this is the third iteration of a strategy. We've actually reduced over the years the amount of numbers. You know, when you look through the regeneration strategy, I think the way the provincial and the federal system is set up is that we have to make an investment initially. What they want to see are projects that are shovel ready, and until we can, you know, gain the approval to demolish the properties and have the lands ready to develop, we're always going to be behind, and we're never going to be eligible for the funding. So our strategy here, and that's why we've parked the Port Dover development, because we're confident, you know, there's no crystal ball, and I can't guarantee, but with, you know, with the habits and the trends that are occurring across the province and other municipalities, folks are getting money. There was just $4 million of COCHI funding available in the community for new development. But because we weren't shovel ready, we couldn't access those funds. So this allows us to get shovel ready, and this enables us, you know, to start to move the needle on the development of more affordable housing, and more importantly, the regeneration of housing stock that's 50 and 60 years old in Norfolk County. There's only so much wear that these properties can take. And at some point, and I know you're going through the asset management strategy now, but these assets continue to cost money. So this is an effort to revitalize neighborhoods, to build complete communities, and to strengthen the existing assets that currently exist.
I remember sitting here a few years back, and you had a report, maybe you were involved with that. I think it was $11 million in upgrades to all our housing. I think it was around $11 million in that report, but it was shocking. But I guess I'm financially, we are not in the business of dishing out money, in my opinion, for a lot of things. But I have reservations for it, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
And over to Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess maybe I appreciate the comments of my colleagues here. Just to set the table a little bit, though, perhaps, I couldn't help but be struck by the comment on page 3 of the report, and Ms. Page, I might get you to just expand on it, but it says the centralized wait list currently has 476 applicants in Norfolk County. Wait times vary depending on applicant needs and availability, with special priority waiting 2 to 4 years, single or family units waiting 8 to 10 years, and seniors waiting 1 to 3 years. You know, I heard a report recently that in Toronto, people are waiting 7 to 10 years for housing, and unfortunately, due to medical issues and things like that, sometimes they are no longer alive by the time they find a spot on housing. I would certainly never want that to be the case here. Ms. Page, can you tell me just what special priority might mean?
Through the chair to Councillor Duthie, thanks for that question. Special priority is limited to women and people that experience domestic violence or are involved in human trafficking. That is the only special priority category currently that exempts you from the overall wait list and puts you on the special priority listing.
And those individuals are waiting 2 to 4 years.
That is correct.
Currently. So I guess my question then that goes to Mr. Bowen, what is the expected timeline if we're looking at the Delhi project from sale to building completion, and what, if you could cast some look into your crystal ball, what do you think might happen to that list between now and then?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to you, Councillor Duthie, that is a very difficult question. But on the operationalizing the timelines, we have been working, the team at H&H has been working hard behind the scenes. So we have demolition permits ready to go. We've already been working with the residents on a communication plan. That's one of the things that's required under the Housing Services Act. We have units that we can operationalize and move people quite quickly. In terms of the timeline for the development, our goal, is that, next year we would have things happening there. So the rest of this year we would be looking at demolishing the current properties, relocating the residents, engaging in conversations with architectural and design so that we can start the process of preparing the lands for development. And with that, it's not a big project, and because we have the land, we really feel like, by next year, mid to end of next year, things will be moving there. In terms of how will that impact that segment of the wait list, that's really, that's a really tricky one, because like I said, of the 16 units, 10 would be rent geared to income, so that those would be the folks that essentially would qualify from that list. The other would be open to low-income earners within the community that are also looking for a home. So that segment isn't captured on the wait list, but we certainly see that as a community need. And I know I can't give you an exact answer, but on the construction side, next year in 2025, we fully expect that things will be happening there. How it relates to the wait list, we know that with these long-term strategies, we can start to move the needle. But these two developments will not solve the wait list crisis that's happening in the affordability. But what it does is it just speaks to something, our ability as a community to respond and start to be a part of the solution. And that's, I think, really what we're trying to do here, is say that we can't do everything, but we've put together a plan that meets the needs of a lot of people in the community. It's not just rent geared to income, it's also people who are working, that are struggling to find a home, that can't purchase home ownership, or that there's just no affordable housing available within the community, especially on the rental purpose-built market. It just doesn't exist.
Councillor Van Andrieschie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation as well. My curiosity is, when I take a look at some of these schematics or drawings, I see a significant and a high percentage of singles, one bedroom, and space is about 500 and some square. Okay, that's pretty small, I guess, but to most people. But a single bed, but your demand is it as much in the one bedroom as you've got it? Because to me, there's an overload of the singles in comparison to what people are waiting for, because if a mom comes in there with a child or whatever, is that 500 and some square feet sufficient for that? Like, you're building so many of them. And what was your reasoning for doing that?
Well, that's a great question. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to you, Councillor Van Der Rishi. I started the presentation off by talking about aligning to strategy. So we came up with the unit count based on the county's 10-year housing and homelessness strategy and the wait list demand. So what we know about the current wait list is that it's typically the larger proponent of people waiting for housing are looking for those types of units. It's the smaller. I'm not saying that there isn't a need for family housing unit, because there is, but what we're saying is we had to ground our strategy on good data and evidence. And what we did was we looked at the current wait list of the county, and we looked at what the greatest need was. And based on, you know, the 40 some odd units we're building, that's where we thought we'd have the most amount of impact.
If I may, then, when we're talking about one bedroom, are we talking about you can fit 2 people in there or just 1?
Through the chair to Councillor Van Der Rishi, 2 people or 1, and 50% of our wait lists are single adults under the age of 65, so non-senior single adults or single childless couples.
Single childless couples, so that's where the
Single
majority
childless couples.
of demand
Childless
is coming
couples.
from anyway.
My apologies.
Okay. It's just my curiosity, because you're trying to do this in a multi-mix. You're trying to take a subdivision or an area and you're saying, okay, I want to put in this, but I want to blend in with the rest of the community. And so many singles in one portion, to me, is overloaded. But that's just my opinion. But where I see the demand is, then if that's, you know, I leave it to your expertise, not mine. But just oversight or looking at this, I see that as, in my opinion, I don't know if that's the greatest mix.
Okay. Mayor Martin, your name showed up here. Are you looking to pose a question? No? Okay, Councillor Hoffman?
Thank you, Chair Columbus. Thank you, Matt, for your presentation. It was funny because while you were kind of talking, just jotting down things, you know, RGI, seniors, complete community, passive housing, all of those things, you know, that you've taken into account for this development. I strongly believe in complete communities, and your data shows the units that need to be ready. So is there, and I understand right now, I mean, if you, as my colleague said, in the news every day, there's housing, and you do have to be shovel ready, and that's a criteria. This government is very much focused on being shovel ready. So out of the 2 recommendations, the 2 options, is there one that you prefer? Is there one that's better, or can you expand on that?
Well, that might be a bit of a loaded question, because I am, again, and I commend, we have had such great collaboration with county staff, especially finance, and I've had the privilege of working with Heidi for a lot of years, and you know, I never want to work against the staff recommendation. But if you're asking me personally, I believe the upfront investment is the way to go. Attaching ourselves to a 50-year loan, I think is problematic. I know in the initial upfront areas of it, it's difficult because we are talking about a levy impact, but you know, I think what it enables us to do is then to bank that money so that when other opportunities come up, what we've said very clearly is that, you know, if council agrees to that upfront capital investment, any other dollars that we find throughout the next, you know, several years and down the road will come back to the county. So essentially, you know, the recommendation is to bankroll that. If our strategy works out, what we're asking for is the county to bankroll that upfront capital investment. H&HC is willing to put in millions of dollars as well, but the portion of the funds, as we tirelessly go after COCHI and OFI and Rapid Housing Initiative dollars, that money would then be returned to the county. So that's my recommendation, but again, I certainly support the position of the county and the recommendation that finance has put forward too.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I just want to, kind of remind everybody that the former term of council took a leap of faith with the Dogwood Suites, and that worked out. We had staff who pursued funding, and that funding was granted because we had made that investment, and we were confident that the government would come through and support that. So I think we've got a pretty good track record going forward.
Councillor Brunton, again, second time.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, Matt, shovel ready, Delhi is your preference to go first, the way you've indicated. So shovel ready is, you say you have a demolition permit already for that one?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, no, we don't have the demolition permit ready. We have the applications. We have everything filled out and ready to go. But of course, we wouldn't do that without council's blessing, and that's why we're here today, to make sure that we have those approvals in place to start that. But our goal is to rapidly accelerate that.
Yeah.
We do have units directly across the street that are vacant to relocate. We've had interim conversations with the residents who are happy and willing to make that move. So I'm confident to stand in front of you to say that we could expedite this relatively quickly, and we will. Whatever funding announcements happen throughout the summer, Sarah and I work extremely close. We meet almost weekly on these types of initiatives. So,
okay, let me clarify here. A demolition permit, architectural drawings, is that shovel ready? If the building's gone and you got your architectural drawings, are you ready?
Well, according to CMHC, if we have land conveyed in our name, so if we have land ready to build and we have council approval on the project and we have a readiness,
right,
that's what we consider shovel ready. Right now we have the land.
Yep.
We have a strategy.
Yeah.
We need to sell a few more homes, which are all in the recommendations, and we need to create the architecture drawings, which we could expedite relatively quickly because we know what we want. We've already been engaged with a consultant for several years. So it's not like we're trying to figure that out. We work with the finance team. All of those pieces of the puzzle come relatively quickly. So I would suggest, we would work really hard to become shovel ready by the end of this year.
Okay, well, if you say the demolition permit is, you've got the permit, but have they set you a fee on that?
Yeah, the fees are all set.
How much is the
Through you,
demolition?
Mr. Chairman.
Have we waived that fee for you, or?
Well, that would be nice, but no, we haven't asked for the waiver of that fee. The demolition permit isn't the cost. It's some of the abatement technologies that we have to do, right? We're dealing with homes that are 50, 60 years old, so there's low levels of asbestos, so we need to remediate that to the letter of the law. So that's what will take us a little bit more time, but we've already engaged, with folks around that, worked with Pension to understand what the requirements are, so that, if we move ahead today or in the coming days, then we would be in a position to expedite this relatively quickly.
I'm trying to get an answer in terms, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot here, but to get shovel ready, what is the cost? Not to build, but to get shovel ready.
To become, through you, Mr. Chairman,
For the
to you,
25,
Councilor.
yeah.
I can use the comparable in Haldeman County. We have a development that's been approved at Ramsey Drive. In principle, it's a 35-unit development. For all the architecture drawings and everything that we need to do, we're just south of $1 million.
For 25 units? And you
35.
No, I'm talking, but up in Delhi, it's 25 units.
It's 16 units in Delhi.
Okay, sorry, 16, I get the two mixed up. But you own the land already, and it's the demolition and the architectural drawings, basically, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, the demolition, all of the work. So without the paperwork in front of me, I would be confident to say that we should be able to do that for under $800,000. But the hard costs of construction are expensive. They're not.
Oh, yeah.
We're not. We have to engage in a competitive process. There's a lot of work that we need to do to get to that point.
Thank you.
Councillor Huffman.
Question to Matt is, could you specify on a monthly stat what is the greatest issue? What is the issue that provides the most turnover for the wait list?
Excuse me, through you, Mr. Chairman, to you, Councillor Huffman. Well, looking at the data, the KPIs that we currently look at, unfortunately, it's either seniors who are passing on or moving into nursing and retirement or more supportive, living. And then, second to that would be internal transfers or, people who are overhoused that are relocating into more appropriate housing. But to your question, that's what it is.
So primarily, one of the top reasons that we have openings in our housing corp is the death of an individual who is receiving that service. And we have individuals now who are living longer in supportive housing, in RGI, because there aren't any spaces in terms of LTCs or anything like that. And these individuals are experiencing end of life in these units.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, that's correct. We are tasked to help support the system and achieving folks aging in place. There's community paramedicine programs, there's all types of resources. But when we look at sort of our move out, why people are leaving, that is one of the areas folks are either, passing or moving on to more long-term care supportive environments.
Okay. I think we've exhausted the questions. Thank you, Matt, for your time on this. And any final comments, Ms. Page? No? Okay, we do have a lengthy recommendation. I'll need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Huffman and seconded by Councillor Duthie. I will read that. And that staff report HSS 24-012, Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation updated regeneration strategy be received as information. And further, that council prioritizes affordable housing and approves the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation updated strategy for regeneration, including the sale of assets, renovation of assets, and new capital projects to maintain and improve the provision of community housing in Norfolk County, as detailed in the report and the presentation. And further, that council approves the general manager of health social services acting as the consolidated municipal service manager for housing and homeless prevention to provide consent to the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation to complete the following actions with regards to the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation's regeneration strategy. Number 1, sale of current semi-detached homes in Delhi and or Simcoe to maximum of 24 units between 2024 and 2028 to assist in funding the Delhi new development and 219 Regent redevelopment capital projects of mixed income affordable housing in Port Dover. Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing notification of such sales and provision of reasoning for pause or current rent geared to income service level in anticipation of expansion and portfolio enhancement. Number 3, demolition of 2 existing units on Gibraltar Street in Delhi, preparation of land, and initiation of capital project Delhi new development, engineering, and RFP preparation in 2024. The cost of this portion of the project will be recovered from the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation sold unit reserve fund as directed by council. Number 4, initiation in the 2025 of development process for Delhi new development project to provide 16 units of community housing, including a minimum of 10 rent geared to income units with capital construction targeting passive house standards. Number 5, initiation of land preparation, engineering, and site planning for 219 Regent redevelopment project 2025 to 2027, funded from the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation sold unit reserve fund to ensure the project is shovel-ready to access potential annual or one-time grant funding in the future. And number 6, actively seek any and all available grants, subsidized funding pathways, and explore listed cost mitigation strategies for the Delhi new development and 219 Regent development projects, Port Dover, to enhance any capital provisions from Norfolk County. And further, that Norfolk County Council approves one of the proposed options for financing Phase 1 of the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation updated regeneration study, as written in the Delhi new development business case and explained in discussion below. And further, that Norfolk County Council agrees to provide zoning bylaw amendment, committee of adjustment, and site plan fees toward the affordable housing projects in Delhi and Port Dover as an in-kind contribution to the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation. And further, that staff and the Haldeman Norfolk Housing Corporation will return in early 2026 with a comprehensive follow-up report detailing the status of the Delhi development project and with updated final costing and funding options for the 219 redevelopment project for council approval. It's a long one. Probably the longest one I ever read. Anyway, any further discussion? Councilor Brunton, go ahead. Recorded vote. Do we have a recorded vote in open session, Madam Clerk? Yep. Okay. We'll have a recorded vote. Any further discussion to be had? Councilor Van Pasten.
Which option did which is our preferred option for the funding? The option one? Okay. This one's still not working? Just on that, I also believe that the upfront option is a better one rather than tying in for 50 years. And it may be a way to do some creative cash flowing of it. Again, if we put up, I think the request would be for $5 million. If we can be successful in any sort of funding, that would come off the $5 million, as I understand it. I'm also thinking in our legacy fund, we have been setting aside $500,000 a year for a commitment that was made by previous councils to the hospital. I think that commitment will run out next year, so we potentially could use that type of thing to reimburse ourselves from money that we're fronting this project on. But overall, I think it's a better financial decision to front the money, the $5 million, rather than pay out, I think Councilor Brunton calculated in somewhere into the $10 million over 50 years. But I suppose I would need to amend the motion on the floor and take out option one and put in option two then. So, and I would put that forth as an amendment.
Right. What is the amendment at this point? So we're amending from option two to Okay, so what Councilor Van Pasten is speaking about is option two? Oh, okay. Yep. Okay, just so everybody understands. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
So we're amending what section of this?
Okay, we have our Treasury Department ready to speak on this matter. Go ahead,
Thank
Amy.
you, and through the chair to council, I just I wanted to add a couple of comments here, and I don't disagree with council at all. Certainly, upfront financing relieves us of the interest cost that comes with debt financing, and I wholeheartedly agree with that. But I would note for council that we don't have $5 million available to cash flow upfront right now. The only option I can think of off the top of my head would be the contingency reserve. In quick math in my head, that would put us below our minimum balance if we were to take that money out of that reserve at this point in time. So your only other option then would be a levy increase for 2025 potentially, or I suppose we could look at future contributions from the legacy fund, but noting that staff are bringing back a report later this year on our investment strategy. We're not 100% sure where that's going or what council may decide at that point. You would be locking yourselves into a certain strategy before you get the report and all those options coming back. So just food for thought as council debates this one.
Thank you, Amy. Okay, we've got Councilor Van Driesche.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. That is precisely I wanted to hear from Finance. Myself, personally, I couldn't support, because we just don't have the funds. I would support option one. You're proposing the adjustment to two. I would be supporting option one.
Thank you. And over to Councilor Brunton again.
Well, I guess we're speaking to the amendment, are we?
Right.
Okay. I didn't look at it like setting out $5 million right away. I looked at it that we're going to have money to let them draw on, similar to what the hospital, we keep the money in our bank account, if I could use that word, and they draw on it to get the demolition permit, the architectural drawings for the Delhi project to be shovel-ready. And hopefully they'll come along with, Mr. Trudeau or Mr. Ford will come along with some money to support this kind of stuff. But I'm not prepared to jump into this thing the way option one's laid out. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Huffman?
Okay, thank you. I guess my question to finance would be with option 2, and you said that one of the options could possibly be a levy increase. But if the HNHC, if we receive funding prior to that, that would negate having to do a levy increase, correct?
Through the chair to council, yeah, as I understand the plan that's been laid out by the HNHC, yes, that's correct. If they were to receive additional funding, it would come off the capital costs associated with the building. And that would reduce Norfolk County's portion to be committed.
Okay.
And likewise, if they were to receive funding, it would reduce the amount of any mortgage that we would take if we were to go with option 1.
Right, okay. And can I ask a question of Councillor Brunton? Could you expand, so you're not in favor of option 1, and so what is your preference?
Councillor Van Passen talked about $5 million, but Amy right away jumped up, says we don't have the money. Well,
So that's option 2, though.
Okay, but all I'm trying to do is feather this thing so we don't go way out on the limb. I'm prepared to say we'll put up $5 million, but we'll draw on it as needed to get the only to get the demolition permit and the engineered drawings ready for shovel ready. Okay. And hopefully things will change by then. Thank you.
Right at this point, we do not have a seconder for Councillor Van Passen's suggestion. Okay, now we can discuss it. Councillor Van Passen, you're next.
Yeah, maybe I need to clarify some things, or maybe I have them wrong, but when I read this report, the Housing Corporation doesn't need any money from the county until they actually start building something. This whole plan to get the permits to tear it down, all of that stuff, that's why they want permission to tear the house, or tear the one down. They want to sell some properties. It's only at some point in, hopefully, the probably end of 2025, when they actually start digging a hole, pouring cement, getting lumber, that's when they would need the $5 million to actually build this. Hopefully, as soon as we become the shovel-ready part, they're already going to be applying for funding from other levels of government. We got budgets coming out from the feds here this week. Hopefully, there's going to be a check right there for $5 million, and we wouldn't have to use any of our money. But I also think that there is, like we have different reserves. We have the contingency reserve. We got the council initiative fund. We have the land reserve. When we sell excess properties, that money goes, there's about $2.5 million sitting in that reserve. And, is it possible to sort of cash flow out of some of these reserves, and then we would commit ourselves to put it back rather than paying interest to CMHC for next 50 years, let's pay that money back to ourselves and put it back in. And, this is committee, it goes to council. It would give the staff a chance to see whether I'm totally off board or off base on this, or whether there are certain options that we could do. Again, we wouldn't need it until 2025 when they actually start building it. And can we work our way around it rather than committing our taxpayers to payments over the next 50 years? So that is the intent of this amendment, Mr. Chairman. So I hope I'm not flawed in my theory here.
I will ask Ms. Fanning if she can comment on that, your comments.
Thank you, and through the chair to council, certainly staff can go back and take a look and bring forward a memo and some information for council on some various options. Our financial flexibility is extremely limited based on our current financial situation. There's no question about that. And when we look at doing things like taking money out of here and paying ourselves back later, and hopefully they get grants. Certainly that brings some risk into our strategy in case the grants don't materialize or investments don't do as well as they think, or is that locking us into a certain investment strategy with the legacy fund in advance of hearing from options that have been provided from some vendors? It could be. So I would caution that there's some risk involved in doing some of that, but we can take a look certainly at some options and bring a memo back to council next week if that's the will of council.
Okay. Councilor Van Passen, back to you.
If we can get commitment from staff to bring those options to council, I'll withdraw the amendment, because we could also always amend it at council with that new information if it sounds viable. If the CAO, would you like that better rather than argue about it here? And we'll get the information first and bring it up at council next week.
Councilor Button, you're the seconder of that amendment we made, so are you supporting that?
I'll go along with it, but I want to make something very clear that, and I hope Amy is on side, what I'm saying is we're not going to throw $5 million in an account for the housing authority. We're going to borrow the money they need to get shovel ready from wherever. I don't know, you're going to come back with a report. But it's similar to what we did with the hospital. We're giving them $5 million, but we're not giving them a penny till they show us they're going to do something. And they'll draw on that money, will they not?
They don't need.
No, but I'm just saying, it's not a case where we got to throw $5 million out there right now. We pay as they go for the demolition and their architectural drawings, and maybe by then they'll have lots of money, hopefully. Anyways, that's
okay. The amended motion is withdrawn, so I'm going to ask the clerk to just give us where we're at. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Through you, Chair. With both the mover and seconder agreeing to withdraw the amending motion, because there will be a memo regarding more options brought back to council meeting, and there will be an opportunity to amend at that time if you feel it's necessary. So that puts us back to the main motion, and I believe a recorded vote was called for on the main motion.
Councilor Bretton, you still looking for a recorded vote on the main motion? Okay. So I read the recommendation as printed and read. So we'll call the vote. And that was moved by Councillor Huffman and second by Councillor Duthie. So can you go for the recorded vote, Madam Clerk?
Through Chair, yes. Councillor Breton. No. Chair Columbus.
Yes.
Councillor Duthie.
Yes.
Councillor Huffman.
Yes.
Mayor Martin, I'm not sure if she's, I think she's not on with
Not
us. Councillor Michele? Yes. Councillor Van Andrieschie?
Yes.
Councillor Van Passen?
Yes, with reservations.
And Councillor Very?
Yes.
That is carried, Chair.
That is carried. Thank you. And now where do we go with this? We've got the motion that'll be coming that way to full council then? Okay, good. Thank you. So, pardon me? Yes, I was just going to announce it. You read my mind. We are going to have a recess. So if you could be back here by 4 o'clock for sure, that'd be great.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a subdivision? If a landowner would like to divide their property into 3 pieces of land, they can submit a severance application that we explained earlier. Whereas a subdivision application is required when a landowner has a piece of land large enough to divide into more than 3 or 4 individual lots to build new houses or other kind of developments. The subdivision process generally requires a more in-depth review with a longer processing time to ensure that the development meets county's development standards. What is a condominium? A condominium, often known as a condo, is an ownership model where the building or group of buildings is divided into multiple units that are surrounded by common areas for circulation, servicing, or amenities such as parks and open spaces. The common areas are jointly owned and managed by the owners of the units. Residential condominiums are frequently constructed as apartment buildings and townhouses with private roads. Many shopping malls are also commercial condominiums in which The individual retail and office spaces are owned by businesses that occupy them, while the common areas of the mall are collectively owned by these business entities. A condominium corporation is often made up of condo unit owners who manage and operate the condominium complex. What is the difference between a subdivision and a condominium? One of the main differences between a subdivision and a condominium development is who is responsible for providing services such as water, wastewater, and road maintenance after the construction and occupancy of the dwellings or units. In a subdivision, the county takes responsibility for providing these services to individual lots. On the other hand, in a condominium, the county is only responsible to providing services up to the entry point of the development. The condominium is responsible for distributing services and the maintenance to the individual units. How are subdivisions and condominiums approved? To get approval for a subdivision or condominium, the landowner must apply for approval of a draft of the plan that shows how many lots are proposed, the lot size, how the lots will be accessed, including any new roads, and how the lots will be serviced for water and wastewater or other utilities. The planning team will provide guidelines to the landowner on the standards they need to comply with. Examples include road design, tree plantation, fencing requirements, and maintaining a buffer from any existing industrial or commercial sites, etc. Generally, the subdivision applications go to council for a decision, whereas most of the condominium applications are currently approved by the county staff under delegated authority. How are residents informed about a new subdivision? When a draft plan of a subdivision is approved, the neighbors receive an approval notice of the application. The neighbors have 20 days to appeal against the approval or refusal of the draft plan. Once the appeal period has expired, there is still a lot of work that needs to be done by the developer before beginning the construction. An approved draft plan of subdivision does not constitute a legal lot. It is merely a draft plan. Norfolk County must ensure that all lots are appropriately designed and serviceable through a subdivision agreement, and only then can the lots be registered and the owner can apply for a building permit. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is site plan control? Site plan control is a tool that planners use to evaluate a proposed development to ensure the site features and elements such as walkways, parking areas, and landscapings, and many other technical features meet specific standards. For example, standards may include engineering design, sustainability, and universal accessibility for barrier-free access to the building or within the property. What do I do if I have submitted a permit and I have learned my property is under site plan control? If a property is under a site plan control, the first step is to speak with a planner. A planner will need to learn about what is changing about the lands, which may or may not require a site plan application. What is a site plan waiver? Sometimes the nature of a development is so minor that a site plan application is determined to be unnecessary. In this instance, a site plan control will be waived. If you have learned from a planner that it is appropriate to waive a site plan control, you can submit an application form with any required documents to the planning department to receive a site plan waiver. Do all lands require site plan control? Not all lands require site plan control. For example, single-detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and townhouses that are serviced and accessed from a public road. Agricultural activities or farm buildings also do not require a site plan control. Most new commercial, institutional, and industrial developments require a site plan control. A site plan agreement with the landowner may be required to ensure that appropriate standards are maintained during the construction period. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hey, Norfolk County. Do you know how your property taxes are spent? Let's take a look together. First, we need to start with Norfolk County's budget. Every year, staff and council confirm the funds required to be collected from the property taxes paid by you and 35,000 other Norfolk County taxpayers. These funds contribute to Norfolk County's levy and capital budgets, which lay out how your tax dollars are used. The capital budget is also funded by the rate budget, the funds paid by residents known as ratepayers for water and wastewater services through their monthly water bill. The levy budget is used to deliver programs and services for residents ranging from emergency services like fire and EMS, waste services like garbage collection, recreation services like arenas, trails, and parks, maintenance services like snow removal and road repair, and human services like homelessness prevention and health education programs. Our levy budget also supports our libraries and museums, administrative services for council, and the many staff who keep Norfolk County operating. Services like recreation programs for children, adults, and seniors, and our Ride Norfolk transit program are also paid for with property taxes and supplemented by user fees. And across Ontario, a portion of each resident's property tax bill goes to our local school boards. About a third of the property taxes collected are allocated to the capital budget or reserves for future capital spending, which includes other funding sources like the federal and provincial government, reserve funds, grants, debt, and development charges, as well as funds from the rate budget. Together, the capital budget goes toward longer-term projects, such as our investments in water and wastewater facilities, as well as building and renewing our parks, roadways, pools, arenas, and other things we use every day. So the next time you hear someone ask, "Where are my property taxes going?" you can tell them to look down, look up, and look forward. Your tax dollars are at work all around you every day. When you visit your local park with your family, drive to work on cleared roads, register for swimming lessons, get rid of that old couch you've outgrown, or contact Service Norfolk about that pothole on your street that needs to be fixed. Your tax dollars are also being invested in initiatives to improve the lives of Norfolk County residents in the years to come to make Norfolk County a better place for future generations. While Norfolk County's budget is prepared once a year, your feedback helps us make decisions and plan for the future. We are committed to listening to you so that our budget reflects what is important to our community. Learn more about Norfolk County's budget at norfolkcounty.ca/budget.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000 pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations, welcoming about 27,000 customers every year, and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services. Hey Norfolk County! While winter is a time to get outdoors and enjoy seasonal activities, it's also a time to pay extra attention to the weather so that you and your family are prepared for snow, ice, and storms. Keep watching for 4 tips to stay safe and be a good neighbor this winter. Tip number 1. Get the latest local news so that you can be prepared for winter weather. Listen to Norfolk's local radio stations or visit norfolkcounty.ca/news to subscribe to our news emails for alerts sent right to your inbox. If social media is your go-to, follow @Norfolk County for updates. During a significant weather event, which may be declared when a storm has the potential to be dangerous, roads may take longer to clear, and residents are urged to stay home and avoid unnecessary driving. Tip number 2. Keep your sidewalks clear of snow and ice. Norfolk's winter snow and ice bylaw requires property owners or occupants to clear sidewalks beside their property by noon the day following a snow event. Failing to do so could result in a charge under the bylaw, or county staff may clear your sidewalk and send you a bill for the service. Tip number 3. Move your parked vehicle from the road to allow snowplows to do their work. During a snow event, Norfolk's parking bylaw requires residents to move their vehicles off county streets. Failing to do so may result in a $75 parking ticket and an expensive towing bill. Plus, when snow plows have to maneuver around parked vehicles, windrows can form, making it difficult to access driveways and cross the road safely. Tip number 4, give our road crews time to clear the roads. Our crews start with high-volume roads and then move to rural roads and concessions, followed by subdivisions. It may take time for your street to be cleared, but rest assured, we will be there as soon as we can. So let's do our part to be a good neighbor so we can all have fun and stay safe this winter. To learn more about winter safety, visit norfolkcounty.ca/winter.
Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
Okay, council and committee is on air back from recess at 4 o'clock here. We're moving on to item 8.2, Community Development Division, and item 8.2.1, the Community Grant Program. And Mr. Sloan, this is your department, and we have Mary Steiner, Divisional Coordinator, who prepared the report. Go ahead, Mr. Sloan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon. So the next item is the revamped community grant program that aligns with our Norfolk's strategic priorities. There's a number of historically awarded recipients that receive funding in 2024 as a reminder, and that totals $10,000. For the remaining budget of $24,000 for this initiative, the selection committee reviewed 33 eligible applications. And they covered a wide range of initiatives and community activities. We had many solid proposals. I believe there's about $163,000 in total that was requested from the various submissions. The grant selection committee was comprised of representatives from the council advisory committees and members from different staff divisions. And they did a great job of conducting individual evaluations and then a group review and providing recommendations. In the end, the committee is recommending distributing the funding amongst 7 potential recipients with the specific amounts as outlined in the report that's before you. So with that, myself or staff that have supported this are on the line for any questions. Thank you.
Questions to Mr. Sloan or staff? Councillor Van Adrishi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, I wondered if you could just give us a highlights of what each of those groups do and what's going, just a definition of each one.
Sure, through the chair. So the first one that's recommended, Norfolk Haldeman Reach, is looking at the Child Nutrition Network, and so that involves, and there is a description, so I should just start off that there is a description for each of these that is in the attachment of the report. However, that particular one is looking at food and nutrition and supporting our youth here in Norfolk, including at the, I think we're at $3,000 for that one. The next one is the South Coast Community Caring for Cancer, and that one includes funds that are specific to Norfolk families, and so it's Norfolk households and groups that often do have to travel outside of Norfolk. There is this group does help with some of the parking passes, and they have a bit of a, I guess a bag or something that goes to help. Yeah. It's like it's a helpful package for the group, and so this is part of that. The next one includes, I would call it female empowerment in terms of the Power Camp, which is, I believe, held in Norfolk and provides a number of benefits and help for primarily female youth, I think it's oriented to. The other item that we have moving down our list in terms of the recommendations, Long Point Biosphere Reserve, and that's more on the natural environment, the environmental conservation, and that includes, I believe, a festival or a new event that would, one, be also a tourist draw for the different urban areas and bringing people to Norfolk as a bit of a tourist destination and promoting the environmental and cultural sustainability. Helps with providing an interesting experience and some ecotourism in our area. We then have the Simcoe Heritage Friendship Festival, and they did have a larger request. The committee's recommending a certain amount for this particular one that is towards some of the performances as they're looking to expand the festival in some of their key areas. And that occurs in the summertime in Simcoe, of course. And then we have Pride Haldeman Norfolk, and that is looking at a celebration event, and that would be running an event that is inclusive, and there's some additional description in the report, but in terms of a lot of volunteers and getting this particular one going, they are looking at 5,000, I think is the recommendation for this one. And then we have the Front Door Ministry from the St. Paul Presbyterian Church, and this is looking into some supports for a variety of ways, but in terms of our low income or homeless and providing some of those social supports, and it includes a range of items, including food and other parts of that can be provided and donated to those in need. And so that's a bit of a synopsis. There's some additional information that's included in the attachment of the report, along with all of the other eligible applications are there.
Go ahead, Councilor Van Adrishi.
Yes, thank you. And just to continue, I appreciate that. It's just for those watching to give them a brief description of what is out, what was accepted here. And were you satisfied with the number of applicants? Were you hoping for more, or were you was it pretty well on the money there?
Through the chair, I think this was quite great for having the revamp program. The other thing is we had it aligned, and each applicant identified which of the strategic priority themes that they were looking to help in Norfolk and in our community to achieve. And so we hit on all of those different themes, and many of the applications were hitting on multiple themes as well. We did have quite a wide range. I think the selection committee at first, it was a bit of a daunting task because we had over 30 applications to review. Thankfully, with our new system, and we had some great positive feedback, of the program that we're using and made the process quite good, quite easy. It was quite competitive. I'd say this was quite a good amount for this kind of revamp first time at it.
Councillor Michele.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff. Brandon, I'm just looking at Appendix or Attachment A with regard to the grant that was given to the Long Point Biosphere Reserve Foundation, and you know, I certainly appreciate the as you said, the daunting task of having to decide which of these very worthwhile proposals and causes got selected by the committee. Just for some clarification, though, when I was going through all of these various requests, the Long Point Biosphere Reserve Foundation, it says they were requesting $10,000, and then in the actual text of the decision that they're requesting $3,200, which is what they ended up with. Is that $10,000 perhaps just a typo?
Through the chair, thank you for the eagle eyes and apologies. Yes, that is correct. It is a typo. The requesting amount that's indicated in the text of 3,200 is the actual. That is the amount requested. So the 10,000 was a typo.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Good eye, Councillor Michele. Anyone else with a question for staff? No. So we have a recommendation that's printed in the report. Can I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor, don't be shy, Councillor Michele. It reads this way, that the following Community Grant Selection Committee recommendations for the 2024 Norfolk County grants be approved. Haldeman Norfolk Reach Child Nutrition Network, $3,000. South Coast Community Caring for Cancer, $2,500. Girls Power Camp, $5,000. Long Point Biosphere Reserve Foundation, $3,200. The Simcoe Heritage Friendship Festival, $3,000. Pride Haldeman Norfolk, $5,000. And Front Door Ministry St. Paul's Presbyterian Church, $2,300. And further, that the minor update to policy MC-05, Norfolk Community Grant Policy, be attached to report CD 24-036 be approved. Any discussion to be had yet? All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you. Over to item 8.3, the Environmental and Infrastructure Services Division. 8.31 is D7806, the mutual agreement on Cedar Drive, Turkey Point. It's a draft, EIS 24-020, report prepared by Chris Dunn. And Andrew, are you giving this report? Oh, Chris Dunn is here. Oh, Darnell's here. Okay, Darnell, I'll get you to give this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm happy and pleased to present to you this report. Mr. Chris Dunn is actually online virtual with us because he's out in the field working on a few other drains, but happy to present this report. This report pertains to the construction of a mutual drain on Cedar Drive and Turkey Point. 4 adjoining landowners have presented a mutual drain agreement to the county with the goal of resolving an issue of localized ponding within the roadway, and that does spill into the front of their lots. The resolve will see a roadside basin installed with an appropriate outlet to the channel behind 368 and 370 Cedar Drive. Given that the road would benefit from this drain, the county would be a party to this mutual drain, and all parties will share in its cost. And with your approval today, this small but beneficial drainage project would be able to move forward. Happy to answer any questions.
The report is straightforward. If anyone has any questions, speak now. Councillor Van Passen.
I have no questions, Mr. Chairman. I'd be happy to move the report. You know, it's great when people don't just complain, they sit down with their staff and actually do something about it and work together with our staff to find a solution. So I'd be happy to move this report.
Great. Moved by Councillor Van Passen, second by Councillor Very. The staff report EIS 24-020, report for authorization D7806, mutual agreement drain, Cedar Drive, Turkey Point be received as information, and that council provide authorization and direct the CAO to sign the mutual agreement drain as presented, and further that council direct staff to register the mutual drain agreement on title to the participating lands and to construct the drain with cost recovery as outlined within the agreement. Those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 8.3.2 is the Delhi High School pedestrian crossover. Report EIS 24-027. Mike King prepared this report, and I take it that Darnell Lambert is going to give the report.
Through the chair, I'm going to take this one. So Darnell and I are tag teaming our reports today. So this one falls to me because much of this happened kind of before Darnell started with us. So this report is a follow-up on some of the conversations we had during the budget process, as well as when other reports came forward. And it's really related to the movement of people across James Street in Delhi. Just for a little bit of a history, prior to the construction in 2021, there was a formal pedestrian crossing near this location, just about 50 meters west of that near Pine Street. And then during the design stage for the James Street's upgrades, it was determined that the crossing would be better situated right in front of the high school and then upgraded to a level 2 type B crossing. After the installation, staff were made aware of 3 incidents of students being struck despite these upgraded signals, as well as a crossing guard being present at the time. Since being made aware of those, staff have revisited the site. We've collected some additional data, both from pedestrian counts as well as vehicular movements. And the biggest change that we're seeing is in the number of people actually using this crossing. And that is a good thing. By putting it in the right spot and putting the right things in place, we're actually having more people use it. Unfortunately, it's not resulting in the proper safe passage. So based on this review, an enhanced mid-block pedestrian signal is justified and will provide safer passage for our students. This is an MTO controlled corridor, so we have been working with them and we have their blessing to move forward with this work. So to that end, staff are requesting a budget of $150,000 to make these necessary amendments. This will be a full mid-block pedestrian crossing, enhanced overhead lights, over lane lights, so red, green, yellow lights for easy awareness for vehicles to stop, as well as pedestrian crossing. And the crossing guard will still remain in place at this current time. This will certainly provide safer passage for our students, and we'll be working as quickly as we can with council's approval so we have this up and operational prior to the start of the next school season. And I guess the final thing I just want to reinforce is there's still an ongoing need for education and enforcement. So infrastructure is a great thing. It can help, but it doesn't solve everything. So we'll continue to bring this up with the Road Safety Committee and work with our colleagues at the OPP to make sure that we have lots of visibility there to properly enforce when things are not going properly so we can keep our students safe. But with that, take any questions you guys have.
Questions for Andrew? Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Columbus. Through you too, Andrew. This is great, and I'm hoping that this negates some of the injuries that were occurring to pedestrians, in particular the students from the high school. I guess what my question would be, can you give us an update on any other projects regarding automated speed signs and hotspots in Norfolk County that you are working on or looking at right now?
Certainly, happy to do so. So you are aware we did our automated speed pilot last year, so we were not giving out tickets, but we worked with the vendor to do capturing of data in various areas. We did find one compliant area where speeds were adhered to. The rest of the areas that we targeted were pretty much the Haldeman Motor Speedway and a lot of speeding going on. So we have been working on our next steps, and in fact, Darnell and myself met today with one of the vendors to talk about the red light camera program as well as automated speed enforcement. And I think we talked before, one of the largest barriers was the provincial court system and trying to get signed on to various contracts. And because more and more groups have pushed down this path, it's becoming easier. So I think there is a light at the end of the tunnel for us as it relates to automated speed enforcement. Red light cameras may take a little bit more work, but I think we will have some solutions very shortly to share with you for automated speed enforcement. And although financials aren't set in stone yet, I would say it's more affordable than maybe we initially thought, which is a great thing. So it may not cost us as much money as we thought. And certainly, as I said, when I worked on this in Hamilton, it works very well. You see immediate change in driver patterns. So certainly hopeful that we can get something in the next couple of months in front of council to take our next steps.
Wow, very much. That's good news. And with that, I would be prepared to support staff's recommendation.
Okay, you're the mover?
Yep.
Need a seconder. Councilor Berry is the seconder. Any further discussion to be had? Okay, I just want to comment on this too. over the last 2 years, there have been 3 incidents there. One was quite serious, the last one. I'm glad to hear that there's a full red stop coming. That should alleviate some of the issues there. And I know this move will prevent a lot of parents from calling me at all hours about the danger there. It is a 4-lane highway, James Street, very busy. One time it was counted, there's over 10,000 vehicles a day going east and west, or north and south on that particular stretch. So, and it's the only crosswalk in Delhi that's serviced by a crossing guard. So, we have a mover and a seconder. I will read the motion. That report, EIS 24-027, the Delhi High School pedestrian crossover, be received as information, and that staff be directed to initiate the procurement process for the engineering, design, and construction of a mid-block pedestrian signal as an upgrade to the existing pedestrian crossover. And further, that the approved capital budget be amended to add an allocation of $150,000 for the installation of the mid-block pedestrian signal in Delhi, to be funded from the new incremental capital reserve. Any further discussion? If not, call the vote. Those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Our next report is the drainage report prepared by Mr. Mays, and who's giving that? Darnell Lambert is giving that report. It's under the Drainage Act, Report and Transition Report EIS 24-011. Darnell, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And actually, I'll take the next 3 reports from here going forward. I have a little... If Mr. Dietrich online could turn off his microphone, I think that would help.
If everybody can mute their
Thank
computers, please. We've got a glitch here.
All right, I think we've got it resolved. Yeah, there was one online. Resolved now. Thank you very much. So I'll apologize to the chairman up front. You had a long recommendation before you. You have a slightly longer one in front of you on this report. That being said, this report does respond to an earlier June 23 report on the overall state of our drain projects. And this report seeks council's acceptance of 3 Section 40 reports to cease further action on the Angling Road, Nanticoke Creek, and McClung drain projects for reasons set out in the report. The report also seeks council's acceptance of 3 requests for transition for the Kozak, DeWitt, and Van Loon drain projects to a new engineer as Dietrich Engineering sort of moves out of the business operation. And lastly, we seek council's acceptance of the engineer's request to close out the Gretsch drain project. This report, if accepted, will allow these 3 projects to close out and allow billings to flow forward that go out to the assessed parties, 3 projects to carry forward under a new engineer, and 1 project to simply close out. I have Mr. Bill Mays with me this afternoon in case you have any questions on any of these drain projects, but I'm happy to see that we've made progress in addressing a number of these drain projects that have sat on our books for quite a while. With that, any questions? Happy to answer them.
Yes, Councillor Bruntman first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I remember we did a report, or had a report some time back where there were several drains. I guess this is somewhat a summary of these 5. Is that, there's still more to come, I assume?
There is still more to come. You are correct.
My only concern here is when I look at the dates on some of these things, and we say they're going to go after some of the assessed parties. Are these people still alive, or are they around, or what? Like, what's the odds, I guess, of collecting?
You can have the chair. You don't have to squat.
There we go. Mr. Mays, I think you may have the best answer for that.
Through the chair to council is, I am aware there are some properties in these projects where the original petitioners on the project have moved on, sold properties. Some have transferred within families. Collection may be an issue coming forward. Once, or if council adopts these resolutions, our first step is to notify all the people that originally petitioned on these projects, because some of them are responsible for a good portion of cost on these reports. So the petition sticks with the owner at the time the project starts, regardless of time frame or process. So these reports are wrapping the projects up or carrying the projects forward with a new engineering firm.
So it may be like the POA fines we issue, is that what you're saying? Anyways, no, my other question is the Nanticoke Creek petition. I see we're on the hook for 125 grand of the 158, and we're gonna drop that one, but I guess, how did we get that far into it with nothing being done? I mean, was it that big of a project that we dragged it on? What's it say, 2007?
Through the chair to Councillor Brunton, is the Nanticoke Creek is a tributary to Nanticoke Creek. It's a water course that traverses through several farms. Owners have straightened it over the years, causing increased flows on neighbors and headaches. The owners petitioned for a drain to deal with the erosion and stream flows mostly, a little bit different Drainage Act type of a project. The Drainage Act can be used for any type of water management. The problem we ran into is before getting into a detailed design, we wanted approval from the Conservation Authority and the Fisheries and Oceans on what they would accept as a engineered design. That resulted in extensive surveys, watershed modeling, and studies by Dietrich Engineering to attempt to get a concept of what they would accept for a design. And then that never did happen. We sat for a couple of years, had short discussions with them, a couple meetings with them, and then it sat on somebody else's desk for a couple more years, and it just never did proceed to a final design. This project was kind of on the books of is it something that should proceed or not? Through discussions with Dietrich Engineering, he's written the Section 40 report saying, okay, the county is assessed a substantial amount of that cost. The county can retain the information that was completed if the county ever wanted to carry the project forward in the future, or the owners that did petition. It could be reused, but
it's done then. We're not, we spent all that money, nothing's gonna happen, right? For now.
Anyone else that has a question with respect to any one of these drains? Councillor Van Pass.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just got to make sure I understood what the drainage superintendent said. That the costs go back to the original petitioner? Do they go to the person, or do they go to that parcel of land, and it can always be added on the tax bill, but it goes to the land, doesn't it, not the person?
I apologize if I said that incorrectly. Is the drain assessments go to the property? The owner of the property at the time the bill comes out gets the privilege of paying for it.
I went through this when we started sending out bills that were 20-year-old and people only bought the property 3 years ago, and they tell you to go get it from them, and no, it stays with the property, right?
That is correct. We're attempting to do more and more reach out to owners. We have a lot of information on our county website now for real estate agents or owners looking to purchase properties about all these projects that the county has outstanding under our construction realm. To owners, property owners, they can contact us as well, but there's a lot of information on the Norfolk County site of your property may be affected by a drain, you better check with us. So.
What happens with if the latest owners of the property don't pay?
As with any charge or assessment under the Drainage Act, if they do not pay, it goes against their property and can be collected as taxes in arrears.
Thank you. Anyone else with a question? No? So we have a recommendation here. Mover and seconder, Councillor Van Passen is the mover, seconded by Councillor Brunton. The staff report EIS 24-011, Drainage Act reports and transitions be received as information, and that council accept the engineer's Drainage Act Section 40 report for the Angling Road drain and proceed with the necessary notifications and process to close the project. And that council accept the engineer's, I just read that. That council accept the engineer's Drainage Act Section 40 report for the Nanticoke Creek petition and proceed with the necessary notifications and process to close the project. And that council accept the engineer's Drainage Act Section 40 report for the McClung Drain and proceed with the necessary notifications and process to close the project. And that council accept the engineer's transition letter for the Kozak petition and appoint Ray Dobbin Engineering Limited under the Drainage Act Section 4 to examine the area requiring drainage and prepare a report. And that council accept the engineer's transition letter for the DeWitt Drain and appoint Ray Dobbin Engineering Limited under the Drainage Act Section 4 and 78 to prepare the necessary report for the drain. And that council accept the engineer's transition letter for the Van Loon Drain and appoint Headway Engineering under the Drainage Act Section 4 and 78 in response to the petitions and need for improvement to the drainage system. And that council accept the engineer's letter for the Gresh Drain and close the project. And further, that after the appropriate appeal process period, a levy bylaw be adopted to collect applicable assessments. Any further discussion to be had? Those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And I will note that Mr. Dietrich was watching virtually, I believe, on this particular passing of this recommendation. Moving on to item 8.3.4, the PF Potter's Drain. Its report to hire and request for improvement. Report EIS 24-019. And Chris Dunn, Drainage Superintendent, prepared the report, and this report will be given by Darnell Lambert. Go ahead, Darnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will note that Mr. Chris Dunn is online, should there be any questions on this one. However, this report seeks council's approval to appoint Spreet Engineering as an engineer under the Drainage Act to complete a Section 78 review of the PF Potter's drains for the purposes of identifying needs and to develop a plan to remediate the channel for the benefit of the parties that rely on this drain. Staff have received several notices from the benefiting properties along the drain who have been experiencing negative drainage impacts from its current operations. And given the drain's age and demonstrated poor performance, a review and action plan is appropriate, with improvement works following forward thereafter. With an engineer assigned to the project, we can move this one forward. So hopefully we can secure your approval on this one today and move this one forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. I see the original drain was 1938. Were you around at that time? Can you answer the question? In fairness, like, who petitioned for it back then?
Wow, I don't know if Mr. Dunn have an answer to that one. I certainly was not around. I appeared on the scene in '69, but I was too young to even gather information, but I don't know, to be honest. Unless Chris is online and has something, but.
And I appreciate that. Through the chair to council, I honestly too, I could tell you if I went back and reviewed the 1938 report, but it isn't the current report that that's under bylaw, so it's really no longer applicable. We just really look at it from a history perspective and kind of see when the drain was originally built and when it was improved in the past.
So go ahead. So for me, this is basically going to be a kind of a new build. It's not really maintenance, is it? By the looks of it.
And through the chair to council, this drain is kind of it's at that threshold where we're kind of beyond what is considered to be normal maintenance, and it really should be reviewed holistically to see what is the best plan of attack going forward. We could potentially, do substantial maintenance on the drain, but if it really doesn't address the needs for the current owners, being that we're almost 60 years down the road from when it was last built, it might defeat the purpose of going through that exercise of maintenance. So I think it's appropriate to move forward with hiring an engineer and get a fulsome picture of what needs to be done.
Yeah. Is the county involved in this one, or? We certainly didn't petition, I assume.
The county is involved by way of being an affected stakeholder, so we will be involved to some extent, but this drain actually primarily services farm and ag and residential lands.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Van
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. You have the 2A parts and that like the subsidiaries of it. Is that going to be worked on as well? Or is this just going to be the main Potters 1? Hello?
So through the chair to council, what we would be looking at the areas that actually have requested the work. That's where the original intent is going to be for that, but we will eventually invite other landowners that are in the watershed just to make sure that there's no other additional needs. Because if we move through the process and find out that, you know, 3/4 of the way through it, that there's other needs within the watershed that need to be addressed, we don't want to be duplicating work. So we will ask the question and make sure that everything is moving the way that it should. But right now the focus is at the very top end of the drain for the parties that have sent in the request for improvement.
Okay, just at the very top end, because that discharges down in that little creek, a couple miles down the 12th, right? Into that little creek. All right. I think at the end of the day, you're going to find you're going to be looking at the whole thing. So, thank you.
Anyone else with a question? No? So, I believe probably back in 1938, it was a human backhoe that dug this drain. So I need a mover and a seconder for the report recommendation. Councillor Van Den Riche, seconded by Councillor Brunton. That staff report EIS 24-019, report to hire an engineer under the Drainage Act. PF Potter's Drain request for improvement be received as information, and that council accept the request for improvement signed by various owners within the PF Potter's drainage watershed. And further, that council appoints the firm of Spreet Associates Limited in accordance with Drainage Engineering Services roster under Section 78 of the Drainage Act. Those in favor of the recommendation, that is carried unanimously. Thank you. And now we'll move on to item 8.3.5, the Long Point Causeway Road Improvement Project. EIS 24-023 is the report. This is Andrew Grices and the Jacob Columbus. Project manager prepared the report. Andrew, is that you? Darnell, okay, sorry.
Happy to take this one, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Columbus is online to answer any questions, and I will add a big thanks to him who had taken this project through an EA addendum update just earlier, actually late last year, early this year, answering a lot of questions along the way and guiding this along. But this report here provides council an update on the Long Point Causeway project. Report actually on a road that was built, I think, in 1927, so slightly older than the Potter's Drain, but been in this community for a long period of time. Phase 1 of the works was the bridge over Big Creek. It was completed in December of 2022. Phase 2 works did require an amendment to the original EA, as the ability to deliver a widened road platform over the balance of the causeway was deemed cost prohibitive. And I think a number of you will remember a earlier March 23 report that informed council that the road could only be improved within its existing footprint. At the time, we were also advised that you were also advised that the new paved road would provide for 2 4-meter wide lanes with additional space on the outside of those lanes. During the development of the EA addendum material, however, staff realized that significant portions of the roadway would not provide additional space beyond the 4-meter wide lane. In consideration of this, the road space was reallocated to provide 2 3.25-meter wide lanes, and space beyond that would range from 0.75 meter to 1.25 meters over the entire length of the road. This reduced lane width would aid in tempering operating speeds, and the additional space offers some consistent level of sheltering to those who may choose to walk or cycle along the edge of this road. This modified pavement space was presented to the public through the EA addendum and received a positive response. Additionally, staff are proposing to position the wildlife barrier, for those who have ventured out onto the causeway since it was rebuilt, closer to the water's edge to minimize conflict with our winter operations. We're also proposing the installation of some gateway signs to inform road users of the prohibition on roadside parking, along this causeway and to inform them where there are appropriate parking and viewing platforms. We will monitor compliance along this road, and if necessary, we'll add additional signs if required. Lastly, we did receive some comments on the active tree management program underway along the causeway. And the tree management program nicely includes a replanting component that will include some community engagement and consultation before it moves forward, and the planning will proceed after construction is complete. The EA addendum, I'm happy to say, was successfully concluded in early February without any bump-up requests and is set to move forward this year. And I was happy to bring this forward to you just to inform you on the status of this project. If you have any questions, happy to answer them.
Are there any questions for Mr. Lambert regarding this project? Councillor Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few questions. I guess I just want to start by complimenting staff on a very thorough report, and also the ease with which it is possible to read this report and understand the entire project, but most specifically the reasons why the modifications to the original plan had to be made. So I really want to thank staff for their efforts in that area. I understand that, and from what you said, Mr. Lambert, that the behavior of the use of the road will be monitored. I'm just wondering if you could maybe elaborate a little bit on how that will be monitored.
Well, certainly the public does a wonderful job of providing us comments on what's happening along the causeway. But I think even through some routine visits to the site, especially after the new roadway is introduced to the public, to see if there is compliance to that behavior. That's probably the best way that we're going to tell. So I think we will have staff kind of taking at different points during the day and most likely over the weekends just to see if parking does reoccur along the roadside edge and what the appropriate steps would be. The point of introducing a gateway signs was to avoid, I'll call it pollution by sign along the causeway. And hopefully just that gateway sign will entice people to comply. But if not, then we have the option to add signs when necessary so that enforcement can follow if we need to take that step.
Thank you, Darnell and Mr. Chair. Just a couple more. Darnell, could you just perhaps explain what's going to be done during the actual construction process to minimize any traffic congestion that might have some impact on property owners or business owners?
First and foremost, through you, Mr. Chairman, first and foremost would be timing. This project has not been let out to tender yet. We plan to issue it shortly so that construction can start in and around second week of September. It's a fairly simple project to deliver now that it's been narrowed in its scope, but that will allow us to avoid the bulk of the summer season of the seasonal people that visit out onto the causeway. Traffic will be managed by flag personnel being out there on site so that they can, be there and allow the appropriate lane to be open and closed and allow traffic to continue to move. We would not be employing what you had probably seen earlier under the bridge project with temporary signals being put in place so that people had to wait regardless of not having opposing traffic facing them. So, when the construction personnel are not on site, the lanes would be opened back up for them to be able to flow, but when they're actively on site, it'll be down to one lane to allow them to proceed and manage the traffic that way.
Thank you, Darnell. And Mr. Chair, I see also that Mr. Biddle, our forestry supervisor, is here. So I've got a question for Adam. Adam, the report says that the original trees, the cottonwoods and the willows, were not particularly ideal for this type of project, but that's what was chosen at the time. So when the replanting takes place, and by the way, I'm pleased to hear that there's going to be some community engagement in that replanting process, but do you have some idea now about what types of trees or vegetation that will be used for that replanting?
Thank you, and through the chair to Councillor Michele, we will be sticking with mostly native species that are able to withstand the exposure on that site. So things like bur oak, tulip tree, sycamore. We'll have a list of approved species, then we'll work with homeowners and cottage owners to plant in appropriate spots. We are really limited on the causeway as to where we can plant. It'll probably be limited just in front of cottage frontages. Anywhere where there's not a cottage, there is no shoulders to plant on. So we will be very limited, but we will be looking up Highway 59 and Front Road also.
Okay. Thank you, Adam. And Mr. Chair, if any of my colleagues have a question, I'd like to defer to them for a moment. If
Okay,
they do.
anyone else with a question before we go back to Councillor Michele? Doesn't look like it. Go ahead. It's your
Okay.
ward, Councillor Michele.
Thank you. I guess there is always a bit of concern about the exclusionary wildlife fencing as far as the winter and summer concerns about it. Can you maybe just comment on maybe the potential problems that might exist, especially in the wintertime with that fencing?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the typical problems with exclusionary fence in the winter really depends on where it's placed. I think if you go out there to the causeway today, the existing fence, while placed at the upper shoulder of the road, it actually benefits from having the additional, there's a 1.5 meter shoulder and a 1.5 meter paved shoulder over the section where the bridge was built. That does allow for some snow storage space without pressing up against the fence. In the section that we're now looking at to rehabilitate, but because we have to work within the constrained platform, if we were to put the exclusionary fence up against the pavement, there would definitely be conflict with the snowplow operations, and you would probably see high degrees of damage from the snowplow going by. And that's why there was a decision to make it and place it lower down on the slope near the water's edge.
Thank you, Darnell. And I guess I just have one other question, which do you anticipate any other modifications being required that maybe are still not perfectly finalized?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the only one I could think of, and it will go back to a comment or discussion held by Mr. Grice earlier, despite a lot of passive efforts to control and temper speeds within our roadways, which is why we were suggesting going with a narrower lane width. That's a passive measure, to be honest with you. That's where we throw line markings down and put signs up, and hopefully our public will obey by them. But if they don't, and we find that operating speeds do creep upwards, certainly tools like the ASC is something that could be employed in an area like this if we find that becomes an issue.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, just my final item is just maybe a comment, if I may. I just want to thank the staff for the manner in which they have handled the resident questions, of which there have been many, and the concerns that they've had over the past year of this process, and also to thank you for the open communication that you've had. I think people in and around Long Point feel very well informed about this, and I think many of them have been very impressed with the amount of transparency I think that you have provided to them. So I want to thank you for that.
Anyone else? No? Okay, sounds like staff has certainly done their homework with respect to this project. Mover and a seconder for the Councillor Michele is the mover, seconded by Councillor Brunton, that the information memo regarding the Long Point Causeway Road Improvement Project, EIS 24-023, be received as information. Those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to Operations Division, the proposed public tree maintenance bylaw, OPS 23-026 is the report. Mr. Credlin, you were wishing to introduce this report. We have Mr. Adam Biddle, Supervisor of Forestry, here who prepared the report. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through County Council, yes, the proposed public tree maintenance bylaw is going to be presented by Adam Biddle. And I just wanted a couple introductory reports that it wasn't too long ago that Adam and I were here and we had the forest conservation bylaw we put forward, which was very contentious, as folks know, across the community. Trees are very near and dear to a lot of people in Norfolk's hearts. This report is more on dealing with publicly owned trees, and with that there are always going to be border trees where they're partly owned by the county and partly owned by private landowners. So that is the only contentious part of probably this bylaw. As far as public consultant, we did meet, or Adam did, can't take credit for it, with the Ag Advisory Committee to make sure, because our farmers, our agricultural people own a lot of our land in Norfolk County, and it was passed by them with a few questions and no concerns. So with that, I'll turn it over to Adam to fully explain the report and go through the bylaw itself. Thank you.
Okay, and thanks for that introduction, Bill. As Bill mentioned, this bylaw deals strictly with public trees or boundary trees, and what it does is it does create a formal policy to let everyone know and allow staff, provide staff guidance on how we handle situations as they relate to county-owned trees. So operations staff are responsible for the management and maintenance of trees located on county-owned properties. So that could be roadside, trails, our county-owned cemeteries, around our admin buildings, county woodlots and parks, basically any tree on county property. The public tree maintenance bylaw would establish policies with respect to protecting and preserving Norfolk County's canopy. The need for this bylaw is based on ongoing requests and complaints regarding conflicts with county-owned trees. It's something we deal with on a regular basis, on a day-to-day basis. A lot of the authority in this bylaw is established in the Municipal Act, or it has been established through case law. What this bylaw does is really formalize it and putting it into writing so everyone is on the same page. What it also does is create a permitting process whereby if a county tree is proposed for removal, or there is a reason for a county tree to be removed by a private landowner, there is a process for them to follow. The permit process would cover the county's basis as far as liability goes. It would also establish a replacement policy for any healthy tree that's removed. The tree could be replaced. It also provides the county with enforcement abilities in situations where a county-owned tree has been injured or destroyed without authorization. At present time, such circumstances require prosecution through the OPP for offenses such as mischief or trespass to property. Having the ability to enforce these issues through a bylaw not only allows us to deal with them in a more diligent and quick way, but it also provides for a broader range of penalties, including restoration or replanting of trees. As Bill mentioned, we have gone to the Ag Advisory for comment and consultation. Aside from that, because these trees it's essentially public trees that we're regulating, there was no other consultation. The recommendation in the report is to receive the report as information and approve the draft public tree maintenance bylaw as drafted.
Okay, ready for questions? Councillor Huffman, you're first.
Thank you, Chair Columbus. Through you to Adam. I guess I went through the report and I was just wondering why there wasn't something in terms of how you identify that a tree on someone's property is a county-owned tree. There's a lot of people say, well, it's from the middle of the road. And is that true, or how do you determine that? Is that something that we should have in this bylaw?
Through the chair to Councillor Huffman, so really the only way to determine who owns a tree is to determine property boundaries. So operationally, we're in the field with metal detectors and we have our GPS and we are actually looking for property stakes. We're able to pull up reference plans. We do have some tools to help us find those relatively inexpensively. Usually we can just use those tools to determine whether the tree's county or private, or at least close, and call it boundary. Very seldom have we actually had to go and get a survey for our day-to-day operations. But that is the only way to know. You have to have property boundaries established through property stakes.
It is true that I could, for example, let's say I have a tree on my front lawn. It could possibly be a county tree.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Van Passen, did I see your hand up?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did get most of my questions answered over the weekend, but the one I forgot to ask was it's section 9.1F, that no person shall climb a tree. There's a lot of kids out there who just haven't lived till they climbed a tree, and I almost wondered, the more I got thinking about it, maybe there should be a difference between like urban area park trees, and we've got thousands of acres of county woodlots that no kid's allowed to climb. I just think that might be a bit extreme. Well, they can if they get written permission from the director first, but I just wonder if we might want to rethink that one line, or am I the only one who's out of check here?
Perhaps it should read roadside tree or public park tree or something. You want to comment on that, Mr. Biddle?
Just quickly, yeah, through the chair to Councillor Van Passen. I mean, there's going to be some things in the bylaw that maybe are not a perfect fit for all situations, and obviously there's going to be some discretion when it comes to enforcing. And you will notice in the bylaw too, yeah, a lot of the permissions for such things are just left at written permission from the general manager of operations, and that is to keep it relatively simple. Just a written permission would be fine. We do deal with instances in the parks, for example, where for the Friendship Festival or Lynn River Music Arts Festival, there is a guy that sets up and climbs in a county tree, and he is doing special event applications to do that. So there are instances where we do want to provide that permission because there is liability associated with it. But yeah, for the most part, we're not going to be enforcing climbing a tree in a woodlot or anything like that. So it's important to have in there to address issues where we do want it. But yeah, obviously there's going to be some discretion on the case of the officer.
Well, that was my thought. Like, is it possible to maybe, or is that just overkill to try to differentiate between the county woodlots and all our parks and roadside trees and things like that? Is that just, or you just write rules that you're never going to enforce and leave it at that?
It gets difficult to differentiate, yeah.
Anyone else with a question? Councillor Van Andrieschie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. I suppose if someone doesn't want their tree cut, they'll climb and sit in the tree, so there's an issue right there. My concern is with, and it was brought up by Councillor Huffman as well, we were always told it's 33 feet from the center. Not always will you be able to find a property line, and or some trees are taken out because you've got a drain or a municipal drain. Is there no better definition to be able to find that from the road?
Through the chair, no, not really. Like the rule of thumb, that 33 feet is kind of a rule of thumb because most road allowances are 66 feet wide.
Exactly.
But the roads are not always placed in the center of the road, and those road allowances do fluctuate. So just like anyone that owns a property, that property is a fixed boundary, and it is fixed by, and it's usually marked by property stakes, but your property is a fixed property. So the only way to determine ownership of a tree is whose property is it on.
But realistically, not everybody has their stakes in the ground. Like, I know old properties don't have the stakes in the ground. We used to have to go and define it by a fence, and then we found that the tree grew and the fence went over 3 feet. There was a lot of issues like that. But and what about, okay, if you have a tree that has to come down, is there some discretion with the roads or yourself over a tree? If like what if the tree is halfway on this side and halfway on that side, but the tree should come down because it's rotted and over the roadway? Is there discretion? I would hope.
So two parts there. First is just, the determining of the ownership. We do our best. Even if one property does not have stakes, typically a property next door or up the road will, and we can usually do measurements from that stake and use reference plans. Sometimes it does take some digging, but when you're talking removal of trees, you're talking, $1,000, couple $1,000 sometimes. So it is worth taking the steps to confirm ownership before you do anything. As far as boundary trees go, Case law establishes that boundary trees are shared between two owners. So that would be the same between two private owners as it is between the county and a private owner. Difference being the county does have some broader authority to maintain those trees as it affects public property or the use of a highway. So boundary trees, if the tree requires maintenance, typically we just do it because it's for the safety of the roadway. Very seldom are we getting in instances where we have to share those costs. It's typically if we assess it, it needs work, we'll just do it.
We'll just do it, okay.
I guess it does get a little more contentious if the homeowner wants it removed and it is a healthy tree. That's where you get in some of the contentious circumstances, but it's all case by case, yeah.
Yeah, hopefully you don't remove a tree that's healthy.
Our typical policy would be not to, yes.
That's perfect, thank you.
Anyone else with the question? Councillor Duthie.
Whoops. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Mr. Biddle, thank you for the report. How do we determine where on county property or road allowance, specifically if it's in front of a home, where a tree would get planted if we're planting it? How do we determine, like...
Thank you. Through the chair. We do have some guidelines, and we're actually in the process of refining those guidelines now. Typically, we do have setback requirements from curbs, from sidewalks, from driveways. When it comes to underground services, it's not so much the lines that we're concerned about, it's the connection points. So typically we are trying to leave a bit of a buffer near connection points because when it comes time to replace services, you have to excavate at those connection points. Lines themselves can be fed underneath trees and that sort of thing, so it's less of an issue. But yeah, so we're following our guidelines as far as setbacks that we have established, sight lines for roads and stop signs. There's a list of guidelines that we have to follow.
Within that, is there ever any discussion with the property owner?
Through the chair, as it stands right now, a lot of our tree planting program is on a request basis. So usually people are coming to us and they want a tree planted out in front. Or what we're starting to get into now is more of the new subdivision planting. Sometimes the onus is on the developer and sometimes the developer is paying a fee to us to undertake the planting. So in the new developments, we do definitely get some resistance and some pushback as far as where trees go. We do our best to encourage those trees and to ensure that they do get planted. We try and do the education route. You know, we're planting these trees for the streetscape. It's not necessarily landscaping for the property, which is obviously, it can be contentious and it can be tough sometimes, but we do our best to get trees as they are. One tree per lot in new subdivisions, typically, if the frontage allows, is our goal. So we do work with homeowners to give them at least an option of a few suitable species. We like to provide some input just with space and getting the different species diversity on the streetscape. So we're not having all of the same species, but we do try and work with the homeowner to try and give them some option anyway.
I'm really glad to hear that because I think that, you know, certain trees require not necessarily maintenance on our part, but like they leave a mess. And it's not usually our responsibility then to go and take care of that, right? It's on the property owner. So I think there has to be some inclusion of the property owner. And to the earlier question as well, like, you know, I think it's important that we are having some discussion with them about where it goes. They deal with it every day and we don't, right? And I think of a situation we can probably both remember that didn't necessarily work out in the right direction, but you know, that property owner was going to deal with a giant tree in front of their window that not necessarily our problem. So there needs to be some sort of consultation, I think, as part of that process.
Okay. Anyone else? No? So we do have a recommendation, and it's just the first part that we're going to pass today, not the second part, because that is for next week's bylaw passing. That mover and seconder first. Moved by Councillor Brunton, second by Councillor Berry. That report OPS 23-026 regarding the proposed public tree maintenance bylaw be received as information. Those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And probably after concerns expressed by public about roads, probably trees is the next biggest item that you get calls on as a councillor. Okay, we're moving on to this next item, which will take a while. Corporate Services Division. The County Lands Review Process, CS 24-030. Heidi, will you please introduce this report?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to members of council. Staff report CS-24-030 is here today to provide council with an update on the county land review project, to share the feedback from the community engagement process, and to seek direction on next steps for the properties that were included in the engagement. Although this report is here as a corporate services report, this has been a county-wide project. The report was co-authored by myself, Brandon Sloan, General Manager of Community Development, and Catherine McCurdy, Director of Customer Service and Corporate Communications. The report was reviewed by the technical team that has been working on the land review project that is made up of staff from all divisions across the county. By way of background, staff were directed through previous resolutions of council to undertake a review of county lands that are vacant or may be underutilized and identify parcels that could be declared surplus and sold. The intent is both revenue generation and cost savings. Revenue would be generated from the sale of the lands and the new property tax assessment when the lands were sold and developed. Cost savings may come from the reduction of ongoing maintenance costs associated with the lands in their current state. The report provides council with a status update on the project as a whole, with a focus on the properties that were the subject of public engagement. These are the properties identified in the recommendation section of the report and in more detail in Appendix D. The public engagement process included a number of opportunities for community members to ask questions and provide comments, including a dedicated Engage Norfolk page with information, mapping, surveys, and the ability for residents to post comments and ask questions. Residents also had the option to subscribe to the Engage page to receive updates by email. Written information and comment boxes were available at libraries and community centers throughout the county. 3 in-person public information meetings were held where a presentation was given, followed by a question and answer period. Poster boards containing mapping were available for viewing, as well as comment cards. The meetings were held on November 22nd, 2023 in Langton and Victoria, and November 23rd in Simcoe. Approximately 300 people attended the 3 sessions combined. The report notes that the session in Victoria, where there were the greatest number of people, focused mainly on the Victoria Old Town Hall, which I want to be clear is not the subject of today's report. The public information sessions were recorded through Microsoft Teams, and the recordings were posted on the Engage Norfolk page. A survey and commenting period was open from November 10th to December 7th. All questions submitted through the Engage page and at the public meetings were answered and posted. Information about the project and engagement opportunities was shared through a media release, social media, and print advertisements. Information about today's council and committee meeting, the link to today's agenda, and information about registering as a deputation was posted to the Engage Norfolk page, advertised in local media, and emailed to residents who registered through Engage Norfolk and/or provided email addresses. There were 2 group emails sent. The first provided the date of today's meeting, and the second notified residents that the agenda of today's meeting had been posted to the county website. Staff are confident that a thorough community engagement process has been completed, and we thank the residents for their participation and feedback. Themes from the feedback received through the community engagement are included in the body of the staff report. A copy of all of the questions and answers and a compilation of the Engage Norfolk results are included as Appendix B and C, respectively. With the exception of one of the properties located at West Church Street in Waterford, which should be retained as part of the county road right-of-way, staff have found no technical reasons why the other properties could not proceed to the next steps of the surplus disposition process in accordance with county policy. Staff understand that there are strong feelings within the community about this issue, and we certainly appreciate the difficulty of this decision. With that, Mr. Chair, I and other members of the County Land Review Project team would be happy to answer any questions.
So this is quite a complex report involving a lot of public input already. And I'm just wondering the best way to approach this. Shall we just go down the list and see, would that be the best way to handle it, Madam Clerk, do you think? Or shall we just open it up for discussion right from the get-go? Okay, we'll just open it right up for the get-go discussion. And Councillor Huffman, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Columbus. At this point, I would actually, I would like to ask my colleagues to consider this in regards to the land monetization. I would like to make a motion that we send this list of available lands to the Mayor's Affordability Roundtable for review and the possibility of some partnerships for affordable housing initiatives on said lands.
Is that a motion you're putting forward? Okay. That's interesting. Do you have a seconder this time? Councillor Duthie's the seconder, and we'll open it up for discussion to send this to the Mayor's Roundtable. Okay. Any, yes, Councillor Berry?
So just speaking specifically to this motion and not to the
Right,
rest of it.
yes,
I want to speak again later.
Right.
So with this one, I think I have no problem with that suggestion. It's actually quite good, except that I don't know if we've established necessarily that all 15 of these we want to dispose of yet. So can we get a list? Like I'm going to bring up a couple, I'm going to certainly bring up the Percy Ryerse Park. And so until we've settled whether we're going to pull any of these from the list, shouldn't we do that first and then send whatever we decide to dispose of, then send that to the Affordability Roundtable?
Well, I'll let Councillor Huffman, she put the motion on the floor. I'll let her answer that, what her thoughts are.
Well, my thought is that it's just kind of, we've got some different deputations and things coming forward, and having the group of the Mayor's Affordability Roundtable to take a look at those. I believe that was the preference of Mayor Martin in the first place, that this didn't come to council this way, that it actually went to the Affordability Roundtable first. I don't know. I think it's another set of eyes. It's a different kind of thing. They don't have any pressure in terms of any constituents, right, in terms of those sentiments. I don't know. That's how I would like to see it done, but certainly I'm open for discussion. It's something that we haven't done before, and I want to make sure that we do this right.
Yeah, so then in response to that, I'm not going to support it now, but I may support it after we've had a chance to discuss the properties. Like, I want to discuss the park first before I decide to hand it over for affordable housing, maybe, you know what I'm saying? That's all.
So the motion now is to refer.
Okay, the clerk advised me that the motion is to refer it to the other group, okay, to refer it. Okay, I've got a list here. Councillor Banerjee, and Duthie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. And if I could get a clarification, referral, I would take it, I would prefer that we discuss it now, as Councillor Very has talked about, and then whatever the list is, I could then entertain that going. But I think, we're doing our due diligence here. We are the councillors. We took it to the public. It's coming back to us as councillors. I don't, unless I'm hearing it incorrectly, but you want to take the list, send it to the round table first, taking it away from us.
Just to see if there's any options. May I?
Yes, go
Just
ahead.
to see if there's any options in terms of some partnerships that we've been working on to possibly build some affordable housing. So obviously it's not going to be the whole list because we don't have that many partnerships that are going to be building affordable housing. So anyways, this is, yeah, so.
My preference would be we deal with it here at the table.
I think what Councillor Banerjee is saying is some of these parcels are definitely not suitable for affordable housing, but. Yeah.
Well, and I think that's would be mentioned and discussed at the Mayor's Affordability Roundtable. We certainly wouldn't be looking at some of them as proper usage for affordable housing, but we just want to make sure that these lands don't go ahead and get sold where there could be affordable housing on them. So I still think the right way to do it is to go forward with the Mayor's Affordability Roundtable and then go back from there. So.
If I could continue with that.
Okay, go ahead,
The
Councilman.
thought is that we have our responsibility to review this as counselors, and I really think sending it off to the committee, it's not all counselors there, of course, it's a committee of the public as well. So, but I think it is our due diligence to go through this list first, and then I can understand that after.
Okay, obviously, you're not going to support the motion that's on the floor, but Councillor Duthie, you're next, Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I seconded the motion because I do think I've been keeping tabs on the work that the Mayor's Affordability Roundtable has been doing, and I think it's good, and I would certainly appreciate another set of eyes and opinion and give them something to work with. That said, based on the comments I'm hearing so far, I'm not opposed to discussing it and certainly identifying some of the properties that might just be able to be handled more quickly. However, I would just caution that these are big decisions that this council will make, and I realize today is council and committee, but I would appreciate the opportunity for more sets of eyes, more feedback, and more consultation before we make decisions. So I'm okay delaying it somewhat until we've discussed it, but I certainly wouldn't change my opinion on sending it to the Mayor's Affordability Roundtable.
Councillor Michelli, did I see your hand up?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to mention that I concur with Councillor Van Andruschi and Councillor Very. I also want to discuss some of these items just to be respectful of the time that some members of the public have invested in this day and in this meeting. So I would very much like to do that today. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can't support sending the entire report to the Mayor's Affordability Roundtable, but would be quite happy to look at them individually. You notice that each one has a little condition on what to do with it. And, if there's one that rather than proceed with surplus disposition, we were to change that to, say, refer to the Mayor's Affordability Roundtable, but look at them individually first. And if there's some potential that certain members have in mind that could take a closer look, let's refer those onto the roundtable. And if there's other ones, like a couple of them are little remnant parcels that are no good for anything, hopefully we can find an adjoining property owner who wants to take them off our hands. There's no sense point sending that to the Mayor's Affordability Roundtable. So I'll not be supporting the motion, and if we discuss this, maybe some amendments on the recommendation for individual parcels, I might support them.
Okay, we certainly have two opposing views. Councillor Huffman?
Thank you, Chair. I was just wondering if Councillor Van Passen would like to make an amendment to the motion, if we can work together somehow so that we have it on that there may be parcels of land that go back to the Mayor's Affordability Roundtable? Or how do you want to word it? Do you want to just wait till we go through everything, or?
I think we should just start with A, go through it, and either recommend the staff recommendation or recommend it, refer it to somewhere else, or come up with some other idea, or to say ignore it, and then we're done with that.
Yep.
We go to number B.
Okay.
And do them all one at a time. right?
Okay,
Like, maybe we have to do,
the recommendation's on the
15
floor.
different
It's duly
motions
moved
today.
and seconded, and I have to put that motion out to the floor first to see where you want to go, because it is a referral to the Affordability Roundtable. So shall I call the vote for?
Let's get it over with.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, I'll ask the clerk here to read that recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. The motion was moved by Councillor Huffman and seconded by Councillor Duthie to defer this matter, refer this matter to the Mayor's Affordability Roundtable Committee for consideration of options regarding the properties, in particular with partnerships for building affordable housing. So it is to refer to the Affordability Roundtable.
Okay, everybody understand that? Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is lost. Okay, next. Councillor Van Passen, go ahead.
I'm going to look at the clerk a little bit. If I was to, I would like to put forth the staff recommendation, and if we get a seconder, then I will be asking that we split it and do each one of them as an individual motion. So, but put forth them all, and then I'll make the request to split them into separate motions.
So you want 14 separate motions?
I thought it was 15, but that,
Okay.
but
Okay.
first put the staff recommendation on the floor and then split it, so.
So you're making that a motion. Do we want a seconder? Counselor Berry's the seconder. Those in favor? That is carried. Thank you.
Motion to split it. And I think out of courtesy, I would actually ask that we do I first.
Okay. You're putting that, you're not, we're just opening it up for discussion right now, right, Madam Clerk?
Through you, Chair. Right now, we have the staff recommendation is the motion on the floor, moved by Councillor Van Passen and seconded by Councillor Berry. So then Councillor Van Passen has requested that we separate the question so we can deal with each individual item, but we don't need any more movers and seconders. It'll just be a vote, and it'll be carried or defeated or amended. Each decision will have Councillor Van Passen and Councillor Berry as the mover and seconder. Is that your intention, Councillor?
Okay, Councilor Berry? Okay. So, Councilor Van Passen has indicated that we start with the I first. Okay, go ahead, Councilor Van Passen, your thoughts on that?
Well, I just want that one on the floor first because we still have people who have been patiently waiting here all day long. Let's make a decision on this one, and I'm sure that the local councillor should always have the first dibs on these questions here.
Okay, we'll open that up for discussion. Councilor Berry, you're next.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to say what a gentleman Councillor Van Passen is giving me the first dibs. So, yeah, on the Percy Ryerse Park, I got to it a little bit earlier, and I didn't want to hamper on it because it was a deputation, but I'm going to go on it now. My concerns with this indenture that we have, that it's a contract that we have, the county has with the donor. And so I understand Ms. Van Dyke said that there's no legal reason why we can't do this. I just want to make sure, did the lawyer see the indenture that says forever? Like, they got that document specifically? It said, well, the donation.
So, Mr. Chair, if I could refer this question to Ms. Kelly Derbyshire from Realty, as she was the one who interacted with legal counsel.
Ms. Derbyshire, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, legal counsel was consulted with regards to this property. They did receive all of the documents. With regards to the clause in the deed that refers to their sole and only use forever, that is actually a standard habendum clause. So that wording is in every old deed in the registry system. And it has to correspond with the granting clause that's also in the deed. So it's standard wording that formed part of the deed, and it's like a boilerplate document. So that's under the Registry Act. And as Heidi mentioned earlier this afternoon, this deed was used for all conveyances at the time, whether it was to you or your neighbor or a park. So it's the same boilerplate document that was used. So it refers to the type of property interest that is being transferred, meaning the recipient will have complete ownership in fee simple for its sole and only use forever for the length of time that they own that property. So fee simple simply means outright ownership of the property, and the owner is not restricted in their use. So this is confirming that it's not leasehold property per se, but rather outright ownership. So it does not mean that we have to hold ownership of the property forever.
Okay, that makes sense, I suppose. So I guess my follow-up then is to ask council, what do we think the Ryerses meant? Do we think that they meant that they were going to donate this park so that Norfolk County Council at a later date could sell it? I don't know that. I can't go back and say, but that seems like a bit of a reach. And so where I'm at with that is, if this was donated and the intention was to have a park and 60, 70 years later, council can not follow that any longer, what does that say to potential donors of land and other things that we were looking for partnerships with today? Why would they give us their property for a future council to sell if we're going to do the good for the community? And I guess that's more my concern here than the property itself, although that is a concern. But it's about, does council honor past agreements, or does it look for ways to, the intent of past agreements, or does it look for ways to legally get out of them when it becomes beneficial to do so? And I guess I'm not going to have a judgment on that, but as we continue this discussion, we do make agreements with service clubs, with individuals, about private property being donated, about public property being donated or being partnered on, and I'd hate to think that the perception that we go back, or that council may someday go back on its word, affects our ability to do those things today.
Is there a question there for someone?
Well, the question was just that did the lawyers see it? And they did. Okay. And so my comment is just, do we believe as council, it's rhetorical, but do we believe that that was the intention of the Ryerses, was to donate this, but not really?
Okay, Councilor Brunton.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to cut right to the chase here. I'm sorry, but I do not support selling any parkland. Dedicated or however, cash in lieu of parkland was a big issue in my day, but we did receive parkland. But I will support some of these odds and ends that we have throughout the land review process. And I guess the question I have is, whoever got us onto this whole thing? I certainly wasn't around when it started, but did somebody come up with this idea to way back in the last term of council that we're going to sell off land like this? That's all I'm asking, but I will not support selling parkland. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councilor Van Adrishi. She's been waiting anxiously.
Anxiously or patiently?
Patiently.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. When I look at this parcel, to play the devil's advocate here for a moment, what the proposal is, not the park in the center, but the two portions on the either end. But that's realistically the question. This is what we're looking at, the two portions on either side of the actual designated Ryerse Park there, right? That's the question.
So through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Vanden Driesche, the staff recommendation is option C, which is the potential for 3 lots. And Mr. Sloan has put the property page up on the screen for your reference.
Right, okay. All righty. That was the intent of the question. It was not the whole park. It is a large park at 2.89 acres, almost 3 acres. But I too have grave difficulty with portioning off a park when there could be some greater use of park land itself in the area, maybe a play park or this or that or anything else that might want it to be done. But I go back to the endowment itself when I listened to all the documents I saw, and I understand that I know in a lot of things that we've done politically in other organizations, lifetime meant 10 years. But I'm really hard-pressed to support selling any portion of the actual park. I think I would be amiss to say that if I would, in the future, want to leave a park area or a field or whatever for parkland, and to know in my heart that in 50 years, 70 years, it would be gone. It would be disheartening, especially if there's still family around. So I won't be supporting this particular one.
Councillor Duthie, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to, I think probably Ms. Derbyshire, do we have any indication as to what those 3 lots might be worth?
Thank you. Through the chair, at this time, we do not have an indication of what they would be worth. We could certainly, if we were to move forward, have an evaluation done on the property or have a broker provide an opinion evaluation at the time.
Okay. I would just say I'm in agreement with Councillor Very, I think, and Councillor Van den Driesche, that I don't think down the road I would want to be the person that was then looked at for making this decision to remove this in this case. So I wouldn't support our disposition of it.
Over to Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Somebody asked a question about who started all this. Yeah, it was the last term of council. I guess the short and sweet is Norfolk County was broke. We had to look at any options available. We made some cuts to programs. We did all things. And one of the things we asked for was a review of county properties, which there's somewhere upwards of like 500 of them that have been looked at. And you know, some of them are just unopened road allowances that were surveyed in 1797 and never been used. Some are little misdescribed little strips. Some are 1 foot reserves that somebody forgot to do something with in 1960 and wasn't registered. And now we're getting to some of the tougher ones, which are the decisions of, you know, do we need this parkland or all of this parkland, the maintenance cost to it? You know, is it possible to take a portion of this park and rezone it for residential? And, you know, is that possible? Or do you stick to what is, you know, what is legally right as opposed to what is morally right? I think is the argument that Councillor Very is making. And, you know, I looked at these probably right from the beginning. If there was any potential to shave a piece off, would only be at the east end, and it would be with the condition of single-family home only. Like no chance of putting a townhouse there or a semi-detached. It would be very specific to match the neighborhood and all of that. But, you know, I'm still very open on this. It's, you know, I said I sat through a presentation from Mr. Driscoll many years ago, and we didn't have any passionate people here today compared to Mr. Driscoll's presentation in '98. So I would, you know, I would sort of follow the lead of our Ward 6 councillor on this one. But, you know, if somebody can give me a logical reason why it would, like if we had a price tag on what those lots were worth and it was in excess of $1 million, boy, I'd be swayed awful quick the other way. But I am a man of principle, and yeah, there's morally right is more important than legally right. So,
anyone else? Councillor Huffman.
Thank you. Yeah, this one I think has always been a very controversial one because it just with the way that the neighborhood is laid out and the use of this green space and now historically in terms of the documentation and obviously the individuals who live in this area and who use their time and resources to follow up with council, attend meetings, and those types of things shows a lot of dedication. So I certainly appreciate that. I do want to say that I am I'm disappointed that this has come forward to us without staff knowing what the possible costs of these lands are. Like, do I think they would be worth $1 million? Absolutely not. But I'm going to pick up on what Councillor Van Passen said. There is a difference here. We're looking at selling things, but we don't even know how much they're worth. So that one, that troubles me. And I don't know, I would almost want a deferral on that until staff was able to come forward with some proper estimates as to what any of these lands would be worth.
Over to Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure I got this right. The motion is on the floor. It is the staff recommendation. That's all when we put the report on and split it. So anytime we're done and want to vote, if you don't like the motion on the floor, we defeat this one, then this one is done and we moved on to the next one, right? So,
right. The staff recommendation is number I. Portion of 20 LaSalle, Port Dover, proceed with rezoning process for to R1 zone for potential of 3 residential lots. Option C with remainder retained as open space park zone. That's the way it reads. So if you don't want to support that, you vote negative. Anyway, any further discussion? Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess, I'm sharing a lot of the reservations and the sentiments of members of council. We are in a housing crisis, and every time we get somebody who wants to build a house somewhere, someone doesn't like it because they want everything to stay where it was. I get that. At the same time, long time ago, I made a commitment to protect the green spaces of Norfolk County, and I think that that's kind of more of that opposition to, or that idea that I have is to do kind of the right thing with respect to the future and the past of this park. So I can't support the staff recommendation either.
Okay, are we ready for a vote here? Okay, so I have read it. Does everybody understand it and comfortable with it? I know you're not comfortable, but anyway, so those in favor of this item I, which is to rezone process R1 zone for potential 3 residential lots, option C with remainder retained as open space park zone. Those in favor? Those in support? Don't see any hands up. Okay, because we don't need a mover and a seconder, because we're going to pass all these at once later. Where are we with this?
You have to say who's opposed.
Okay, those opposed then. I just didn't see any hands up, so I thought everybody was opposed. Okay, so that is defeated, yep. Okay, we got one out of the way, guys. So I just want the audience to know that this is a council and committee meeting, so it could change by next week. So thank you for your clap there, and I know you're happy today, but keep your ear to the ground. Okay, which one do you want to deal with next?
Can we start with A?
Let's start at the beginning here. Item A. What's that? Yeah, I'll just give our audience a few seconds. Want to take 5 minutes? Okay, let's have a 5-minute break. Pardon me?
We're in the middle of this whole motion,
Yeah.
so we can't take a break.
We can't, the clerk advised me we can't take a break because we're in the middle of a whole motion, so it's going to take a while. Because we have a motion for all of them on the floor right now, so it's what do you want to call it? Complicated. Councilor Van den Driesche.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we're going to get back at it, or number one is the actual Walsingham at the community park that is between, and Bill can help me, that's the one between the Ladies Institute building and then the other one. It has a really poor grade, but I have not heard from one person that they're in opposition to this one being sold, so unless you have.
Councilor Shelley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, in the staff report here, it says that there was a slight margin of people who were in favor of selling it from the comments from the Engaged Norfolk. So it's, yeah, there are, I mean, you individually, personally. Oh, okay. Yeah, I have not either. I'm just kind of pointing out that I don't want anybody to get the impression that nobody said anything about this. There were comments, and perhaps those are the people who did not bother to communicate with you or I because they've already felt they did so. I don't know about that. I just want to clear that up.
Okay, Councilor Van Driesche, I was actually communicating with the clerk there, and you're in support of this recommendation here?
I'm willing to put it on the floor for discussion as well as the vote.
Okay, it's already on the floor because Councilor Van Passen, seconded by someone else, put it on the floor. Councilor Very.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, any further discussion on this one? Councilor Michele, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Are we dealing with the first item on the list?
Yes,
the,
item A.
2070 Main Street of Walsingham?
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So, I'm going to call, yes, Councilor Brunton?
I'm not that familiar with the property, but is it a park now?
If I may, if you see by the map, the back end is the ballpark, okay? The frontage is right off the Main Street or Highway 59. And we've got, if you've been familiar there, the Ladies Institute has the building there. We have a couple of things from the county on that. And then there is a lot on beside it. It's a really poor grade. It just goes straight up.
So
Okay, Councilor Michele, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I'm just going to let Mr. Sloan comment on this. I think he has something for us.
Mr. Sloan.
Sure, thanks through the chair. I think Councillor Van Driesche described it well. It is part of the park. It's what's proposed is a small portion that currently is green space, and there's some vegetation in terms of a tree or two. There's some grade there, but it looks like there's some adjacent residential lots, and we do have a municipal right-of-way that is adjacent to the rear of it as well.
Okay. So it reads, item A, portion of 2070 Main Street, Walsingham, proceed with geotechnical report, zoning work and surplus disposition process. Call the vote. Those in favor? Those opposed? That is carried. Thank you. We'll move on to item B here, 19 Kenneth Avenue, Woodhouse. Roll number 33705014900. Proceed with surplus disposition process. It's on the floor for discussion. Anybody wish to make a move on that one? I take it that's the Port Dover area. Any comments? Councilor Very, go ahead.
I'll move to proceed.
Okay, good. A seconder? Yeah, it's already on the floor. Just give me indication.
Sorry, yeah, I'm ready to,
Okay.
sorry, yeah, then I,
So I'll call the vote for that one. All in favor for that, to proceed with it? That's carried, thank you. 17 Kenneth Avenue, Woodhouse, proceed with surplus disposition of property process. Councilor Van Passen, you wish to speak to that?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. This one and the next one, I wonder if staff have looked of like possibly merging the two or merging them and then severing them again because you have the, or is, maybe in conjunction that we could look at those kind of options as part of the disposition process?
I think we'll need an answer from the Realty Department. Kelly, any thoughts on that?
Thank you. Through the chair, just to clarify, you're looking at merging Lot 19 with Block A? That is certainly something that we could look into merging. It does appear that there may be some encroachments on a portion of it. So yes, that's a possibility.
Okay, so what is your,
I would suggest that you could add that allow staff to develop protocols to get the highest and best use out of these properties. Proceed with the disposition process based on highest and best use. Yeah, but where it says proceed with surplus disposition, add the words to achieve highest and best use.
Yeah, I think we understand what the councilor is suggesting is there a possibility if we merge the properties together and then sever them, you might have 4 or 5 actual lots to be able to be sold. So we're looking to maximize the return for the county, and we'll explore all those options as we proceed. So I think we can simply add the highest and best use to that for those 2 items.
These are not serviced areas at all. Sorry? I asked the question then to Chris. This is not serviced area. This is rural. So you can't build a lot on point whatever. Okay.
okay, so we're dealing with item C and D together then? And does everybody understand it? Call the vote. Those in favor of where we're going with that? That's carried. Thank you. Item E and F is the same situation. They are side by side. Shall we deal with them together? They're both very small parcels. Any issue with that recommendation? So I need a mover, or I don't need a mover. Just, is there any direction to proceed as recommendation is printed for item E and F? No? Okay. Those in favor? That is carried too. Thank you. And now we're at item G, portion of St. Elizabeth Crescent, Cortland. Proceed with change to mutual agreement drain and surplus disposition process. Any concerns to be raised with respect to that one? Don't see any. So I'll call the, get direction on that one. Those in favor? Those opposed? That is carried. Thank you. And now we're going to item H, which is 197 Queen Street, St. Williams, to proceed with surplus disposition process. Any direction there? Call the vote then. Those in favor to proceed? Okay, those opposed? No? Good. Okay, that's carried too. We did LaSalle Port over already. And now we're down to item J, which is 39 Linwood Drive, Waterford, to proceed with rezoning to R2 zone for one single detached, semi-detached dwelling, option B, with remainder retained as open space park zone. Councilor Michele.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question about the earlier motion made by Councillor Huffman. What process will we use if we do decide that we would like to send any one of these items to the Mayor's Affordability Roundtable?
Okay, the process. Who's got the answer for that?
I can certainly start.
The CEO will start.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would suggest that when the property comes up, if there's a desire to refer that decision to the Mayor's Affordability Roundtable, we can amend the specific item, and that can be referred to the Mayor's Affordability Roundtable. They can discuss it, and then recommendations from that committee could come back to committee at a later date for ultimately council's decision.
Okay, Councilor Huffman, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Columbus. So through you, I would like to make a recommendation that this go to the Mayor's Affordability Roundtable. And as note, when we talked earlier about the councillor of the ward that it affects, that this is my ward. In fact, it's 2 streets away from me, and I would like to see this referred to the Affordability Roundtable.
That's good. Okay, Councillor Berry?
Sorry, I was seconding that.
Okay. We don't need a seconder, but we're just giving direction.
Actually, we're going to vote on referring J to the
Okay.
Affordability Roundtable.
We are going to vote on referring item J to the Mayor's Affordability Roundtable. Those in favor? Those opposed? That is carried unanimously. Okay. We're going to portions of Warren Road, Simcoe. Proceed with rezoning process to R1 zone for one single detached dwelling. Councilor Breton, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I attended the Talbot Gardens issue on this one, and a lot of people were opposed to it. It is no doubt a beautiful spot, a lot of trees on the property that I think would be destroyed, but I think it's part of the park, and with the concern of the residents there, the most influential gentleman unfortunately just passed away recently up there, who was quite vocal on retaining it. So anyways, I'd like to see it stay. Thank you.
So Councilor Brunton would like to see that stay. Anybody else have a comment with respect to that? It's opposite to what we've got recommended. Councilor Van Andrieschie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. When you said it's part of the park, could you indicate to me what park that it's Stock Park? So where's the rest of the park? Like, oh, it's all ball diamonds in here. Okay, so, yeah, okay. So I see the ball diamond now when I saw the shape. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So Councilor Michele, did I see your hand up?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So Councillor Brunton, he's moving for referral
No,
to this?
he's actually, he doesn't want to see this parcel go through the rezoning process or have a single detached dwelling on it.
Okay, and he doesn't want it to be referred to
Right.
the Mayor's Affordability Roundtable? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so if you want to go with Councillor Brunton's thinking, you do not support this recommendation or direction. Councillor Duthie, did I see your hand up on this one? No. Okay, so it reads item K, portion of Warren Road, Simcoe, roll number 40-100-228-8300. Proceed with rezoning process to R1 zone for one single detached dwelling. Let's have a show of hands for that one. 1, 2. Those opposed? That's lost. Okay, so that one's not going through the process. Horty Road, Delhi in Ward 3. Proceed with surplus disposition process. Councillor Van Andrieschie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. I'm not in support of this one. When you do go down the highway and it's deceiving in the photograph that it seems very large, but in essence, it really isn't as large. And with the fertilizer building across the road, I have huge reservations about that one. I am concerned, though, why we own this kind of section, this little divot that sits out here. Is there any way of dividing that and getting rid of that and just leaving that frontage, maybe? I don't know.
There must be a reason why that 14-foot
I don't get it
right-of-way is put in there.
Yeah.
To service that property, because it is on a provincial.
Oh, right, so to
provincial
service it.
highway.
Yeah.
59. Yeah. Anyway, further discussion, Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I read all the comments right, was there an adjoining property owner who was interested in purchasing that?
Yes, there was somebody in the audience today.
No.
They didn't wait long enough to hear this report,
Well,
but
I think one of the written reports
they would
I
be
read-
interested in purchasing that 14-foot property. It's abutting their property.
'Cause I would like a little bit more detail, like if one of the adjoining property owners would be willing to purchase it on the condition it's going to get tied, that they will merge. You don't get to buy it separately. And maybe, could staff get an answer to that by the time we get to council?
Right, the clerk says even if the neighbor wants to buy it, it still has to be declared surplus, okay?
Well, but it would help me in making the decision if I knew there was a potential buyer out, or if I only knew that everybody was opposed to it, right? So,
Before I make my comments, I just wanted to know if anyone else had anything. No?
because I will leave the motion standing and it will get, but we can, if we could still get that answer for council, whichever way it goes.
Okay. I do not support surplusing this property. I get a lot of calls. There's sometimes 100 truckloads of Scott's fertilizer product a day comes out of there come April and May. They're lining up already. And I know Mr. Cridlin knows all about it too. And a lot of trucks parking on the side of the road. We've tried to alleviate some of that. It certainly acts as a buffer to the residential subdivision to the east. And we just approved another 117 units there not long ago off Horty Road. It is a buffer. I get when Scott's is busy processing their material, there's a lot of dust. Dust comes off the product when they're grinding all kinds of wood products. So you get a lot of calls about that. There's noise, ongoing noise. They work sometimes 3 shifts, 24 hours a day, right now at this time of year. So hence I would not support surplusing this. Anyway, further discussion. Do I have any direction on how you want to go? Okay, we'll call the vote. Those in favor of disposing of this property as surplus, show of hands. Those opposed, that is carried as opposed. Next, we have Firefighters Lane, proceed with surplus disposition as is. Item M, this is in Victoria. That's Mr. Van Passen's, Councilor Van Passen's ward. Your comments, Councilor Van Passen?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the one that I would like to keep. You think into the future, potentially down the road with the expansion of some hamlet boundaries and the population going up. This is the old ball diamond that used to be part of the school. The county's purchased it. It's directly across the street from the new ball diamond, the tennis court and all that. If there's any population growth, you can't get parkland like that across the street back again. So I would hope that it could get support to keep this portion. The next one on the list, I will be speaking a bit differently about that one, but for this one, this is the larger block that I'd like to keep.
Anyone else? Councilor Van Drieschie?
Yeah, just a question. What's the size of that actual lot? It's not giving us a size here. Is it like 0.3 of an acre, or what would you think it is?
Councilor Michele.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. To answer Councilor Van Drieschie's question, it is a pretty large chunk. It was a former softball diamond, and so it. I'm just going to say that it's a baseball park diamond shape. Mr. Sloan, I think, has a more accurate version of that.
Through the chair, if accurate versions needed, 1.646 acres.
Okay. Anyone else with comments on that one? So the direction is for 15 Firefighters Lane, Victoria, to proceed with surplus disposition as is. Those in support? Those opposed? That is opposed. Next one, 14 Oaks Boulevard, Victoria. Were you looking to speak to this, Councilor Van Passen?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This portion is the parkland that was, dedicated through the bylaw. When you build a subdivision, you have to give your 5% land. This is the part that was there. That's what we got. It has one bench, I think, close to the road. I don't see it used very much, but that's only when I'm driving by that area anyway. And I think, again, we started this process because we have a lot of properties that we have to maintain, and we have very little money to maintain them with. And this one, it makes sense to me that the best use for this one might be a house on it. So I will be supporting the staff recommendation. I just wonder whether on this lot, I know the hamlet requires a 1 acre lot in a hamlet zone, but we have them all over that are a lot smaller than that, and whether it's worthwhile to do a geotechnical study on it to see whether this lot would support 2 houses. And I'd look at Brandon, maybe whether that, I think potentially we could do that and then be able to sever it and get a better value out of it that way. But I don't know if we just leave the motion as proceed with the rezoning process, or we give them approval to spend some money and try to spend the geotechnical survey first and then rezone it and sever it. So.
Okay, thank you. And any further comments on that? Councillor Van Driesche?
Yeah, thank you very much. Through you, just a size, because then that kind of gives me a good indication whether you can.
Mr. Sloan, you're the expert
Size
there.
guy.
You got that?
Through the chair, that parcel is 1.1006 acres.
So 2 half-acre lots, possibly. Yeah. Okay. Any further comments? So the direction from the local Ward 4 councillor is to rezone process to RH zone. Okay. Those in favor? Those opposed? That is carried. And item O, portion of West Street, Church Street property and portion of West Church Street road allowance adjacent to roll number blah, 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 retained as part of the county road right-of-way. And further, okay, we'll just deal with that one at this time. Okay, any comments with respect to that one? Councillor Hauptman, your ward, do you have any comments there?
No, I thought that one was pulled or whatever. Oh, no, it's retained as part of the county in the right-of-way. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So, yes.
You're in support of that? Anyone have any thing to add with respect to that direction? No? Okay, so I'll call the vote for that one. Those in favor to retain it as part of the county road right-of-way? Councilor Brunton, did you have a question?
Well, I'm trying to find it on my little map. Is there a map for that one?
No. Okay. So those in support of that direction? Those opposed? That is carried too. Okay, thank you.
Can we do one last question?
Yeah.
At the end?
What's your last question?
We'll call the vote on that, subject to any.
Okay, we've got direction from the clerk here with respect to further that subject to any future disposition process of county-owned property, that a portion of the proceeds be reinvested in park public space areas of the neighborhood that the parcel of land is located in. Okay, those in favor, or direction, any discussion? Those in favor? Yes.
So we're going to sell some properties, and then part of that goes back to the neighborhood, though? So some of these are not in a neighborhood, like the ones in Ward 6, the Kenneth or whatever, they're not, that's not a neighborhood. So what happens then, I guess, is what I'm getting at. Like, these aren't.
I guess it just depends on how big the neighborhood is, but.
Well, that's kind of my question, is what
Ms.
constitutes a
Van Dyke,
neighborhood?
if you could comment on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Councillor Very. During the earlier discussions on the County Land Review Project, the intent was that if parkland specifically was declared surplus and sold in a neighborhood, that's some of those proceeds, the details still to be determined, would be reinvested into the neighborhood parkland that was retained. So, I think that we could still, council could still consider this resolution, and we, as part of the disposition process, if there were opportunities to make those investments, staff would certainly bring those forward to council.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Van der Driesche.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. I like the idea, and I'd like to retain that we do have that, because I say, for instance, as an example, in Walsingham, if that particular lot did sell, there is a ballpark at the back, and if we could get a new scoreboard, I'd be thrilled. So there is purpose and good meaning to doing this, selling of surplus lands.
Okay, so you've all heard the direction here. I'll call it those in support of what I read last. Those opposed, that is carried then. And I think it's time for a break. I think we did pretty good on all those. I think it could have been a lot more complicated. So thank you for your cooperation on that. Do you want to do two more and then go into closed session, or? Okay. Okay, we'll keep going then, sorry. The CEO mentioned that it might be wiser just to keep going and then. Okay. So the next report is Heidi Van Dyke is going to give us a summary of the bid awards. Go ahead, Heidi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to council, this is the monthly summary of bid awards report. The bids that are before you as part of this report this evening are here because either the cost is over the $250,000 threshold and or a budget amendment is required. So if there are questions about the process, I would be happy to answer them. If there are questions about any of the particular projects, I would refer them to the applicable general manager. And with that, we would be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Heidi. Questions with respect to any one of these bid awards? Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a question about the 8 pickup trucks, about what kind of pickup. They're half-ton, four-wheel drive. Are they regular cab, or are they double cabbed, or what?
Go ahead, Ms. Van Dyke.
Mr. Chair, I will refer that question to Mr. Cridland.
Mr. Cridland.
Thank you, through the chair, to the councillor. Yes, the 8 pickup trucks will be half tons. What we found lately in the market is we used to order a 2-door pickup truck, 2-wheel drive. Those are getting harder and harder to get them. What the majority of the bidders are saying are the quad cab or cab and a halves with 4-wheel drive are coming in at a really decent price. And what this enables us to do is, obviously our staff, our drainage staff, our road staff who are driving all types of conditions, the 4-wheel, give them some safety in that. And also having the additional seats do help where I'll go back to my roads routes, where you're going to cut a tree, you've got 3 pickup trucks with 6 people, you only get 2 people in, you can slim that down and throw 4, maybe 5 individuals into a truck. So there are some benefits operational wise. So quad cabs with, or cab and a halves with 4-wheel drives.
Yeah, we just approved a tender last week at the Conservation Authority for a 4x4 regular cab pickup at $51,634, and then I come to Norfolk County and we got half-ton pickup 4x4 for $60,286. So there had to be something different about them. You can get you a nice Dodge Ram for $2,500 for $58, you know.
Through the chair, no, that's a good point, Councillor. Maybe we can talk to the Conservation Authority and see what their spec was. We were thinking we were pretty well a bare bones work truck, just with the benefit of the 4-wheel drive and extra cab. So I'll talk to purchasing staff and maybe we can see just exactly what their tender. Appreciate that.
Okay. Anyone else with a question on any one of these bid award tenders? No. So I'm going to read this giant recommendation. Mover and a seconder for that. You've got it in front of you. Councillor Brunton's the mover, seconded by Councillor Michelli. That staff report CS 24-051, summary of bid awards for the period ending March 19, 2024 be received as information, and that the general manager operations be authorized to execute a contract with Mohawk Ford Sales 1996 Limited for request for tender OPS FLT 24-03, supply and delivery of 8 new 4x4 1/2-ton pickup trucks in the amount of $482,288, excluding HST, and that the Director of Engineering be authorized to execute a contract with WT Infrastructure Solutions, Inc. for invitational request for tender EIS-ENG 24-79 engineering services for the reconstruction of Lehman and West Church Street, Waterford, in the amount of $312,030, excluding HST, and that the General Manager, Environmental and Infrastructure Services be authorized to execute a contract with Walker Construction Limited for a request for tender EIS-ENG 24-33 Surface Treatment Program 2024 in the amount of $2,486,506, excluding HST, and that the approved capital budget be amended to reflect all required adjustments to the 2024 Surface Treatment Program as identified in Table 1 of this report, and that the Fire Chief, Fire Department be authorized to execute a contract with Rib Pro Inc. for request for tender CAO FD 24-02 supply and delivery of two new water rescue boats and 2 new trailers in the amount of $96,616, excluding HST. Further, that the approved capital budget associated with request for tender CAO FD 24-02 supply and delivery of 2 new water rescue boats and 2 new trailers be amended from $87,000 to $99,000 rounded, included in net HST, to accommodate the required increase of $12,000 with the variance to be funded by the General Capital Replacement Reserve Fund, and that the Director of Engineering be authorized to execute a contract with Elgin Construction for a request for tender EIS-ENG 24-39 Homewood and Potts reconstruction in the amount of $1,455,413.88, excluding HST, and that the approved capital budget be amended by $600,000 to reflect the budget adjustments to the road component of projects 5532311 and 5532310 relating to the Homewood and Potts reconstruction as identified in Table 2 of this report, and that the General Manager, Environmental and Infrastructure Services be authorized to execute a contract with Elgin Construction for a request for tender EIS-ENG 24-61, the James Street reconstruction in the amount of $3,345,062.94, excluding HST, and that the Director of Engineering be authorized to execute a contract with G. Douglas Valley Limited for request for proposal EIS-ENG 24-70 engineering services for 2025 structures rehabilitations and replacements in the amount of $499,750, excluding HST, and that the Director of Strategic Innovation and Economic Development be authorized to execute a contract with Left Turn, Right Turn Limited for a request for proposal CDED 24-02 Ride Norfolk Transit Master Plan in the amount of $110,705, excluding HST, and further that the approved capital budget associated with requests for proposal CDED 24-02 Ride Norfolk Transit Master Plan be amended from $90,000 to $144,000, rounded, including net HST, as outlined in Attachment A, and to accommodate the required increase of $23,000 and recognize grant funding for the project. Any further discussion to be had? Did I have a mover and a seconder for that?
Yes.
It was so long, I forgot who they were. Okay, it was Councilor Brunton and Councilor Michele. Any further discussion? Those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we've got tax policy is the next report. We have Rob Fleming, tax collector, prepared the report. And Al, this is you giving this report, it says here? Nope. Okay. Who's giving this report?
Through the chair, I will be
Go
tonight.
ahead.
So I'll keep my introductory comments fairly brief. But the report that you have in front of you today is to establish the property tax policy for 2024. Under the Municipal Act, each municipality is required to approve tax policies and set rates and billing parameters each year. For For 2024, we'll be looking at setting a tax policy that is consistent with 2023 tax policy with no changes. The report itself focuses primarily on some background on our current assessment base, some tax ratios, 2 optional small-scale on-farm business subclasses, some commentary on the recently changed business vacant excess land tax class that won't have effect on 2024, but just as a note, it will for 2025. And it sets the billing parameters and installment due dates for 2024 as well. Within the report, we'd be looking at establishing, like I said, consistent tax policy for 24 as we did in 23, and that includes the adoption of the small-scale on-farm business subclass, which is required to be passed by bylaw every year. For 2024, the final levy installment due dates will be August 30th and October 31st of 24. One item that I want to mention to committee today that was not covered in the staff report is a new subclass that was introduced by the province only last week. As part of the provincial budget, the province announced that the municipalities would provide additional flexibility to reduce the tax burden for the new multi-residential property class. The staff received a letter from the province providing a bit more further information on that only last week. So unfortunately, we could not make the recommendation in time for the report, but had we had that information in advance, staff would have recommended the adoption of the small business subclass, or the new multi-residential subclass, which provides up to a 35% discount on newly constructed multi-residential buildings. The province has indicated this is one of their goals to help spur multi-residential and rental developments within Ontario. Like I said, unfortunately, it wasn't part of our staff report. However, I wanted to flag it for committee today, should they want to explore it a bit further, including a further memo on it for next week of council, if that's something that they desire. We also have a draft resolution in addition to the resolution presented in the report, should that be something that council wishes to adopt today.
Are there any questions to Mr. Fleming? Councillor Broughton.
Just very quickly, Mr. Chairman, to you, to Rob. Has any of these tax classes changed? Like, was farmland not at 0.21 at one time? Is it? It's the same as last year, I assume.
So through the chair, the ratio for farm is what it was last year. Prior to that, it was at 0.25. As far as I know, it has never been at 0.21 for Norfolk. Okay,
and the other one, the forest, managed forest, I thought there was some change came from the province on a reduction in the size. It used to be, I think, around 25 acres. It's been reduced? Are you aware of that?
Yeah, so through the chair, the province hasn't made any changes to the managed forest subclass recently. They recently introduced some changes to forestry farm exemptions, which actually increased the size, but there hasn't been any change recently to the managed forest.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Councillor Van Driesche?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, just a quick question. When we look at these breakouts, the residential, multi-residential, all of them, and especially the ones that are the farm or managed forest, if there's a change, for instance, if there was a small acreage, you can go down to, I think, 7 acres for a farm, and it has been changed where there's no crop growing, or it's been changed into, I don't know, whatever. The question is, who's responsible for auditing that or checking that?
Yeah, through the chair. So in order to be classified as a farm property, the property owner needs to make application to AgriCorps annually, which is, in essence, through the province. Once those changes are approved, or submitted rather, they are audited by AgriCorps representatives, submitted to MPAC if they're approved, and then they flow to the municipality from there.
So there is a check system?
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? No? So I need a mover and a seconder for the recommendation is printed in your package. Councillor Broughton's the mover, seconded by Councillor Van Driesche. That report CS24-016, the 2024 tax policy, be received as information, and that the 2024 tax ratios be set at residential 1.0, multi-residential 1.6929, new multi-residential 1.0, commercial 1.6929, Industrial, 1.6929. Pipeline, 1.4894. Farmland, 0.2300. And managed forest, 0.2500. And that Norfolk County adopts both of the optional subclasses for small-scale on-farm businesses, for commercial and industrial subclasses, and that the municipal tax rate reduction be set at 75% for the prescribed tax subclasses for small-scale on-farm businesses in 2024. And that Norfolk County continue to supply a municipal tax rate reduction in 2024 of 33% to commercial and industrial properties in vacant land or excess land prescribed tax classes. And that the 2024 final tax levy be due and payable in 2 installments on August 30th, 2024 and October 31st, 2024. That on the first day of default, a penalty of 1.25% shall be added, and further interest of 1.25% shall be added on the first day of each calendar month thereafter in which default continues. And that the 2024 tax rates resulting from the above tax policy decisions form a schedule to the 2024 tax policy bylaw, and further that a 2024 tax policy bylaw be passed to give effect to the above. Any discussion further? Those in favor? That is carried. Those opposed? That's carried, I guess unanimously. Okay, Office of the Chief Administrative Officer, we have no reports. Motions, we have a notice of motion. Councillor Duthie, you have 1 minute to introduce your notice of motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, knowing that we are headed towards a break, I will be relatively brief. This is a notice of motion regarding a motion coming forward to Council for consideration, the basis of which is to provide direction to staff to explore options related to restoring ice to the Simcoe Recreation Centre. That said, I do want to be very clear to the community and to user groups. It is not my intention to displace any user group. I simply want a report from staff on the options and to actually engage with the stakeholders and to understand their needs. And to see if there's a way that we can meet those needs. This really stemmed from a number of conversations I've had in advance, certainly of the election and certainly since, and became much more in the forefront as a result of the survey distributed recently regarding the rec center floor and the flurry of comments swirling around online, and I can only hazard a guess that made its way into the survey responses as well. So it's in the form of a notice of motion, and I look forward to discussing it further next week. It's before you in that capacity at the moment.
You got her right on the dot, 1 minute. Thank you. Other business? It says, my notes say no other business, but okay, we have announcements. Councillor Van Andrieschie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to share some exciting news from our daycare in Langton. We hope that you can help us spread the good news. Our daycare, Norfolk Little People Daycare, has been selected as the top 3 finalists for the Ontario in the BASF Growing Home Contest. The second phase of the competition will open Tuesday. It is a community vote, and the community organization would appreciate the most votes. So if we, as possible, could we put that on our website? And there is a link. I've shared it with Kevin, and he's going to send it to everyone. If we could get those votes out, that would be well appreciated to be able to help out the daycare. Like I say, $25,000.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Huffman?
Thank you, Chair Columbus. I just wanted to take a minute to say, obviously, whoever got to experience the eclipse yesterday, it was a once-in-a-lifetime amazing. I still can't get over it. There were so many different aspects to it that amazed me. But a good thing, I did see some funny jokes where people were putting their glasses on Facebook saying, good price, only used once, et cetera, et cetera. But I did find out that there is an eclipse in South America coming up in the next, I can't remember the exact time, but Bloomsburg Public School is taking glasses from the eclipse if you have glasses that you want to donate. And I will actually, if people want to bring them to council chambers for next Tuesday, I will ensure that they get to Bloomsburg Public School and find their way down to the children down in South America so that they can experience what we all got to experience yesterday. So spare glasses, get them to me. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? I have one announcement I wanted to make, and just to express our condolences to the family of Mr. Gord Franklin, who passed away at the age of 93 on March 25th. And Mr. Franklin was a businessman in the community of Delhi Franklin Home Center, and he was dedicated to the community, and he served as a counselor and retired in 1985 as a Township of Delhi counselor. Just wanted to pass that on. Okay, we keep moving on here. We have two late closed session items today, and can I have a mover for the following? The committee enter closed session at, are we going to the closed session right now then, Madam Clerk? Yeah, we do have dinner here for counselors. Anyway, we will reconvene in closed after a brief recess. Okay, but do I pass this right now?
Yeah.
Okay. So the committee enter closed session at 6:22 p.m. pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, Section 239(2)C and E, to discuss matters pertaining to a proposed pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, and litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. Mover, Councilor Van Andriesch, seconded by Councilor Michele. Those in favor? That is carried. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mayor Amy Martin, and I'm here with the Director of Planning, Tricia Givens, to talk all things about Norfolk County planning and development. Hey, Tricia, how are you?
Hi, Mayor Martin. Good, thanks.
I'm wondering if you could share some information with the public about who the planning department is and what you do, and maybe start off with the composition of your team.
Sure. We have recently grown, so there's some core groups in our team that are really important to share. We've got the development group, which is led by a supervisor of development planning and 5 planners. We have a new position, which is the project lead for long-range policy planning projects. We have our GIS team, which includes a supervisor and 2 technicians. And then we have our admin supports, which includes planning coordinator, development coordinator, and secretary treasurer.
And everybody has different roles and responsibilities, but on a high level, what are the roles and responsibilities of the planning department?
So we are required to do all things related to land use planning. So the number one piece is the Planning Act. There's a piece of legislation that sort of dictates and lays out the framework for how we work. So that's around development applications and people coming in with their specific applications. And then there's provincial policy conformity, so those broader county-wide projects.
And all of the planners, they're working towards, or they are registered professional planners. Can you comment on the designation of a planner and what that means when we're processing files?
Sure, that's really important. So as professional planners, we do have a standard of work and a code of conduct that we're required to follow. And in that, that's reviewing applications or running processes that broadly make sure we're planning for the role of the good of the community, the public good, and not always specific to one individual project.
I think it's an important part because I think it really differentiates the role of staff and council in the planning process. And it's something that I'm frequently asked about in the public. How does that work? What does it look like? So maybe you could share with the public the difference between, the council meetings that we host for planning files, our public hearings, our committee meetings, and then the subsequent council meeting where we approve files at a later date.
Sure. So there's 2 areas. So there's for specific development applications. So those are individual applications that come forward. And under the Planning Act, there's specific process and things that we're supposed to do. So for those applications, we are required to send notice to the public, post notice, share the information, have it publicly available. And then we bring that information of the complete application to council. First, we do a public hearing where folks can come and council hears about the application, poses questions, and then we come back later with a recommendation to council based on all of the information. The other types are those county-wide projects, such as a growth study or an official plan review, where there's more information, more opportunity for engagement, and we're collecting more information that comes to council. And usually there's multiple presentations to council before any decision.
So you've touched on a couple of things. One, what is a recommendation from staff? What does that mean?
That's really important. So ultimately, council makes the decision. So staff takes all of the technical information and our professional review of that particular application. And based on all of that, ensuring it conforms to our official plan, the Planning Act, the provincial policy statement, et cetera, we make a recommendation to council, and council takes that under advisement and ultimately makes the decision.
And that recommendation may be to approve the particular file in front of us, to reject it, to defer it to a later date. It could be a variety of different recommendations.
That's right.
Yeah. And so there is a really important piece, a role that the public plays during this process at that public hearing committee. So obviously, council and staff, we really want to hear from the public when we're dealing with development files. But there's another reason why it's really important to get the public to speak and share input on the record. Can you comment on why that's so important?
Absolutely. So again, two specific areas, the specific development application or the broader county-wide projects. So for a specific application, it's important, I think, for staff and council to hear those neighborhood feedbacks, the input, and also to have their issues addressed. And then that informs the council decision. It also informs the planning recommendation to some degree. Similarly, for those broader county-wide projects, it's very important for staff to understand those perspectives and again to inform any recommendation to council.
And there is an appeal process to any decision that ends up being made by council, correct?
That's right. So that is for any statutory application. There is ability, and the rules are different depending on the type of application, but for the most part, there are opportunities to appeal those applications.
And it's important for members of the public to be on the record, either by way of written correspondence or speaking at a council meeting in favor or in opposition to a file if they're interested in appealing, right?
That's right. So staff are always really excited to see folks coming and giving their input. So we get things in writing all the time, but also folks can come in and share their input or ask their questions directly at the public hearing committee.
Yeah, I agree. It's so important to hear, and it's a way that it helps staff and council make informed decisions about the type of development we want to see in our community.
Absolutely.
And certainly as mayor, and I know you probably agree as a staff member, it's our preference to keep planning decisions made on a local level. We really don't ever like to see a file go off and be appealed.
That's right. And so on that note, council does play a key role in the planning process. Do you want to perhaps speak to how that works from a political perspective?
Sure, yeah, it's a lot different than the staff perspective, but it's that important piece where we connect with the community, we hear their feedback and their concerns, and as you mentioned, those recommendations come forward to council at the public hearing meeting first, where we can ask those questions and talk with our community members, but subsequently comes back to us later for a council decision. And we're similarly to staff, we're really stuck making decisions based on the land uses, not giving consideration to a lot of the other factors that I think community members believe council members can weigh in on. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we're trying to build the best community for all of Norfolk County, and we'll do it one file at a time.
Absolutely.
Okay, before we go, top 3 most asked questions that I get all the time. I'm going to rapid fire them to you. Are we planning on growing in Norfolk County?
So yes, in our official plan, we identify our growth. And right now, interestingly, we're undergoing our comprehensive municipal review, which is how Norfolk is going to grow to 2051.
And we've already touched on it earlier, but with that appeal process, it's very difficult to say no to development. So we should really be, at a local level, kind of carving out the development the way we want to see it in our communities. Second question, I'm often asked, why doesn't council say no to more planning files?
So that's an interesting question. So I'll start with our official plan. Our official plan identifies all the designated land uses in the county. The zoning bylaw overlays and identifies specifically what you can do on each property, each type of zone. So with the exception of hazard lands and some natural heritage features, there's identified permissions already in every zone across the municipality. So if somebody came for a building permit, they could get a building permit anyways. There's some instances where people want to change those uses, and that's when things come back to council for consideration. So in that context, council's considering that adjustment or that change.
But people can come to the planning department and they don't even need to come before council if their request meets those land uses.
That's right.
Okay. And then why do some planning applications feel like they take so much longer than others?
We often get that feedback. So under the Planning Act, there's very specific statutory timeframes for each types of planning application. And staff works really hard to meet those statutory timeframes.
Sometimes we don't get all the information we need, or we realize partway through that some information was missing. But for the most part, staff are working towards meeting those statutory timeframes.
And they're the same time frames across the province,
That's right,
correct?
across the province.
Every
they're the
municipality
same.
has them.
That's right.
Okay, thanks so much. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842. Or you can email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks so much for watching.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. The first big question is, what is the official plan? Norfolk County's official plan describes Council's policy on how lands in our community should be used, managed, and developed. It is prepared with community input and helps to ensure the future planning and development will meet the specific needs of our community. An official plan includes issues such as where new housing, industry, offices, and shops will be located, and what services like roads, water mains, sewers, parks, and schools will be needed. It also defines when and in what order our community will grow and outlines community improvement initiatives. The official plan is approved by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in Ontario. The current official plan was adopted in 2016 with a goal to manage the growth of this county for the next 20 years. Residents can see Norfolk County official plan on our website at norfolkcounty.ca/official plan. What is a secondary plan? A secondary plan is a more detailed policy document embedded within the official plan to address the growth and development issues unique to a specific area of the county. For example, the lakeshore area in Norfolk County or a particular urban area with defined characteristics can be a secondary plan. As I mentioned, it is a more detailed policy document. It provides directions on where future development will occur with a guideline on density, road access, infrastructure services, different building types, building heights, or even design guidelines that are compatible to that specific area. In Norfolk County, there is only one secondary plan at this moment, which is the Lakeshore Special Policy Area Secondary Plan. The Port Dover Secondary Plan would be the second plan the county is working on at this moment. What does the land use designation of a property mean? Norfolk County's official plan also identifies how individual land or a group of lands will be used, and this is done by the land use designation. In Norfolk County, a lot of lands have been designated as agricultural. Some areas have been designated as hazard lands because of their specific natural features. An example would be the natural creeks, streams, rivers, or shoreline areas. Some lands have been designated as residential, commercial, or industrial to efficiently manage the growth of specific land use. Each land designation has rules about the kind of development allowed. The official plan uses growth management data to identify where and how much growth will occur in the next 20 years. In accordance with the provincial requirement, Norfolk County reviews and updates these growth areas every 5 years. What is the process of changing an official plan designation? A landowner can request to change the designation of the land through an official plan amendment application. This change requires a public hearing meeting and council's decision. A landowner needs to consult with a planner to get more information about this process and to identify the required documents they must submit. Any official plan amendment needs to conform to the provincial policy statement, which is a planning policy document that affects all municipalities across Ontario. This provincial policy statement is currently under review and may change in the future. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those, like, what types of planning applications are there? There are 4 main types of planning applications for different needs. First, there are minor variances and different types of severances. These are reviewed by Norfolk County's Committee of Adjustment. An example of a minor variance is when a garage is being built closer to a property line or is taller than what is permitted in the zoning bylaw. An example of a consent to sever is creating a new lot to allow for a new house. Second, are zoning bylaw and official plan amendments that are considered at council. An example is changing the permission in an urban area to allow for a triplex where a single detached dwelling is permitted. Third, are applications that Ontario's Planning Act gives Norfolk County's Planning Department authority to approve. For example, a draft plan of condominium or subdivision, which are types of applications which enable the division of land for future housing. And fourth, are applications which rely on approval from another regulator, such as telecommunications towers and hazard land boundary line adjustments. As a resident, when do I need to submit a planning application? For the average homeowner, a planning application may be required if your project does not meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw or official plan, or your property falls under site plan control. The building department will let you know that a planning application is required. If you want to change the boundaries of your lot, create an easement, or create a new lot from your property, you will need to apply for a consent to sever with the planning department. What is a pre-consultation meeting? A pre-consultation meeting is the first step of a planning application and allows staff to clarify the application process and provide a checklist of documents required. A complete application can reduce the time required for review and decision-making. Applications that must undergo a pre-consultation meeting before the application can be submitted include official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, draft plans of subdivision, draft plans of condominium, and site plan applications. A meeting may also be required for certain Committee of Adjustment applications. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842. You can also email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. A common question is, what is zoning? Zoning is a way of categorizing how land can be used. Norfolk County has identified through its zoning bylaw different land use zones, for example, commercial, agricultural, or residential, what they can be used for, and any required standards, for example, building size and location. Zoning must be maintained by any development or activity that has started from the date the zoning bylaw has been passed by the county. What is the process of changing a zoning bylaw? A common reason that residents are referred to the planning department is because their proposal does not meet the current zoning bylaw provisions. If a landowner wants to change the land use from what is permitted in the existing zoning, a change in the zoning bylaw would be required. For example, changing the permission from only a single detached dwelling to expand the permission to build a triplex. This is called a zoning bylaw amendment and it requires council's approval. A planning application known as a minor variance can be submitted for a minor change in the zoning bylaw, such as the height or size of a structure. Minor variances are reviewed by the Committee of Adjustment that is made up of citizen members who are appointed by council. The committee is governed by the Planning Act and holds public meetings to approve applications for minor variances and consents. A minor variance must meet the 4 tests to be approved. 1, the change is minor. 2, the development is desirable for the appropriate use of the land, building, or structure. 3, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan. And 4, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. What happens after a decision is made by the Committee of Adjustment? If the committee approves an application, the applicant and anyone else involved is notified. Certain parties can appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal within a 20-day appeal period. If no appeals are filed, the county issues notice that the decision is final. For minor variances, an applicant can now proceed with the building permit process. For severances, specific conditions must be met within 2 years, or the application will expire and the process will need to restart from the beginning. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a severance? Severance is a planning process to separate a piece of land from an existing lot, generally for the purpose of a new development within a new lot. There are three different common types of severances we receive in Norfolk County. The first one is when a piece of land is separated to create a new parcel of vacant land. For example, a landowner may have a large lot and wish to separate a piece of land from the original lot with the intention to sell the lot to a new owner. In that case, both lots need to comply with existing zoning requirements such as setbacks of any existing or new buildings from the property lines. The second one is a surplus farm dwelling severance. It happens when a landowner purchases additional farmlands and a residence on one of the properties is no longer required for their farming operation. In this case, the owner can sever the piece of land that contains the redundant residential dwelling. And the third kind of severance can be a boundary adjustment between two adjacent properties, where one property owner agrees to transfer a piece of their land to the other owner. There are various reasons we received a boundary adjustment severance, such as to allow additional lands, to accommodate a building construction, or to construct an extended septic system, or to resolve the setback deficiency of an existing lot. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a subdivision? If a landowner would like to divide their property into 3 pieces of land, they can submit a severance application that we explained earlier. Whereas a subdivision application is required when a landowner has a piece of land large enough to divide into more than 3 or 4 individual lots to build new houses or other kind of developments. The subdivision process generally requires a more in-depth review with a longer processing time to ensure that the development meets county's development standards. What is a condominium? A condominium, often known as a condo, is an ownership model where the building or group of buildings is divided into multiple units that are surrounded by common areas for circulation, servicing, or amenities such as parks and open spaces. The common areas are jointly owned and managed by the owners of the units. Residential condominiums are frequently constructed as apartment buildings and townhouses with private roads. Many shopping malls are also commercial condominiums in which the individual retail and office spaces are owned by businesses that occupy them, while the common areas of the mall are collectively owned by these business entities. A condominium corporation is often made up of condo unit owners who manage and operate the condominium complex. What is the difference between a subdivision and a condominium? One of the main differences between a subdivision and a condominium development is who is responsible for providing services such as water, wastewater, and road maintenance after the construction and occupancy of the dwellings or units. In a subdivision, the county takes responsibility for providing these services to individual lots. On the other hand, in a condominium, the county is only responsible to providing services up to the entry point of the development. The condominium is responsible for distributing services and the maintenance to the individual units. How are subdivisions and condominiums approved? To get approval for a subdivision or condominium, the landowner must apply for approval of a draft of the plan that shows how many lots are proposed, the lot size, how the lots will be accessed, including any new roads, and how the lots will be serviced for water and wastewater or other utilities. The planning team will provide guidelines to the landowner on the standards they need to comply with. Examples include road design, tree plantation, fencing requirements, and maintaining a buffer from any existing industrial or commercial sites, etc. Generally, the subdivision applications go to council for a decision, whereas most of the condominium applications are currently approved by the county staff under delegated authority. How are residents informed about a new subdivision? When a draft plan of a subdivision is approved, the neighbors receive an approval notice of the application. The neighbors have 20 days to appeal against the approval or refusal of the draft plan. Once the appeal period has expired, there is still a lot of work that needs to be done by the developer before beginning the construction. An approved draft plan of subdivision does not constitute a legal lot. It is merely a draft plan. Norfolk County must ensure that all lots are appropriately designed and serviceable through a subdivision agreement, and only then can the lots be registered and the owner can apply for a building permit. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is site plan control? Site plan control is a tool that planners use to evaluate a proposed development to ensure the site features and elements such as walkways, parking areas, and landscapings, and many other technical features meet specific standards. For example, standards may include engineering design, sustainability, and universal accessibility for barrier-free access to the building or within the property. What do I do if I have submitted a permit and I have learned my property is under site plan control? If a property is under a site plan control, the first step is to speak with a planner. A planner will need to learn about what is changing about the lands, which may or may not require a site plan application. What is a site plan waiver? Sometimes the nature of a development is so minor that a site plan application is determined to be unnecessary. In this instance, a site plan control will be waived. If you have learned from a planner that it is appropriate to waive a site plan control, you can submit an application form with any required documents to the planning department to receive a site plan waiver. Do all lands require site plan control? Not all lands require site plan control. For example, single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and townhouses that are serviced and accessed from a public road. Agricultural activities or farm buildings also do not require a site plan control. Most new commercial, institutional, and industrial developments require a site plan control. A site plan agreement with the landowner may be required to ensure that appropriate standards are maintained during the construction period. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hey, Norfolk County. Do you know how your property taxes are spent? Let's take a look together. First, we need to start with Norfolk County's budget. Every year, staff and council confirm the funds required to be collected from the property taxes paid by you and 35,000 other Norfolk County taxpayers. These funds contribute to Norfolk County's levy and capital budgets, which lay out how your tax dollars are used. The capital budget is also funded by the rate budget, the funds paid by residents known as ratepayers for water and wastewater services through their monthly water bill. The levy budget is used to deliver programs and services for residents ranging from emergency services like fire and EMS, waste services like garbage collection, recreation services like arenas, trails, and parks, maintenance services like snow removal and road repair, and human services like homelessness prevention and health education programs. Our levy budget also supports our libraries and museums, administrative services for council, and the many staff who keep Norfolk County operating. Services like recreation programs for children, adults, and seniors, and our Ride Norfolk transit program are also paid for with property taxes and supplemented by user fees. And across Ontario, a portion of each resident's property tax bill goes to our local school boards. About a third of the property taxes collected are allocated to the capital budget or reserves for future capital spending, which includes other funding sources like the federal and provincial government, reserve funds, grants, debt, and development charges, as well as funds from the rate budget. Together, the capital budget goes toward longer-term projects, such as our investments in water and wastewater facilities, as well as building and renewing our parks, roadways, pools, arenas, and other things we use every day. So the next time you hear someone ask, "Where are my property taxes going?" you can tell them to look down, look up, and look forward. Your tax dollars are at work all around you every day. When you visit your local park with your family, drive to work on cleared roads, register for swimming lessons, get rid of that old couch you've outgrown, or contact Service Norfolk about that pothole on your street that needs to be fixed. Your tax dollars are also being invested in initiatives to improve the lives of Norfolk County residents in the years to come to make Norfolk County a better place for future generations. While Norfolk County's budget is prepared once a year, your feedback helps us make decisions and plan for the future. We are committed to listening to you so that our budget reflects what is important to our community. Learn more about Norfolk County's budget at norfolkcounty.ca/budget.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000-pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests, depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations welcoming about 27,000 customers every year and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services. Hey Norfolk County! While winter is a time to get outdoors and enjoy seasonal activities, it's also a time to pay extra attention to the weather so that you and your family are prepared for snow, ice, and storms. Keep watching for 4 tips to stay safe and be a good neighbor this winter. Tip number 1. Get the latest local news so that you can be prepared for winter weather. Listen to Norfolk's local radio stations or visit norfolkcounty.ca/news to subscribe to our news emails for alerts sent right to your inbox. If social media is your go-to, follow @Norfolk County for updates. During a significant weather event, which may be declared when a storm has the potential to be dangerous, roads may take longer to clear, and residents are urged to stay home and avoid unnecessary driving. Tip number 2. Keep your sidewalks clear of snow and ice. Norfolk's winter snow and ice bylaw requires property owners or occupants to clear sidewalks beside their property by noon the day following a snow event. Failing to do so could result in a charge under the bylaw, or county staff may clear your sidewalk and send you a bill for the service. Tip number 3. Move your parked vehicle from the road to allow snowplows to do their work. During a snow event, Norfolk's parking bylaw requires residents to move their vehicles off county streets. Failing to do so may result in a $75 parking ticket and an expensive towing bill. Plus, when snowplows have to maneuver around parked vehicles, windrows can form, making it difficult to access driveways and cross the road safely. Tip number 4. Give our road crews time to clear the roads. Our crews start with high-volume roads and then move to rural roads and concessions, followed by subdivisions. It may take time for your street to be cleared, but rest assured, we will be there as soon as we can. So let's do our part to be a good neighbor so we can all have fun and stay safe this winter. To learn more about winter safety, visit norfolkcounty.ca/winter.
Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
Hi, I'm Mayor Amy Martin, and I'm here with the Director of Planning, Tricia Givens, to talk all things about Norfolk County planning and development. Hey Tricia, how are you?
Hi, Mayor Martin. Good, thanks.
I'm wondering if you could share some information with the public about who the planning department is and what you do, and maybe start off with the composition of your team.
Sure. We have recently grown, so there's some core groups in our team that are really important to share. We've got the development group, which is led by a supervisor of development planning and 5 planners. We have a new position, which is the project lead for long-range policy planning projects. We have our GIS team, which includes a supervisor and 2 technicians. And then we have our admin supports, which includes planning coordinator, development coordinator, and secretary treasurer.
And everybody has different roles and responsibilities, but on a high level, what are the roles and responsibilities of the planning department?
So we are required to do all things related to land use planning. So the number one piece is the Planning Act. There's a piece of legislation that sort of dictates and lays out the framework for how we work. So that's around development applications and people coming in with their specific applications. And then there's provincial policy conformity, so those broader county-wide projects.
And all of the planners, they're working towards, or they are registered professional planners. Can you comment on the designation of a planner and what that means when we're processing files?
Sure, that's really important. So as professional planners, we do have a standard of work and a code of conduct that we're required to follow. And in that, that's reviewing applications or running processes that broadly make sure we're planning for the role of the good of the community, the public good, and not always specific to one individual project.
I think it's an important part because I think it really differentiates the role of staff and council in the planning process. And it's something that I'm frequently asked about in the public. How does that work? What does it look like? So maybe you could share with the public the difference between, the council meetings that we host for planning files, our public hearings, our committee meetings, and then the subsequent council meeting where we approve files at a later date.
Sure. So there's 2 areas. So there's for specific development applications. So those are individual applications that come forward. And under the Planning Act, there's specific process and things that we're supposed to do. So for those applications, we are required to send notice to the public, post notice, share the information, have it publicly available. And then we bring that information of the complete application to council. First, we do a public hearing where folks can come and council hears about the application, poses questions, and then we come back later with a recommendation to council based on all of the information. The other types are those county-wide projects, such as a growth study or an official plan review, where there's more information, more opportunity for engagement, and we're collecting more information that comes to council. And usually there's multiple presentations to council before any decision.
So you've touched on a couple of things. One, what is a recommendation from staff? What does that mean?
That's really important. So ultimately, council makes the decision. So staff takes all of the technical information and our professional review of that particular application. And based on all of that, ensuring it conforms to our official plan, the Planning Act, the provincial policy statement, et cetera, we make a recommendation to council. And council takes that under advisement and ultimately makes a decision.
And that recommendation may be to approve the particular file in front of us, to reject it, to defer it to a later date. It could be a variety of different recommendations.
That's right.
Yeah. And so there is a really important piece, a role that the public plays during this process at that public hearing committee. So obviously council and staff, we really want to hear from the public when we're dealing with development files, but there's another reason why it's really important to get the public to speak and share input on the record. Can you comment on why that's so important?
Absolutely. So again, 2 specific areas, the specific development application or the broader county-wide projects. So for a specific application, it's important, I think, for staff and council to hear those neighborhood feedbacks, input, and also to have their issues addressed. And then that informs the council decision. It also informs the planning recommendation to some degree. Similarly, for those broader county-wide projects, it's very important for staff to understand those perspectives and again to inform any recommendation to council.
And there is an appeal process to any decision that ends up being made by council, correct?
That's right. So that is for any statutory application. There is ability And the rules are different depending on the type of application, but for the most part, there are opportunities to appeal those applications.
And it's important for members of the public to be on the record, either by way of written correspondence or speaking at a council meeting in favor or in opposition to a file if they're interested in appealing, right?
That's right. So staff are always really excited to see folks coming and giving their input. So we get things in writing all the time, but also folks can come in and share their input or ask their questions directly at the public hearing committee.
Yeah, I agree. It's so important to hear, and it's a way that it helps staff and council make informed decisions about the type of development we want to see in our community.
Absolutely.
And certainly as mayor, and I know you probably agree as a staff member, it's our preference to keep planning decisions made on a local level. We really don't ever like to see a file go off and be appealed.
That's right. And so on that note, council does play a key role in the planning process. Do you want to perhaps speak to how that works from a political perspective?
Sure, yeah, it's a lot different than the staff perspective, but it's that important piece where we connect with the community, we hear their feedback and their concerns, and as you mentioned, those recommendations come forward to council at the public hearing meeting first, where we can ask those questions and talk with our community members, but subsequently comes back to us later for a council decision. And we're similarly to staff, we're really stuck making decisions based on the land uses, not giving consideration to a lot of the other factors that I think community members believe council members can weigh in on. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we're trying to build the best community for all of Norfolk County, and we'll do it one file at a time.
Absolutely.
Okay, before we go, top 3 most asked questions that I get all the time. I'm going to rapid fire them to you. Are we planning on growing in Norfolk County?
So yes, in our official plan, we identify our growth. And right now, interestingly, we're undergoing our comprehensive municipal review, which is how Norfolk is going to grow to 2051.
And we've already touched on it earlier, but with that appeal process, it's very difficult to say no to development. So we should really be, at a local level, kind of carving out the development the way we want to see it in our communities. Second question, I'm often asked, why doesn't council say no to more planning?
We are back. We were in closed session. And may I have a motion to reconvene in open session? Councillor Banandrishi, seconded by Councillor Van Passen at 7:10 p.m. Those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And following matters were discussed in closed session. I'll ask the clerk to read the motion from closed session for each item. Madam Clerk.
Through you, Chair. Regarding item 13.1, the recommendation is that report proposed property acquisition be received for information and that staff proceed as directed.
Okay, thank you. And now can I have a motion to adjourn at 7:11 p.m. Moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Duthie. Those in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. And we'll see you at full council next Tuesday.